Welcome to the regular board meeting for April 25th, 2023. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 5:05. And roll call, Trustee Toasty. Here. Trustee Martinez. Here. Trustee Grist. Here. Trustee Perez.
Present.
And I am here. So, do we have any public comments for closed session?
No public comments.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion to convene to closed session?
So moved.
Okay, and a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
And not, any opposed? Okay, passes 5-0. And we can convene to a closed session at 5:06. I'd like to call the meeting back to order at 6:45. As a matter of housekeeping, when public comment is happening, anyone who is outside the building will be called, and at that time, the one person who's speaking can enter to the podium, and we'll continue that way until all public comment is completed. So can somebody lead us in the flag salute?
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome to the Hollister School District's Board of Trustees regular board meeting. The board meeting is a meeting for the board to conduct its business in public. The Board of Trustees norms are to make student-centered decisions, respect differences of opinions, be willing to compromise, don't take things personally, it's okay to not have a consensus, focus on the process, not personalities, acknowledge each other's points of view, encourage everyone to verbalize, and have a growth mindset. We share these norms with you tonight to make you aware of the Hollister School District's Board of Trustees norms and ask that the public here tonight also abide by our norms.
Any member of the public that desires to state a public comment must pick up a card from the back table and fill it out. Completed public comment cards will need to be turned in at the dais. Please place your card in the basket. Public comments will take place during public comment section of the board agenda. Board Policy 9323 allows each speaker 3 minutes. Members of the public may call in during the board meeting to enter the public comment queue and state their public comment at 630-6320. The Brown Act open meeting law prohibits the board from taking action at this meeting on items discussed during this time. Any member of the public viewing from home that desires to state a public comment must call 630-6320 and enter the public comment queue. When prompted, please state your first and last name and associated school site. You will have 3 minutes to complete your public comment.
Thank you. So we have a community and student / staff recognition. Ms. Sanchez.
Okay, so good evening, everybody. Bienvenidos. We will begin our community staff and student recognition. Students are the reason that we're all here tonight, and so for the portion of recognition, I do ask that you allow for the students' names to be read off, and as the family, if they choose to exit the building, please make room for them to exit respectfully so that they can go about their evening. So tonight we have several recognitions. We will have the Board of Trustees in the front, and I will get started. Thank you. So our first recognition tonight has to do with the Geography Bee. We will be recognizing a staff member that volunteered her time to get this going, and the winners of the Geography Bee. We're very proud of our students. The administrators, the principals, the teachers are very proud. The Geography Bee was a series of competitions throughout the district where middle school age students were able to demonstrate their knowledge of geography. So we're really, really excited to honor 3 of our winners tonight, along with the staff member that made this possible in conjunction with several other team members. So without further ado, please help me congratulate Alejandro Vasquez from HDLA. Congratulations. Yeah. Students, make sure that you stay up here long enough to have mom and dad or family take pictures. Yes. Congratulations, Alejandro. Our next winner is Emily Brown. Ms. Dizon made me promise to say, Emily, she is very proud of you. You're a wonderful scholar, and you are absolutely fabulous. She wanted to make sure I squeeze Along with recognizing the Geography B winners, we'd like to recognize a staff member that helped coordinate this and get this going. Middle school teacher for history, social science at Margaret Mays Middle School, Nicole Felkin. Thank you so much. So another round of applause for the geography effort. We look forward to making this a tradition, the Geography Bee. We have a lot of excitement about it, and we welcome our students that will be with us next year to participate, and we'll see you again, hopefully next year as well. Okay, moving along with our recognition, we have our SEL team. Are they here? Social emotional team? Anybody? Yes. Yes. Okay. There we are. Okay, Miss Eliana Delgadillo, if you want to come on up. Okay. So our first recipient is Erica Cortez. Yes. Do you want them to stand up here? Yeah. Yeah. If you can please stay up here. Lucia Aleman. Serena Salinas. Thank you. Yes, thank you. And our social emotional coordinator, who is stepping on back, Eliana Delgadillo. Thank you, team. Thank you to support our students. Thank you so much. Okay, we have two more. Okay. I haven't seen these staff members quite yet, but it is a big crowd. For our next recipients, we have two staff members that were also honored by the County Office of Education. They were called over to receive this beautiful Community Champion Award for their work in installing a drinking fountain, a water filler station at the early childhood education. And the team, the board believes it's appropriate, and we just want to honor them here as well. So we thank them for their service. Martin Villanueva, are you here? Oh, there you are. I did not.
Mhm.
And the next one would be, the next staff is Eliseo Rios. Are you here? We'll get this to you. Okay, so that concludes our staff and student recognition. If the families would like to exit, please, if you're in the entrances, be mindful of their exit as they leave with their students. We can take a minute or so to allow for that to happen. Okay?
There are 2 seats available up front, if first come, first served. Okay, item 8 is closed session announcements. We do not have any closed session announcements tonight. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
No.
Okay, so I make a motion that we approve the agenda with the changes to item 11B and 11C. So basically swapping them, moving 11C to B and B to C.
And can we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Perez? Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee Tosti?
Aye.
Trustee Marks? Aye. So we'll move to approve the agenda 5-0. Now we're at public comments.
Okay, we have a lot of public comments, so to be able to hear the speaker, if we could just keep the noise down a little bit. So first, public comment will be Griselda. Is she here?
Public comment, Griselda. Griselda, here.
Thank you, Griselda.
At the podium, right here with the speaker, if you want to adjust it so that it, and hopefully it's on.
And Griselda, you have 3 minutes to make a public comment.
So, my name is Griselda, I'm in 6th grade, and today for my speech is the concept. I really think that they should stay because teachers already have way too much work to be doing with child, and I think that CASA also helps kids that come from Mexico, like they help them with the work and everything after school, because some kids go home and they don't even know what to do with, because like they don't understand. And then CASA is always there to help them. There's also some kids that don't have food, don't have enough money at home, and CASA always gives snacks as well after school. So I think that's why CASA should stay. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Patricia Perez.
Patricia Perez.
Patricia Perez. Patricia Perez.
3 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, my name is Bella Munoz, and we come here to talk about a very serious subject. It's our programs, and we really like our programs, and we don't feel like they should be taken away because nobody's really asking for this. We're all trying to save our programs. Hi, my name is Amy Harris, and I don't think you guys should take this up because there's a lot of parents that need this program for their kids because they don't have they have jobs and they can't take care of the kids while they're working. So no one's asking for this, also like she said, and yeah.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Zarate.
My name is Chris, and I go to a program called CASA, and these are the reasons why I believe that CASA should not be shut down. There's a lot of parents who bring their kids to CASA mostly because of them, they work far away, they don't have time to pick them up, and that's when CASA comes in to take care of their kids. And also, sometimes we have food there to feed them too, and then and a lot of the leaders that I know there also need the job too. And if the CASA gets shut down there, they'll probably lose their job. And I know a lot of them who need the job very well, a lot. So I think that's basically it.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Don Foley.
Don
Dan.
Foley.
Dan, that was might be Dan.
Dan Foley. Dan Foley.
All right, let me just start out by saying you guys made some people really upset with the after-school program. I, for one, am not happy about it. The Y has been my son's home for 2 years after school while my wife and I are working. The fact that you guys just go ahead and do this without really looking at the community and what is best for them is silly. The fact that it took my son 3 months to get his Chromebook tells me that you guys can't really organize anything for him. You're trying to get this done and taken care of with really no way to sign up, no real information. Your program that you have online that shows what you're going to do is more of a wish list, and HDLA is not on it, or Lab Lane. So I don't know what's going on with that. So please, can you give us a little bit more information and say, hey, next year you got to figure this out? Thanks. I yield the rest of my time to Nicole Shelton. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Bevanice Ruscio.
Ready?
Okay, so I wrote something. Hello, board members. My name is Berenice Rubio, and I'm a resident of Hollister and a school counselor for a middle school outside the district. My daughter will be in kinder this upcoming school year with the Hollister School District, and knowing CASA services will be terminated this school year, it's devastating to know that my daughter won't be able to participate because the district decided to cut ties out of the nowhere. I know CASA services because of my sister. This was her first job in Hollister after receiving her bachelor's degree at Cal State East Bay. Youth Alliance programs is more than just after-school program with helping with homework services. Youth Alliance has trained their workers to become social-emotional support that students need, and they have connected to understand the needs of the families. They have provided resources and services because of their after-school programs with Youth Alliance. The amount of parent engagement activities and community service have been a great impact on the student family. Because of all this work, my sister has continued her educational, and next month, she'll be graduating with her master's in social work to become a social-emotional counselor with K-12 schools. Youth Alliance helps students from the district and workers to continue their educational pathway. Lastly, from my experience, every district has their teacher shortages and are currently subbing more than once a week. For after-school programs being run by certificated staff, it's almost impossible to have. Teachers are drained because they are overworked, and it's hard to buy in to make sure that they get extra pay or be part of their contract hours. I ask the board members to please reconsider not taking away CASA services from their students, families, and future educational colleagues. Casa in Spanish is house, and house is home. Don't take away their home. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Antonia Morello.
Oh, she's right here.
Muy buenas tardes a toda la familia que están aquí apoyando, como lo escuché la maestra ayer. Y estamos aquí porque yo también necesito la ayuda, programa casas, porque mi niña necesita mucha ayuda, como yo hablo mixteco y español, y lo que yo necesito es apoyo para mi hija y todos los que están aquí, porque yo sé que todos necesitan ayuda, pero tenemos que estar muy unidos a pedir esa ayuda. Y yo estoy muy orgullosa de la maestra que está enseñando a mis hijas en la tarde en programa Casas, porque mi hija necesita mucha ayuda de leer y hacer de matemática. Y como yo no sé cómo enseñarlo, y es lo más importante para mí, es ese apoyo. Muchas gracias.
Superintendent Sanchez, would you kindly translate?
Ms. Morales, good evening. This is an abbreviated version. Okay, so Ms. Morales is here to support the CASA program. She's indicating that she would like her daughter to continue in the program to receive reading and mathematics assistance with homework. She's, pleased that there's a united effort to request that the services remain on campus.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Joseph Murillo.
Firstly, I want to say thank you for everyone that came out here. This means a lot to people fighting for them. Also, I think it's very unfair that you guys just decided to just drop this on us at like the beginning of 2023. It's kind of messed up. Also, CASA's helped me a lot. It's helped me be a better person. Without CASA, I don't know what I would do. I honestly don't. They helped me get so many words over the school year. What? Is this working?
It turns off. You just gotta push the button underneath.
Yeah.
There you go. It's great.
Okay. CASA's helped me a lot. It's helped me get honor roll multiple times. It's helped me get student of the month. It's helped me actually be a better person. Today, I don't know what I would do without it. I honestly don't. So thank you for your time, everybody.
Ms. Amy Grammer.
Good evening. Going after that young gentleman is kind of a hard act to follow. Thank you very much. My name's Amy Grange. I'm the president and CEO of the Central Coast YMCA. We are the largest youth serving organization in the Central Coast. We've been serving students in the Hollister School District for over 25 years. And so we have a deep-rooted relationship with the school and the families. To our 30-plus staff that might have to be let go without any notice is very sad for us. They're amazing. You can see all their beautiful faces in here once they come in. And I just wanted to say there was also a remark that the Y is not a sustainable program without ELOP. That is not the truth. We are a 125-year organization in the Central Coast, and we are sustainable. So I feel like this is deja vu. We are here in 2018. So I just want you guys to know that if you need the Y back, that we will be here to help you again.
Next speaker is Monique Solis.
My name is Monique Solis. I'm just a simple parent. And if we didn't have the CASA program, I don't know what I would do. Right now, I'm a single parent. My mother passed away recently, and they were there. My kids became a little bit of a problem kids. And CASA has been like my backbone. I've been able to work. If I didn't have them, I don't know what I would have done to support my children. And they have helped me with their reading, their homework, the extra snacks have helped. As I said, they're our backbones, and you're taking that away. And you know, with my mother passing, the kids were so lost, and these faces they see every day, and they know that there's structure there, there's somebody, and then if you take that away, it's like they're in a whirlwind again. And I know you guys don't always realize how important they are, as well as our teachers. You know, I'm here to advocate for both. And it just, as a family, we'd be lost without them. And our teachers, they're so far stretched thin, they can't afford to. They have their own families. And for them to have to fill in because CASA's gone, you know, they have children that they need to go home and feed. They don't have that extra time. They're helping us raise our kids as well. And, you know, I'm advocating for both. Thank you.
I'm not sure if this is Raquel or Rochelle Elias.
Good evening, it's Rachel.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry, Rachel.
You can call me Raquel.
Spanish,
Call me
Spanish
Raquel.
kicks in. Raquel.
So that was my son, Joseph, that just got to speak. I'm very proud of him. We moved here about less than a year ago. And I cannot say so much about the YMCA and CASA and the teachers that put all their time and effort for our adjustment. You know, I got a job at the county and working in behavioral health. There are so many issues that kids undergo and that adults undergo. And so we need more programs, not less programs. So I'm advocating for you to keep these programs.
You want to add a program through your own school district, by all means, do that to re-enter the students that aren't receiving these great programs, that don't get a chance. But to take away something that's working is devastating. It's going to take a hit on the community, and it will hurt the kids that are doing so great, that have already established a routine and a structure with their families, and that need that routine for safety and security, and for that safety net to be able to feel that they are loved unconditionally. Because I believe that each of these people that are here tonight not only care about our kids, but have shown them unconditional love and are a part of our own family in one form or another. So this hits home because it will just open up doors to other stuff that can lead to violence, that can lead to idle time, that can lead to gangs. Tonight I have to go to a rosary after this in my hometown in Watsonville because a kid got shot. We look for safety and security all around our communities. Don't open this door for something that will cause more devastating idle time for kids. I already saw the Benito League that you were having trouble at the high school. By all means, contract with CASA and the YMCA to open more doors. Have them go into the high school. Build that safety net that you need and that security. Don't take away something that works. Build.
Our next speaker is Alexandra.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Gupta. I am 13 years old and I am in 7th grade. We need these programs because there's a lot of kids like me that get overwhelmed and stressed and they don't know how to ask for help. So by going to these programs, they don't need to ask for help, they are given the help. Also, the tutors are young and they know what it's like to be us and they understand us. So they give us the support that we need and we don't get overwhelmed with it. Also, there's other kids from other places that don't know how to speak English, and there is tutors that speak their languages sometimes, so they could get the help that they need. Some teachers aren't bilingual, so sometimes the kids don't get the help that they need. I have this one kid in my class that he has to do different work because he doesn't understand English, so he has to do something else, and I feel like he is not learning with us. So therefore, he is not progressing with us. Yeah.
Lady Vanessa Solis.
Hola, buenas noches. Yo nada más quería para decirles por qué motivo nos están cerrando el programa CASA. Yo soy trabajadora de la agricultura y la verdad a mí y a mis hijos nos ayuda mucho porque así yo no los tengo que dar a cuidar y ellos aprenden más para que en un mejor vivir para adelante puedan estudiar más y las maestras son muy buenas maestras. Y no sé qué más quería decir la niña.
Our next speaker is Lanisa Espinosa.
Good evening. My name is Lanisa Espinosa, and unfortunately, my father, Leonard Espinosa, cannot make it, but I speak on behalf of him. I'm speaking here today to raise concerns and perspectives on two decisions the board proposes that would negatively affect this fellow community that is self-served if the original plans go through. I disagree with the choice of both of the removal of CASA and the accelerated GMA Academy moving its location to Maine. Both of these issues are very personal to me. I was a student at the academy in my middle school years, and while I'm currently working in CASA, I was first introduced to this wonderful program when I was in high school. I helped volunteer to tutor students for them. I understand that both of these issues are separate in terms of the board meeting. However, every decision you make just doesn't affect the students or teachers in that particular school or program. It affects the community. With this in mind, I will be first discussing why CASA should not be replaced, and quite frankly, it cannot. Youth Alliance provides an experience for students that is more than just an after-school program. These events and resources are available throughout the whole year, such as community pantries, toy drives, classes for parents that both provide emotional and financial support. At the end of the day, regardless if I work at CASA, I just want the best for the students. My younger brother is currently enrolled at the Calaveras CASA program. He wanted to go himself because I would go home and talk so highly of how fun and interactive this program was for the youth. Because of this program, both of my younger brothers are currently learning how to play the guitar, and yet you are choosing to take these resources away from the students. CASA has made a positive impact on the community for generations. So sure, you could hypothetically make a new program, but it wouldn't be as reliable, efficient, nor understanding to the students as the CASA program. It's unfortunate that I only have 3 minutes to talk, since I have to move on to the next matter of discussion. I do not believe that the AAA should be moving. It is no secret that the current school is located in a low-income neighborhood. Removing this program would mean that removing opportunities from the students that are already at a disadvantage. These last couple of years, more students from Calaveras have been joining the AAA. And if you take that away from them, then what do they have? There's no gymnasium, it's a small library, and there's a horrible concrete foundation. Perhaps you should focus on giving resources rather than taking them away. If you truly care about the lives and well-being of your community, not only for the students, the guardians, and the teachers, you would take mine and the majority of this people's room perspective and consideration, because at the end of the day, we're the ones working with the students, we're the ones going to be negatively affected by this outcome. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Jalissa. Jalissa?
Hello, good evening. My name is Melissa. I work for the YMCA. I've been with the YMCA since 2006 as a student, and now I started working here. I think it's a terrible decision what's going to happen, not only for us as staff, but for the kids. I see the kids come in every day, and they come in really happy to see us. And I know a lot of them are sad, and it's terrible what's happening. I would like for you guys to reconsider your decisions. I'm sorry, I'm getting worked up. But I'd like to save the after-school program as well as all the after-school programs if possible. And thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Barbara Clemente Moreno.
I feel like Heather should stay because there's parents that work in the field and like they come out late and like they need to feel like the staff are like protecting us so that we don't go like off somewhere. Also because like they help us with our homework and assignments, and so we can go into sports and decide what we're gonna do for our future.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Fatima Brennan.
My name is Fatima, and I currently have a son who goes to the CASA after-school program in AAA. I am very concerned about the harsh level that CASA received literally just a week ago. The program will be ending at the end of the school year. My son has been enrolled in the Hollis School District for the past 2 years, both which have been involved with Mr. Raymond Coda and the CASA team at AAA. Over the time, my son has built great relationships with the CASA staff that has helped him grow and mature to a fine young man that he is right now. He is fond of the program and was sad to hear it was ending at the end of the school year. I did read the email about that the Hollis School District was going to be taking over after the after-school program this year, but the email left me with more questions than concerns. Hollis School District is already suffering from a large teacher shortage with consistent posting of substitute every week and staff complaining to the public about the shortage. How are we going to be able to utilize teachers for after-school tutoring if you don't even have enough for the school hours that they're currently in right now? The email made some great announcements, but how can I believe those announcements when it was just last year the PE was cut in the district? Will the after-school program be cut next? Lastly, I can't help but realize on how poorly timed this announcement was made, not only for the employees of CASA who just found out that they may be out of a job in a few months, but how can the school district plan the after-school program with just a short time frame when the school year is just about to end in about 2 months? I realize that there are so many budget cuts that have to be met and changes must be done, but I do hope that the children and parents who use the CASA programs are not just being shifted around with no regards for their needs. Just today, I saw an email that they posted for after-school workers. How can you get that many people employed within a month when these CASA leaders have already spent time with their kids over the last 20 years? I've been a parent for almost 2 years in the Hollis School District, and they have been great. I love them. They have, I'm very passionate about it. So that's why I feel like I'm getting emotional. But I think you guys should take the time to make a better decision. If you guys want to take over, give time. Don't just end it right now. These people are going to be out of a job. Think about it if your job was online. Would you guys do that? You guys want to do it to them. Why do it to these young kids who are dedicating their lives and hard work to our students? Please reconsider ending CASA.
The next speaker is Amy Perez and Bella Munoz. Amy Perez and Bella Munoz. Amelia Santos.
Hola, buenas tardes. Yo estoy aquí porque también soy una mamá que trabaja en el campo y estoy apoyando el programa CASA porque no queremos que lo quiten porque me ha ayudado mucho por mis niñas que se quedan después de escuela y le ayudan a hacer la tarea y muchas cosas y a las niñas les encanta y no queremos que quiten el programa CASA, queremos que siga y queremos apoyarlo.
Our next speaker is Estrella.
Estrella.
Yo soy mamá de Estrella y estoy apoyando a mi hija por la razón de que ella ha progresado en el
¿Pueden
programa.
moverlo para abajo?
Sí, ha progresado en el programa desde que la fundé. No tengo mucho tiempo, pero mi esposa me ha apoyado mucho en el programa y pues sí me dolería que porque pues, a ella le ha ayudado mucho y los estudiantes podían hacer algo en la vida, ser un doctor o algo, y les ha ayudado a sus calificaciones, a todo. Soy yo, por eso estoy aquí, apoyando a mi hija.
Buenas tardes. También estoy de acuerdo con la mamá de Estrella, es mi hija también. Como mi esposa dice, hemos ido en las juntas que se puede ir porque, pues claro, se tiene que trabajar hoy en día y muy duro porque los costos están muy altos y hay que trabajar. Base a eso, pues muchas veces nos limita a asistir a juntas, apoyarlos en sus tareas. Y qué bueno que esté ese programa que los ha ayudado mucho. Porque yo creo que al igual que yo, hay muchos padres emocionados porque es algo bonito que se siente cuando los aprueban para ese programa y después como mira uno el progreso de ellos, la emoción y después que se los quieren quitar, pues como triste también. Se emociona uno de los dos lados, ¿eh? Me gustaría que siga el programa. Que pasen buenas tardes. Gracias.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to translate the last two speaker cards for Miss Emilia Santos. She's a mother who works in agriculture. She is advocating for the CASA program that has helped her daughters with homework help, and she's here to support the program. The second and most recent public comment under the name of Estrella, mom spoke, and it has not been a long time since she signed up for the program. The program has, however, helped her with grades, and she believes the program will help her for her future decisions, and that is why she's here to support the program. Dad spoke and said that, you know, of course they have to work to make ends meet, and sometimes they can't make it to all of the meetings or help with homework after school. So the program helps his child. He feels mixed emotions, and it's twofold. It's a very happy feeling when they get approved for the program, but a saddened feeling as he realizes that the program might end.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker is Therese Solars.
Thank you. I'm Therese Solars. I actually work in communications, but I do not like to speak. So, thanks. I'm speaking on behalf of AAA, and really want to advocate keeping it with Calaveras. I have two sons who are currently in 6th and 8th grade at AAA. My observation as a parent at AAA is that there is just great chemistry between the students at Calaveras and AAA, and that my kids have actually been to 3 different schools in the last, since COVID. And so we've actually had a chance to see the chemistry, and chemistry at a school, I think, is made up by the combination of students, administrators, office staff, really, really, really strongly the teachers, and knows the teachers at AAA are amazing, and at Calaveras, the neighborhood and the building. And at AAA in Calaveras, it's magic. The kids at Calaveras know that if they work hard, that they'll be one of the greater than 50% of the kids at AAA who come from Calaveras. They know that they're going to be part of the family at AAA. It's seamless when they go from Calaveras to AAA. They're going to be part of the family. Now, my kids are not one of the Calaveras kids. They came in as new, but it was seamless for them too. They came in as 5th and 7th graders, and they were welcomed as if they were just one of the group. And like I said, they had been at other schools. It wasn't the same. They were bullied, right? They were like, you're this California kid. You're not like the others. We're the bullies at the school, and we're going to show you. It just was like that. Anyway, like I said, I don't like to speak. But my question, why would you change something that's working so well? It's pretty well magic. And maybe magic can happen somewhere else, but we would hope so. But a boss told me a long time ago that hope is not a strategy, that you need to limit the risk. And it's a big risk to mess with a change in all of those things that make up the great strategy. And so I'm advocating for keeping Calaveras and AAA together and keeping that magic. Thank you.
We do have a lot more speaker cards, and they all have been marked with an agenda item. So we will continue to read the speaker card, so don't worry. And that's all for public comment.
Thank you. So now we're entering agenda item 11, which is reports. And the first report, 11A, is a report on Hollister School District social emotional support. Eliana Devadio, social emotional coordinator, is the speaker.
Good evening.
We have some seats up front if anyone would like to take a seat. Okay, are we ready to hear the next presenter?
Okay, let's go.
Hi, good evening. I'm here today to give you a report on our social emotional services that I'm reporting on this.
Excuse me, Eliana, I'm sorry. Can we have quiet so we can all hear her? Okay, everyone outside, if you would either like to come in and take a seat in one of the chairs, but please quiet down. We want to hear our next speaker.
Thank you. So I'm reporting on this fiscal school year's social emotional supports today. And I just want to let you know all the services that are going on. We recognize 3 of our staff members, but we have much more. I want to let you know that these are some of the supports that we're offering at all of our sites. So our staff is doing classroom presentations, and they can be on various topics, just depends on the need of the school. We have student one-on-one check-ins. We also have our short-term school-based counseling, which is about 8 to 10 sessions, formal services provided by the SE team member. We are providing parent and teacher consultation when it comes to supporting the students' social emotional needs. We're also implementing restorative circles, for conflict resolution and things of that sort. We're collaborating with other community-based organizations, and I'll go into that in a slide a little bit further on. and we're also doing professional development. So one of our professional development trainings is trauma-informed practices, which we're also going to be implementing next fiscal year, and mental health first aid. That's all kind of like what happens in Tier 1. Those are prevention and early intervention services. When we look at our Tier 2, we are supporting students with groups. So it gives students an opportunity to come in a group setting with other students that may be having certain similar symptoms. And we talk about that. We do students' need assessment, and we are also on campus 5 days a week in case of a crisis. So some of the SC activities that are additional to what our main role is you can see in the middle we have a Lab Lane Happy Gram. So March 10th was National Social Emotional Day, and all the sites that have a social emotional team member, we did Happy Grams, which are very similar to the candy grams that are sold by the parent club, but ours were free. And the goal of that was to have a student send a happy message to maybe somebody that wasn't identified as a friend, right? Just bringing joy to the campus. So that happened it had to happen the week after, because March 10th we were closed due to the floods. We also have trauma-informed care. Suicide Prevention of Central Coast came out to Sunny Slope and provided some presentations to the 6th and 7th grade classes. We have 2 classes for that. We also have grief-sensitive schools, and that is HDLA and Lab Lane. So this organization comes out to the sites and is able to provide support for students that may be grieving. They actually have authors on site. They write these wonderful books, and they give us those books to have there in case a student needs them. Mental health first aid, I mentioned it. I just had the first half of the training last Thursday. We had 23 staff members participate, and mental health first aid is a curriculum where we teach staff members on how to assess and approach an individual, whether it be a student or an adult that may be exhibiting signs and symptoms of a mental health crisis. How to approach and assess and support until professional help is linked. So our great team is made up of all of these therapists and school counselors. Just want to give everybody a shout out. So we have Erica Cortez, who's at Calaveras and AAA. We have Lucia Alaman, who is at HCLA. Serena Salinas from Rancho Santana. I'm at Lab Lane. We have Yesenia Sanchez at Oro Hardin. We have Adriana Gallegos, who is contracted with the San Benito County Office of Education, who's supporting Sunny Slope. And we have Daniel Romero at Margaret Mays, Marcy Serrano at Rancho San Justo. We also have 2 student interns that the high school is letting us borrow, 2 student interns, and they're supporting Sunny Slope and Oro Hardin, doing amazing work. So now we get to the fun part, the data, the most important part. So year-to-date formal services. Formal services are those services that are one-on-one, school-based counseling services that are 8 to 10 sessions. Our data shows that we're serving 100 students year-to-date, and that would be our Tier 2. Year-to-date informal services, those are just services, drop-in, crisis, student check-in, anybody that needs support in the classroom. We're at 1,754. Now, the community-based organizations that we're collaborating with is San Benito County Behavioral Health Pathways. So that they are bringing over 2 case managers. We have them at all of our sites except for Lab Lane, and they are at the sites for at least once a week for 2 to 3 hours in supporting our kids. We also are collaborating with Community Solutions that's doing some prevention and early intervention work. They're providing groups also at each site. We're at Mays, Lab Lane, Oro Hardin, Sierra Vista, and Rancho Santana. They also are the ones that are implementing the district-wide parent workshops. Some of the topics that they've presented on is like dangers of social media, drug awareness, things like that. So mental health awareness. We have Mental Health Awareness Spirit Week. So May 8th through the 12th is National Mental Health Awareness Week, and we are encouraging all of our sites to participate in Spirit Week. I'm not sure if you can see the details on the flyer, but on Monday we're having Meditation Monday, so that gives you permission to come to school with your pajamas. And the board can come and visit in your pajamas as well. We have Tuesday is wearing purple, and that is to bring awareness to anxiety. We have Whiteout Wednesday. We're trying to white out those negative thoughts. Team Up Thursday, where we can collaborate with our students and our staff to, you can bring your favorite football jersey or shirts that say Mental Health Matters. And finally, on Friday, we have Wearing Green to bring awareness to mental health needs. National Mental Health Provider Appreciation Day is also on May 12th. So we always want to give a shout out to our providers. Okay, is there any questions? Yes.
How do you, how would a parent or a student refer themselves for this type of service if they felt they needed it?
So if a student would like to self-refer, we always have drop-in times for our office. That student can come in for a check-in. If the parent is wanting to refer, we have a parent consultation form that's at our front office. A parent can fill out, tell us a little bit about what their concerns are. Our social emotional team member will reach back out, see how we can help if it is in need of formal services that needs that 8 to 10 counseling sessions, or if it's just multiple check-ins.
In looking at the year so far, and with the team, we've really expanded the team this year. Where do you see that we still need to improve?
I would like to see more support at Rancho and Leeds. So definitely next year we have already a student intern locked in from CSUMB, and we're also getting another social worker from San Benito County Office of Ed. So with 2 additional team members, we're gonna plan to cover those sites.
Any other improvements that you can see?
I think we need to improve on our Tier 1 services. We always want to have a strong Tier 1 so that we don't have a lot of students in our Tier 2.
So is that professional development would help with teachers, or?
Definitely professional development. We're bringing the trauma-informed practices at the beginning of next fiscal year to, provide that education to our staff on how to recognize behaviors that are more connected to mental health symptoms.
The data you talked about earlier, is it possible to get a breakdown on the different schools? Because these are all numbers regarding all the schools put together, right?
Yeah, did you want breakdown as far as numbers for each
The
school?
individual schools, yes. Because it's also, each school has its own different attendance, right?
Right. Do you want information on formal services or? Okay. So we'll start off with Calaveras. Year to date, they have received 49 referrals. Out of those 49, 34 have been served by Erica Cortez. And informal services, we have her serving 119. For HDLA, year to date, we have 36 referrals submitted. Out of those 36, formal services are 21 students, and informal services is 650. For Rancho Santana, we have year-to-date referrals submitted is 29. Out of those 29, 11 are being served formally, and 321 informal check-ins. For Aro Hardin, Yesenia just started in March, so she has 12. This is all of as of March 31st, so she has 12 check. Her first week, she already had 12. And our student intern has 34 informal check-ins. For Sunny Slope, we have year-to-date 30 referrals submitted. Out of those 30, 18 students are receiving formal services and 192 informal check-ins, which includes the intern from the high school that's supporting that site. Lab Lane, we have 22 referrals submitted. Out of those 22, 16 are receiving formal services, and there's 426 receiving informal check-ins.
So we've talked about the SST process, that's going on at all of the schools. I'm just wondering what the involvement, because the SST is looking at the complete needs of the student, which in part may be social and emotional. are you a part of those conversations to trigger or be in the room as these conversations are happening?
Yes, we definitely do get invited to SSTs. If we are for some reason not present, we all have a strong relationship with our administrators, and that referral is triggered off of that SST, and we receive information the next day.
Awesome.
That would be for the 504 as well?
As well.
You and your team are doing a wonderful job, and I especially like the Happy Grams. To be able to lift the mood of a child or a student or a friend, I think that's just #1 priority that can change their whole life. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I leave, I do have some gifts for you all. So just a little example of what we do with our kids. I got you some fidgets, and this is from our social emotional team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, that's great. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything you do and for your presentation.
Thank you.
So now we're going to do 11C, which is Hollister Elementary School Teachers Association, Statements of Purpose and Supporting Data. Nicole Felkins, HESTA President, will present.
Thank you for having me tonight. Thank you, fellow teachers and parents, for coming out tonight. Okay, so, all right. I'm going to talk about some of the great work that us teachers do every single day for your children. And so here are just some images that teachers have sent me about the amazing work that we facilitate. And I love this, that we are super. So here's a brief overview of what I'll be discussing tonight. So I'll have an introduction, and then section 2 is mapping the terrain and talking about the qualifications and leadership of the teachers on our campuses. Then we're going to talk a little bit about financing the future, about our compensation history, comparisons with other districts, and our financial reality. And then we're going to do a launch, our conclusion. Okay, introduction. Some of the awesome signs that I am seeing out in the audience right now. So Jill Biden said, teaching is not a job, it's a lifestyle. It permeates your whole life. So I want that quote to rest with you for just a moment. Again, some of the amazing work that we facilitate. It's amazing. The student-created project-based learning that we see right here. That takes a tremendous amount of work for teachers to plan these sorts of special lessons. Buddy reading at R.O. Hardin. Again, more amazing artwork that our students produce. And I think they each did a little piece and made, I'm seeing, yes, she's shaking her head, yes. Each student did a little piece and created this amazing quilt of paper. I just want to...
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Is there a way that we could either, ask for quiet so Ms. Felkins can be heard? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to remind everyone of HESTA's mission statement. So HESTA is the exclusive representation, the labor union of all certificated staff in the Hollister School District. And so I represent almost 300 members, including counselors, psychologists, speech language pathologists, teachers, and so forth. And so it is the mission of HESTA to protect and promote the well-being and solidarity of the members and ensure the success of the students we teach. We felt it was so important to have students and their success in our mission statement as a labor union, because that is ultimately why we are here. And so our students deserve the best educators, best supports, and best schools. And so we can achieve what's best for students by all of us working together, HESTA, HSD, and CSEA. So let's talk about some of the awesome qualifications in leadership of the people in this room, in the schools, every day. So understand that teachers, they change children's lives. We are where we are right now because of the accumulation of the teachers in our lives. And we know education is a tool with which we can change the world. And our children believe in the seemingly impossible because their teachers here at HSD believe in them. And we all know that education is a value in and of itself. Even in times of deepest despair, we will always have our education. It can't be taken away from us. It's the infrastructure to the cities we build in our minds. Teachers are the construction workers. And oh yes, we don our hard hats every day to construct such palaces in our students' minds because we love them and we wish to see them grow. And so education is everything to what it means to even be human. So that means educators are everything. And it all starts in a classroom. And a classroom, just like this building, is just an ordinary structure with 4 walls, furnitures, gizmos and gadgets, and what makes it special is the people inside who call it home. And our classroom is the community that blossoms from such a place, and it is extraordinary. And if you love Hamilton, it's the room where it happens. It is where life happens, where the past, present, and future happens inside of a classroom environment. And so just taking a look at your goal for HSD is to create an environment that inspires and empowers students to become critical thinkers and lifelong learners in a safe, respectful, and diverse climate. So that is a mighty but attainable goal, and teachers are really the ones who set the tone and create this environment. So Hollister School District, you need us. You've already got incredible humans in this district. On the next slide, you'll just see a taste of the special qualifications and leadership abilities of the teachers who reside in these hallowed halls. And so just a snapshot of just a teacher in your district. We have a bachelor's degree with certification, working on a master's degree. I know so many teachers who are working or have already received their master's degree. We've got a number of years of teaching experience. Many have even worked at the high school before coming to the middle school, for example. ASB advisors, they do so much incredible work for our children, and also coaching girls soccer. Doing all of these things while also having a work-life balance. And so I'm not going to read through all of the qualifications, but you can just take a look at all the different master's degrees from nursing to special education, all the different certifications, and all the other expertise that the teachers bring to our classroom. Some of the awards that our teachers, educators have received, from Excellence in Teaching Award to the National Endowment for the Humanities Summer Scholar. And we've got great schools, Lad Lane being ranked the best school in San Benito County, AAA, the 12th highest ranked middle school in California, Mays, the Silver PBIS Award. Teachers help make this happen. Enriching our student lives. There was so much information, it was really hard to fit on this slide. So as you know, you honored me tonight for the geography bee. And so that was giving teachers planning and preparation time. I was only able to coordinate that because students got out at 12 o'clock on those extra early Thursdays once a month. And so that gave us like over 2 hours. And it took several of those meetings over several months for something like that to happen. So teachers need that planning and preparation time, and of course not just at the middle school, especially at the elementary school. All the different electives, field trips, annual Rock Your School. Aro Hardin really rocked it this past year, and of course more. Here's the color run at HDLA. Picture of a classroom at HDLA. This is why we do what we do. Glow games. That is really cool. I wish I experienced that when I was in school. That is a teacher going above and beyond to do something incredible like that for our students. Staying after hours, maybe buying things with their own money. Room transformation, Pinnacles camping. Oh my gosh, that is wonderful. Just some of the extra duties we perform. Again, it's a laundry list from book fair chair to program managers to working with the labor union, the executive board, and so forth. Athletic coaches. I know how deeply you wanted athletics to come back. And we have so many kids interested in volleyball at Mays, for example, that we don't have enough coaches for them, and we're having to cut a lot of kids from the team. Kids who really want to be on the team. But it's like we're stretched so thin that it's just to add something else, coaching, an additional thing, it's become too much. Outside of school, some of the other part-time jobs we might pull for being professors at colleges, to just volunteering in our community, from 5K runs to 4-H to FFA. So we're on to section 3, financing the future. Funding the minds of the future. Here are some of the raises that other school districts received, not only this year, but last year. So you can see Spring Grove has a combined 9%, Hollister High 11%, Southside 9%, Monterey Unified did it a little bit differently, and they added several $1,000s to each cell, with a combined total of $7,000 in the last 2 years. Gilroy got 7.25% last year and is currently in impasse. And then King City got almost 10% this year with 6% last year. Now HESTA went through all the latest, in the past 4 years, the tentative agreements or TAs, and we looked at that contract language. And so you can see starting in 2019-20, COLA, which is cost of living adjustment, is just additional ongoing money that the district receives, mainly to be spent on certificated salaries across the board, CSEA and certificated. And we got 2.5%, okay? And so in 2021, COLA was 0%, that was the COVID year. We got a 4.5% raise. But to make up for the 0% COLA that year, then the following year in 21-22, which was the last school year, COLA was a little over 5%. We received a 1% raise last year from the contingency language of the TA of 2021. We did not negotiate a raise for last year at all. We just got 1% carried over. And so you see this year, COLA is almost 13%. So if you add up the COLA from 19-20, a few years ago, COLA is well over 21%. Our salary increase is at an 8%. And that is much lower than the previous slide of all those other school districts. Just to review, you've actually seen this slide before in a presentation that bargaining chair Barbara Brown gave a few months back. Cost of living in Hollister has obviously skyrocketed. Raise your hand if things have gotten more expensive lately. Oh yeah. Yeah, we surveyed our members, 64% report struggling to pay for housing, and you can just see there. And so 81% of teachers report living paycheck to paycheck. Teachers in the audience, raise your hand if you're living paycheck to paycheck. Yep. 64% struggle to pay for housing, and 21% who have a second job, side hustle, etc. So looking at the scattergrams, the district data that we receive, adding up all the teachers on different steps and columns, 45%, that is around 124 members, make below $85,000, not including 16 members on the separate pay schedule. And so I Googled, what does $85,000 a year get you in terms of a house? You can afford a house that's $255,000, which is not possible in our community at all. And so I believe housing is a human right, and it's part of the American dream. And we have worked so hard just in college throughout our life with our students that at the very least, I want to have a piece of that American dream. So to conclude, we love what we do. As I referenced in the quote at the start of this, teaching has become this whole lifestyle. We live and breathe this. But for many, this work has become untenable. Greater demands have been placed on educators, and teachers are in short supply. How can districts attract teachers with a livable wage? The government has made the strongest investment in education since the 1970s. This is historic funding, a 13% COLA. It is just inappropriate and cruel to ask educators to continue this work without providing a commensurate wage increase. All surrounding districts have shown they value their teachers and will finance their future. Do you? Thank you.
Do what's right.
Does anybody on the dais have any questions or comments?
I just have one. You had a deduction in days by 3, and there was no deduction in pay. So that's rare, right?
Yeah.
Because we get paid on how many days we work. And that was not in your chart. So it's important that when we, well, that's a big deal because we only get paid on days that we work. And I'm coming as a former negotiator and president of HESTA.
It takes
So-
us more than 3 days to set up our classroom.
Now,
And we do have.
So-
You don't want to give us
You can fill out a speaker card and bring it up if you like.
I have the floor right now. And I taught in this district for years, so I know what it takes to set up a classroom. What I'm trying to bring out is that it's important that we give the information correct. That's all I'm saying. And that you are working less days, so you received a raise that should have been in the packet. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
That's it.
Just to briefly say, when that was presented to us in negotiations, our CTA staff person, Crystal Hall, said that the district cannot count that as a raise. And I was just simply going over the raises and just listening to my CTA staff person.
Yeah, well, we've talked about that before too. So it's important that you realize that this is money that, because if they took the days away, you would have lost pay. And that happened to us. We lost almost 11% in pay when they took those days away during 2008 and 9.
Why didn't the district charge us for that? Who dropped the ball on that?
No, there was no money. This is when they cut our days in pay. They cut our days and we lost our pay.
12 years ago in 2008?
The recession.
During the big recession, yeah.
And then our pay wasn't done.
It was down by 11%. So yes, and so that your CTA person missed. So it's really important to count that as a plus. That's why. That's all I have.
Trustee Perez, anything to say?
1.5%.
Right.
Trustee Martinez?
I just wanted to clarify for Ulster High School, they received a 5.5 raise for this year.
Did I have 6%?
Yeah.
Trustee Toski?
No comment.
I have no comment at this time, thank you.
Okay, we have some speakers for this agenda item. Cynthia Nadi.
Hi, I'm Cynthia Nadi, and I'm reading this for one of our lovely HESTA members. Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Sanchez, and all of you in attendance. This is regarding, this was actually written on March 28th, okay? So we're going way back. I would like to comment on the assumptions made at the budget study session, the second interim report, special budget meeting held on March 14, 2023. In this report, there were a lot of references to staffing based on ratios. Ratios look great to number people, but does not translate to the classroom and schools that the ratios base staffing on. On page 6 of the board report, the staffing ratio for aides in general education is wholly inadequate. A .75 full-time employee aide to support literacy in TK through 3 is not enough. If your child, niece, nephew, grandchild was at risk, would this sit well with you? Staffing of instructional aides in SPED. The current practice of para support in a mild to moderate SDC program has been 2 full-time employees. Reducing para support from 2 to 1.5 doesn't make sense. At this level, the second para is covering breaks and lunch for the full-time para. How can we facilitate mainstreaming? If a teacher has a one-on-one para for a student, the other paras have to cover their lunch and breaks also. Again, further reducing positive interaction for our special education students. Does this sit well with you? What if it was your child, niece, nephew, grandchild? Then let's talk about site admin staffing. R.O. Hardin is a small school only because we have to accommodate HPS. We also have the lowest socioeconomic and other factors. If you base our admin support solely on student numbers, we will continue to be the lowest performing school in the Hollister School District. We as a staff have addressed this board numerous times about the cuts to our school and program. Every time we do something well, it gets cut. Our lead custodian was sharing recently that he was being called about the amount of toilet paper he was using at R.O. Hardin. Well, HPS uses the same bathrooms at recess. They don't use their bathrooms only. Why is R.O. Hardin getting penalized for HPS? Lastly, let's talk about staffing for intervention. We started with 4, and then it was cut down to, oh, wait, there's a recurring theme. Now we're down to 1. I know we're going back to 2, but, you know, we were doing so well with 4. And if R.O. Hardin's not going to get out of where we're at right now, we should have intervention teachers for each grade level so we can come out of the hole that we're in right now. Thank you for letting me share. I'll see you in a little bit.
Okay, next speaker, Darcy.
Some pictures if you guys have passed them down.
Good evening. Dr. John Hattie, a renowned educational researcher in New Zealand who has conducted the largest meta-study of school effectiveness, indicates that teacher efficacy has an effect size of 1.57, one of the largest effect sizes in his study, showing the incredible amount of effect that teachers have on students. Dr. Hattie describes high-quality teachers as those who identify the most important ways to represent what is being taught, those who create an optimal classroom climate, those who monitor learning and provide specific feedback, those who believe that their students can achieve their goals, and those who achieve both surface and deep outcomes. Please take a look at those photographs that I've provided for you. These are pictures of our classrooms, of ROH and Calaveras classrooms, of the classrooms who support, teach, and believe in some of the most underprivileged students in our school district. These photos show your high-quality teachers using the most important ways to represent learning through bat caves, indoor camping, spelling battleship games. They create optimal classroom climates where students share their admiration for each other and messages are plainly given to students that they are loved. They provide feedback and monitor learning by writing heartfelt messages to their students, cheering them on, and proving to them that they can climb mountains, literally. They believe that their students can achieve their goals and will do anything possible to show them, like creating restaurants to taste books for reading engagement. Our students achieve and grow because of their high-quality teachers. They learn to love and value reading, celebrate others, and speak the words in their heart because of your high-quality teachers. Most of all, your high-quality teachers are creating magic in their classrooms. The magic of curiosity explored, the magic of visiting faraway places, the magic of realizing how learning connects to their world, the magic of making friends and positive adult relationships, the magic of believing that their dreams can and will come true. You are so lucky. You have these high-quality teachers at your fingertips, working day in and day out, on weekends, on holidays, after school, and even putting their own families to work for them. My daughter can attest to that. You already have these high-quality teachers, but it's time to recognize the importance, value, and effectiveness of your high-quality teachers by paying them a livable wage and providing them with the COLA that they have more than earned. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ethan.
So I really want to talk about how teachers are being affected by everything that's been going on. And I've talked to you guys multiple times about all the things that were given to me when I came to this district years ago. We came here from another district that we were so happy at. It was our home. But we came here because we were going to have aides in the classroom. We were going to have coaches to help us specifically on things we needed, not what was a big picture thing. No, we got to really focus in on what's going to make me, myself, personally, a better teacher. We had PE, where we had release time, and our kids could go out and get great physical education by someone who was passionate about it. We had reading intervention, like it was mentioned before. We had 4 teachers and more because they had their own aides as well. We have lost all of those things. More and more and more and more is being shoved on our plate. And now we're not even getting the COLA that you have the money for. We do not want a bankrupt district. Nobody in this room wants a bankrupt district. But our negotiation team, our CTA leadership is telling us, hey, the district has the money. So why aren't we passing on? You're telling me by taking away all those supports, by not giving me the cost of living to make my family comfortable, all the weekends I give up, all the afternoons I give up, all the time I give up to work for my students to make their education better, grading papers, making sure they get feedback, making quality classroom transformations. Why would I stay here? When you're saying, doesn't matter, do more work, get less. Why would I stay? You have to turn this around. You have to build trust. We get notices from you guys late. COVID, we found out from parents that that school was going to be canceled. When the weather shut down school the first time, we found out from parents. And parents are coming up to us, there's no school today? What are you talking about? Yes, I'm right here. I'm letting kids in the classroom. And now, after school programs being canceled, we had no idea until parents are telling us. You need to rebuild trust with us and show us that we are valued, that you believe that we know what we're talking about how to educate kids. We get our own PD. We pay for it ourselves because we got to get the things that we know are going to make difference for our students. Believe in us. Pay us. Show us we matter. Thank you.
Cynthia, you have another speaker card?
Hi, thank you again, Cynthia Nadi. I'm reading for someone else. I am writing today because I am sick and tired of being taken advantage of. It says from anonymous HSC teacher. So I'm Cynthia Nadi. I am sick and tired, so I hope I get a minute back. I have worked with the Hollister School District for 27 years. I've worked 23, so it's not me. I have given my dedication, time, and energy for the education of the children and the community. One can only give and give and give for so long before one feels disrespected and taken advantage of. I ask that you reconsider your salary offer. More and more, I find that people I meet or family and friends I come in contact with are feeling successful and fully compensated for their work. These people are satisfied with their work situation because their salary equals their level of effort and hard work. They feel like they were offered competitive wages and have a feeling of satisfaction for their work. Unfortunately, it has been a very, very long time since I have felt that way working for the Hollister School District. Knowing that the district has money in their hands but are not willing to provide teachers a decent living wage just feels like a punch in the stomach. Again, those of us who have been here for many years have sacrificed our salaries and benefits to save the district on more than one occasion. We have never been repaid for those sacrifices. Our economy moves forward, and we, the teachers, are the ones left hanging because of those sacrifices we made in the past for you and your mistakes. We are continually asked to take on more for less. How do you think we are supposed to survive in today's economy? You cut many teachers last year to save money. Who do you think is picking up the slack for the lack of teachers on our campuses? Many times it is us, the teachers who are covering other classes and taking on other people's work for minimal dollars. After taxes, I am paid $26 to have covered during my prep period. I am asked to cover other classes every week because of lack of teachers and lack of substitutes. Sometimes I am asked to cover 2 classes at a time. I will no longer give my time and effort for $26. The fact that we don't have enough teachers on our campuses is your doing, not ours. Yet we are the ones filling those gaps on a daily basis and for minimal pay. Again, I ask for you to reconsider your position on salary for your teachers. You have energetic, dedicated, qualified teachers who continue to show up for the children of this community. I ask that you compensate your teachers accordingly. If you want your qualified, dedicated teachers to stay, don't continue to leave us feeling like all you want is more, more, more. And as we are continually given less.
Thank you. Next speaker, Barbara Brown.
Sorry, I get a dry mouth. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Sanchez. Again, my name is Barbara Brown, and I'm a special education teacher at Oro Hardin School. For the past several months, HESTA's president, Nicole Felkins, and myself have presented you with information about the dire circumstances that many of our members are facing due to inadequate pay, inflation, and the high cost of living here in Hollister. Members have stood here and shared their stories of how hard they are working for you and the students of this district. HESTA's membership is extremely disappointed in this board's lack of leadership and in your failure to come to the table with at least a cost of living wage increase or COLA. A cost of living adjustment is an increase in benefits or salaries to counteract inflation. Cost of living refers to the amount of money required to maintain a standard of living that accounts for basics like housing, food, clothing, utilities, taxes, and healthcare. The board's tactic of making your salary and benefits offer as part of a total compensation package is not acceptable. In addition, your proposal to increase stipends, create additional stipends, and increasing positions, sure, that was appreciated, but you took it out of that total compensation, further decreasing a wage compensation. What we are asking for in negotiations is not unreasonable. We are asking for a competitive contract that would retain excellent teachers here in Hollister and attract teachers to come and work in Hollister. You tell us that you appreciate and respect us. In the words of capturing kids' hearts, I cry out. You don't appreciate it. If you did, you would give us a living wage, or at the very least, the COLA. Why do we have to beg for a COLA raise? You don't respect us. If you did, you would listen to our stories, our presentations, our pleas, our public comments. But no. After analyzing your total compensation offer, the increase to the salary scale was less than 0.5%. To be exact, it was 0.44% on the salary scale. Shame on you. Liz, would your CSEA chapter accept less than 0.5%? Jan, would you have ever accepted this as a HESTA member? Jose, would you advise your members to accept less than 0.5%? Kathy, you were employed for over 23 years by the district. Is this acceptable? Lisa, you believe all students deserve access to a good quality education. Will less than 0.5% retain and attract quality educators? Stop playing games. Come to the table with a reasonable offer for a salary increase without strings attached. We look forward to meeting with you again on Friday.
Okay, the next speaker is Jean.
I'm Steve Lundquist. I'm reading this on behalf of a fellow colleague.
You know, we have to have the names. It's in our board policy.
My name is Steve Lundquist.
Well, then.
And this is a comment that I would like to present to you. You're losing a good teacher. Listen how you lost them. I am one of the teachers leaving for San Benito High School District. Although I've enjoyed my time in my current teaching position, I will definitely miss my students and colleagues. I believe it is in my best interest to transition to the San Benito High School District. I understand that the grass is not always greener. However, I do believe that my time, my education, and experience is valuable. And I believe I should be compensated better and have more opportunities for advancements. The following is a list of reasons why I have decided to move forward with my decision. Number one, pay. Based on the current pay scale, it would take me 3 more years to make the same amount of money at the high school. This is not including the raises that they have scheduled. Number two, advancement on pay scale. It is easier to advance on the pay scale at San Benito High School District as one is able to advance to the next column every 12 units of continued education in comparison to the 15 units at Hollister Elementary School District. Although this may not seem like a big difference, it is. Teachers work hard and it takes a lot of energy to continue education. And 3 units is equivalent to 1 college course, which is extremely time consuming. Number 3, work hours. Teachers at San Benito High School District benefit from a shorter workday. Teachers at San Benito High School District are contracted to work 45 minutes less than at Hollister School District, Hollister Elementary School District teachers. Number 4, covering classes. Although covering classes has become common theme across all education, San Benito High School District understands the stress it creates, and they compensate their teachers $125 to cover a class.
Wow.
Number 5, yard duty. All right, yard duty. Teachers at San Benito High School District are not required to have yard duty. And the last one is cohesion. Classified, certified, administration, human resources, and others all seem to have a common goal. And there is not as much infighting. Those are the reasons that they're leaving the Hollister School District. Thank you. May I have the rest of the time for my comments?
You have another speaker card?
No,
It's
no.
the 3 for that.
Okay, the next speaker, Cheryl Rios.
Good evening. I often like to say something positive in my comments. And tonight the positive comment is that the district and you, the board, have united students, teachers, and parents like no union or organizer could. This district and board seem hell-bent on disrupting students' lives by cutting them off from their familiar after-school programs, moving students to a new site, severing Calaveras and AAA, and not ensuring HSD attracts and retains teachers. The district has created and posted a historical chart of HESTA compensation increases from 2020 to 2022. There is one line on that chart that says additional salary increase number 3, 1.6%. A footnote states that this is due to the reduction of 3 workdays without a salary decrease. As I recall, these were days enacted due to distance learning of that year. This is incredibly misleading as it is stated. Salary increases means additional expenses to the district. This 1.6%, if that is even the correct number, was not an increase to the district expenses and did not inhibit the district spending in any way. The district received massive money from Governor Newsom to help offset the impact of COVID and distance learning. To say being paid for 3 days that HESTA has no control over is nothing but a slap in the face to the teachers who literally built the airplane while we were flying. Also, keep in mind that administrators also did not lose any pay for any reduction in workdays they had. Comparing the loss of those 3 days and no loss of money during the pandemic to what occurred during the Great Recession is comparing apples to oranges. During the recession, the state didn't have any money to give districts. During the pandemic, the state flooded districts with money. Shame on you.
Yes.
Using the district's numbers, HESTA received salary increases of about 11.1% since 2021. What isn't mentioned, speaking of what's not on charts, is that the state raised COLA by 5.7% in 2021-22 and over 12% in 22-23 and projects over 8% for 23-24. Our increases have not kept up with the cost of living. We are falling behind. Do you remember $15 eggs? Living in California is getting more and more expensive. So you ask, where is the money? Well, part of it is in the scare tactic of arbitrarily lowering the estimated COLA in coming years. Why would the district unilaterally lower COLA when the opposite has happened? Also, The second interim reported $18 million to be exact, when in the 22-23 budget, the amount approved by the board was only $7 million. Remember, this budget is for things like conferences. I hope we're all going to Hawaii. Keep in mind also the subbing or taking in extra students is an option, not a requirement of teachers. Thank you, and please give us a respectable raise.
Okay, our next report, 11B, report on after-school activities. Dr. Colleen Myers.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Sanchez. I'm going to start off with some celebration. I had the honor of representing Hollister School District at the Supporting Inclusive Practice conference today. I flew down to LA and back just so I can be here. And there was 85 districts that were represented there, and to my surprise, after our presentation, Hollister School District, our admin, our teachers, our students were honored with this very distinct award, the Heart of Inclusion Award. So Erin, we're gonna need a trophy case. Or Mr. Egan, if you're here. So I present this to the board, to you. It's a very big honor. There were out of 85, we got the one. So
wow,
great.
excellent, excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Thank you.
And thank you to the 28 co-teachers that we have. I see many of them in the audience. Thank you so much for the time that you put in for the good practice of inclusion for our students. Okay, so Hollister School District Extended Learning Programs. We have the opportunity in 23-24 to expand our extended learning extended learning programs, and this is what it entails. We have the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, otherwise known as ELOP or ELOP, and we have After School Education and Safety Program, otherwise known as ACES. You may be familiar with ACES. That's Prop 49 that was voted in 2002. All right, so these are funded after-school programs that host a dynamic educational environment which provides all students with the opportunity to explore, practice their interests in a safe and supervised space. Our philosophy is to develop a partnership with a parent and guardian and to provide, in their absence, a safe, nurturing, educational, and fun program in a child-centered environment.
Dr. Myers, we would like to translate, if possible, for those who are here.
Thank you. Impromptu translation.
Okay. So, buenas noches. Hoy vamos a presentar el plan o la información de los programas de aprendizaje extendidos. La doctora Myers va a dar la información y yo voy a traducir la información. La meta es para proveer un ambiente que está seguro y que podemos involucrar a los alumnos en sus ambientes escolares. Entonces, hoy en esta tarde vamos a hablar de los dos programas que existen, el programa de expandir las oportunidades y el programa de proveer educación después de la escuela en una manera segura. El programa o los programas son, se les da, ¿verdad?, los fondos por medio de becas y son programas dinámicos que están presentes en un ambiente educativo que proveen a todos los alumnos la oportunidad de explorar y practicar sus intereses en una manera segura y en una manera por la cual están supervisados por adultos. La filosofía es para desarrollar una colaboración con los padres o tutores para que puedan, en la ausencia de los padres o tutores, tener un ambiente seguro, un ambiente que estén felices, un ambiente educacional y un ambiente que sea, que los atraiga y que sea centrificado, basado en los alumnos.
So Hollister has both ACES and ELOP schools. The ACES is a restricted grant that is geared towards a specific population, and it's awarded by school site. So you'll see on the left there, we have Caligaris, R.O. Hardin, Sunny Slope, and Mays Middle School. These are TK8s, or the grades served are TK8s. And then we have the ELOP, which is providing service to AAA, Sierra Vista, HDLA, Lad Lane, Rancho Santana, and Rancho San Justo. ELOP is designed to provide service for TK6. However, we find we don't want to exclude, so we want to make sure that we provide service for those upper grades at Rancho San Justo as well.
Estamos hablando de dos programas. El programa ACES está en las escuelas a la mano izquierda que tienen los grados de kinder transicional al octavo. Son las escuelas Calaveras, la R.O. Hardin, Sunny Slope, la escuela Mays, y el programa ELOP está en las escuelas AAA, Cerra Vista, HDLA, Lad Lane, Rancho Santana y Rancho San Justo. El programa ELOP es para los alumnos hasta el sexto grado, pero el distrito va a poner fondos para que también sirvan los grados séptimo y octavo.
So this year we've been collecting feedback. We work very closely with the region lead team that oversees the region ELOP and ACES programs. Our partners are also part of that team, and so we get PD, they provide us guidance, they come evaluate our programs and provide feedback so that we can make improvements. And so we took it upon ourselves to collect more information. How do people feel about the programs as they are? What do they appreciate? What would they like to see growth? And these are a couple things that we had collected. For affirmations, during the academic, my daughter, I can barely read that, that my daughter can finish her homework there. I love that he is able to meet more friends and learning how to be independent even at a young age. That's addressing the wellness component. There's activities, enrichment activities, outside play and art time, and safety. It's a safe place for young school-aged children. We did collect growth feedback. For academic, more one-on-one group tutoring for those that are in need was an ask. Having more parent involvement and discussion would help. Some sport activities for activities and social, partnering with other agencies to bring in additional STEAM programs or social skills building groups, how to make friends, what does healthy friendship look like. So then we had an interest survey that was sent out in October. It was open all the way through.
Can we go back?
I forget.
Can we go back to the slide before that? Entonces, tuvimos una oportunidad de tomar una encuesta y recaudar información de los diferentes grupos de padres. El distrito trabaja con un grupo de consultantes de la región que nos dan información, evalúan los programas después de la escuela, también nos dan entrenamiento tocante a cómo se debe llevar a cabo un programa después de la escuela. Next slide. Parte de las encuestas que se llevaron a cabo el noviembre del 2023, November 2022, noviembre 2022, en el otoño, Hay afirmaciones en la información. Por ejemplo, en la área académica, alguien dijo, le gusta que su hija termina la tarea en el programa después de la escuela. En la área de bienestar, alguien dijo, me encanta que él puede conocer a más amigos, amistades y que está aprendiendo cómo ser independiente a una edad temprana. También en la área de actividades, alguien dijo en la encuesta que le gustan las actividades de enriquecimiento y el jugar afuera y el tiempo de arte. Y en la área de seguridad, alguien más dijo que es un lugar seguro para sus hijos de temprana edad estar ahí, ¿verdad? De estar ahí. So, next slide. En la área de cómo podemos mejorar el programa, los papás, alguien dijo en la área académica que un grupo más en la área de tutoría para ayudar a los alumnos que tienen la necesidad, entonces más tutoría. En la área de bienestar, teniendo más involucramiento de los padres y discusiones sería de gran ayuda. En la área de actividades, poder proveer unas oportunidades de deporte. Y en la área social, alguien puso que le gustaría que fuéramos colaboradores con otras agencias de la comunidad para traer programas de ciencia, tecnología, arte y matemáticas, también programas de destrezas sociales, en trabajar en grupos, cómo hacer amistades y también en averiguar cómo es que una amistad saludable, cómo se mira eso y demostrar eso a los alumnos.
Thanks for correcting my date. It was 22. So then we took an interest survey. This was sent out in October and was open through April. And this was inquiring if scheduling and budget were not a concern, what would parents appreciate that their students be able to partake in?
En octubre a abril hubo una encuesta que estuvo disponible para que los padres puedan tomar y las preguntas fueron tocantes si el horario de los padres o de los alumnos no fuera un problema o si el presupuesto no fuera un problema, por esa perspectiva que contestaran las siguientes preguntas.
There are many things that our students want to do and our families want them to be able to engage in. It was really nice to see the array of opportunities that parents are interested in. I synthesized this down. If you have it there printed, you can see the multitude of activities. So it came out that 19% would love to send their students to dance. They would love to have them engaged in sports in some fashion, and 12% in art. And then I also included their other top requests were karate, music, and soccer.
Entonces, la encuesta nos trajo información tocante a cuáles son los intereses de los alumnos. Como pueden mirar, hay una gran variedad de actividades, sea que es ayuda con la tarea, sea jugando baloncesto, natación, actividades de cocina. Entonces, hay una gran variedad que se pidió que el distrito provea. Okay. Las actividades más comunes que se pidieron, el 19% de los padres o alumnos, ¿verdad?, pidieron que se les dé clase de danza, de cómo bailar, ¿verdad? El 15% pidieron deportes, el 12% pidió arte y los otros 3 actividades que se pidió fue karate, música y fútbol mexicano.
So with that and with input that we've collected at our community meetings, at all the schools, our LCAP meetings, etc., we've taken notes, we've listened, and we have talked to other districts, and we've called upon our region leads for input in design for 23-24.
Entonces, con esa información, también con la información que se ha juntado en las varias juntas de comunidad que se han llevado a cabo, hemos formado un plan, diseñado un plan con las personas que nos ayudan regionalmente para formar el plan del año que viene del escolar.
So with that, we came up with an elevated after-school experience. And I want to stop right there and just give gratitude for our two partners, YMCA and Hollister Youth Alliance, for the long time work that they've done with our students. It's appreciated. There is a strong voice of support. And so I don't want this to be any implication that there is any sort of shade being cast on those two organizations. We've taken this and we've looked at how can we make this better as we move forward. How can we expand our partnerships to beyond possibly just the two? How can we involve our greater community? And it will be through academic activities. So homework help, tutoring provided by certificated teachers. By bringing this program in under our umbrella, we're going to be able to better manage the communication that happens between the site and the programs after school. So teachers that are hired, voluntary of course, can then check in with their site admin, the intervention team, and then apply those needs, administer interventions in the afternoon, so it really addresses the needs of the students. Stop.
Okay. Okay. Entonces, hemos formado un plan para llevar a cabo un programa de servicios después de la escuela. En este momento quisiéramos darle gratitud y aprecio a las dos agencias que nos han proveído servicios, el programa Youth Alliance, el programa YMCA. Hemos tenido una relación de largo plazo y han proveído servicios, ¿verdad?, excepcionales a los alumnos del distrito escolar. Y sabemos, ¿verdad?, que han hecho un buen trabajo con eso. Entonces, moviéndonos hacia el futuro y al año que viene escolar, estamos enfocándonos en 4 diferentes áreas. Y las áreas del programa que tenemos diseñado es una manera en el cual el programa después de escuela puede estar bien en colaboración con el programa de instrucción durante el día. Por ejemplo, la primera área son las actividades académicas. Podemos proveer ayuda con la tarea, podemos proveer la tutoría que se ha pedido por medio de las familias, podemos proveer la tutoría por pagar a los maestros que gustan trabajar después de la escuela y ganar más ingreso, que ellos den la clase después de la escuela y tener esa conexión con el programa de intervención durante el día. Si un alumno ocupa ayuda y quizás ocupa más intervención, sería la habilidad y la oportunidad de darles la intervención después de escuela. So I did number 1.
Okay. Our second strategies that we would like to introduce is interest activities. So again, these programs are targeted for our unduplicated students. Those are our English learners, our foster youth, and our socioeconomically disadvantaged students. So that is how our funding is based. One on our enrollment overall, and then a second principle is applied based on the UPP. And so by not marginalizing those students, by expanding their opportunities, we would love to partner with providers that they might not get access to. For example, we have a partnership established with San Benito Robotics. So for them to come in, let us take care of the supervision, let's have the experts come in on the interest area and host a activity with them once a week, or maybe for a few straight days a week. So that's really where we're excited to level the playing field for these students that just simply have not had access because of scheduling or budget.
Entonces, la segunda área es actividades por medio de interés de los alumnos. Hay dos maneras en el cual los programas se van a llevar a cabo. Uno va a ser tocante a la población de la escuela, el otro va a ser tocante a la población de la escuela en áreas específicas, en áreas de aprendices de lenguaje, niños que están aprendiendo, ¿verdad?, el inglés, niños que están bajo tutoría del Estado o de otra familia, y luego niños que tienen sus familias el ingreso más bajo. Lo que estamos queriendo hacer es poder proveer oportunidades para alumnos que ahorita no tienen oportunidad. Por ejemplo, hay varios niños en el distrito que les gustaría participar en algún deporte o les gustaría participar en alguna actividad, pero porque cuesta dinero, ¿verdad? Y sus familias quizás no pueden pagar el cobro de ingresar a alguna actividad. El distrito quiere proveerles esa oportunidad gratis. Otra idea es expandir las relaciones que el distrito tiene con diferentes agencias comunitarias, ¿verdad? Para que sean más accesibles las actividades de la comunidad para los alumnos de bajos ingresos. Una de esas relaciones sería con un programa, y el ejemplo aquí es el programa de robotics, de construir, ¿verdad?, las máquinas, los robots, se dice. Tenemos un contrato y la idea sería que los niños que tienen ese interés en esa área, que el distrito les proveyera la oportunidad de participar gratis, sin cobro a la familia.
And if the providers can't come to us, we actually have the opportunity to take students to them. For example, if San Benito Aquatics is interested in a partnership, we would be able to take students to, under supervision of our staff, pay for the transportation, pay for them to be part of the swim team, and they would be able to experience that they might not otherwise.
Otro ejemplo sería si algún niño o niña quisiera participar en natación. Aquí, ¿verdad?, a menos de una milla está la piscina de la high school y tienen un club de natación, pero cuesta dinero para ingresar a ese equipo. También cuesta tiempo en transportar los alumnos. El distrito tuviera la oportunidad de transportar a los niños que les gustaría ir a natación, pagar por las lecciones de esos niños y transportar los niños de la escuela a la piscina, estar allí supervisándolos con los entrenadores de natación, recogerlos de nuevo y ir a dejarlos en la escuela. Entonces, el programa sería más allá de un aula de clase, ¿verdad? Los niños, si les gustaría tomar actividades en otras áreas, el distrito pagaría y proviera la transportación de los alumnos.
And a third strategy is continuing the wellness activities or expanding them, bridging them to the everyday classroom through training of staff with Capturing Kids' Hearts and PBIS and social emotional wellness lessons, socialization activities as well.
La tercera destreza sería las actividades de bienestar. Siguiéramos el enfoque del bienestar social, el bienestar en forma de lecciones específicas, también el bienestar tocante, cómo se mira el bienestar, el programa de bienestar después de la escuela y cómo está relacionado con lo que está pasando en en la instrucción durante el día. Los maestros y la facultad del distrito escolar han recibido entrenamientos específicos. La idea sería que el personal que trabajara en estos programas recibieran el mismo entrenamiento para que si hay reglas en el salón, también esas reglas van a aplicar en el programa después de escuela. También nos gustaría enfocarnos en actividades de cómo los niños se socializan los unos con los otros.
And lastly, continuing our nutritional activities, providing, of course, nutritional snacks from our department, but then also partnering, there's potential partnerships that I've had conversations with our county health, and so that would be exciting for them to do a session for cooking, come to the school and do cooking, or some sort of food preparation or whatnot.
La cuarta destreza sería actividades nutricionales. Continuaremos, ¿verdad?, proveyendo las meriendas que el distrito provee. También tenemos el plan de colaborar con el Departamento de Salud del condado. Ya hemos tenido juntas con ellos. El plan sería dar clases de cocina, ¿verdad?, en cómo preparar la comida, que los niños o los alumnos aprendan en cómo trabajar con las diferentes agencias, la diferente comida, las lecciones de cocina y proveer también ese interés a los alumnos.
So we intend to broaden our partnerships. HSD will partner with a diverse array of providers in the local community for services students are interested in. And if the partner can't come to us, we'll be happy to take the kids to them. So this is something that I may have said before, but I don't take it lightly that we're the largest employer and we're the largest school district in our county. We have the opportunity to share our resources in a wide array in our community. So it's this is our opportunity to have extensions into possibly the karate studios, San Benito Stage, Teatro, I can't say it. Thank you. Initial interest there. And so let's raise up our community by sharing our resources.
Entonces, al final, ¿verdad?, la idea es en expandir la colaboración con las diferentes agencias de la comunidad. El distrito va a hacer relaciones con las diferentes proveedores de servicio en la comunidad local para proveer los servicios que les interesa a los alumnos directamente. También es importante recordar que si la agencia no puede venir a la escuela para dar las clases después de escuela, el distrito va a poder llevar a los alumnos, sea a las lecciones de karate, sea las lecciones de interés en el teatro o donde sea que los niños se les interesa. También es importante recordar que el distrito es la organización que tiene el gran número de empleados en el condado de San Benito. Empleamos la población más grande. Entonces, estamos tratando de compartir los recursos y también abrir el acceso a los alumnos que no tienen la oportunidad de participar en actividades por ser alumnos que vienen de casas de bajos ingresos. Queremos dar esa oportunidad y abrir esas oportunidades a los alumnos.
Another avenue that we would like to pursue is building our teacher pipeline. We've heard that it's difficult for us to ask teachers to come and sub and provide staffing, and it's a struggle. It's a struggle everywhere with their employers, in not only the county, but as in the state, as you know. So this strategy would be able to bring a community up by bringing staff in at an entry level that helps build continuity within and outside of the district, It also means our students would benefit from a pipeline of experienced and qualified staff. So I have received many emails, and I've replied to all of them except for 2 because my laptop died in LAX. So I'm getting to you. And this is, I think, probably a really big part of this program is that we have the opportunity to really build our coffers of staffing. So we can bring somebody in as an activity leader. They may want to grow and into a site leader. That site leader may want to grow into an instructional leader or a para, and maybe even consider going into a teaching program. But by being able to provide this, we have the opportunity to provide growth and increase in salary for our community members. I'm very excited about this part.
Otra oportunidad que este programa va a proveer es poder proveer trabajos y empleo a diferentes personas de la comunidad. Hemos estado escuchando, ¿verdad? No solamente aquí localmente, pero en todo el estado, que es difícil conseguir maestros o trabajadores de un distrito que les gusta o que les gustaría entrar en la industria de la educación, ¿verdad? Hay menos maestros ahorita que antes. Entonces, esta oportunidad sería para personas que quizás les interesaría entrar en la educación a un nivel más, ¿verdad?, principiante y poder ir subiendo poco a poco. También sería una manera de atraer empleados que pudieran conocer a los alumnos y si algún día tomaran la decisión en ser maestros, tuvieran esa relación ya con los alumnos y tuvieran esa experiencia de tener el mismo personal alrededor de ellos.
Lastly, it's all about leveling the playing field. No person wants to be marginalized or excluded from an opportunity because their parent works late or has to leave early. No student wants to miss out on what the other students are talking about, the soccer game or the robotics challenge. So this really combats the student inequities in everything that we do. We provide dynamic and fundamental programs that help our students flourish regardless of how they come to us. These programs help families know that their student is in a safe place and don't have to worry about another bill. Lastly, these programs help build our community and help Hollister thrive.
Entonces, nos gustaría poder tener la habilidad que los alumnos tengan una manera igual a sus compañeros. Por ejemplo, hay veces que unos alumnos están hablando de sus deportes, los cuales sus familias pagan para que participen. Y si ellos no tienen la oportunidad porque sus familias no pueden pagar el cobro de ingresar a esos deportes, ¿verdad? Se sienten diferentes, se sienten menos a veces. Es algo que no les da la habilidad de ser iguales. Entonces, el distrito está tratando de proveer un programa dinámico, un programa donde todos los alumnos tienen la misma oportunidad, sea que sus familias tienen los ingresos o no, sea que sus familias trabajan tarde. Escuchamos hoy en la noche, ¿verdad?, que hay familias que trabajan en la agricultura, que trabajan tarde. Esta oportunidad sería, ¿verdad?, proveerles cuidado en una manera segura hasta que los padres puedan venir a recogerlos a más o menos las 6 de la tarde. Va a ayudar a las familias, va a ayudar en que no tengan otro cobro, ¿verdad?, de cuidado. También va a ayudar a la comunidad en construir programas que van a ayudar a la comunidad en total, sean las agencias de servicio, sean los empleados que ingresen al distrito, sean las familias o los alumnos que van a estar aprovechando de estos programas.
Yay. Como se dice, yay.
Yay, ya se dijo.
Okay, I want to close with a lot of the initial emails that I've received. There's a lot of nervousness about consistency in funds, and I do want to speak to that. So I think while we are able to bring this the oversight of this program with our staffing. This enables us to pivot quickly when initiatives will decline, or if there is a change in funding formula, whatnot. So monitoring our student needs and our student outcomes, that will be able to brace us for any changes that may come. We are very conservative. Thank you, Beth, for helping me design a conservative budget, and so that we can build this out. It's not going to endanger our general budget at all. But I just wanted to say that's an opportunity for us to pivot quickly if needed, so that we can take the greatest care of our students and families and community. Any questions?
Yes, fine. So, first of all, can you guys hear me? Okay, yes, so first of all, I'm going back to the Google survey. I'd like to know the number of participants that were in that Google survey.
Which one?
The one sent November 2023.
The
affirmation.
Oh, okay, the affirmation. So that one we had, I believe it was 57 or 58.
58 people out of a district that holds 5,600.
It speaks to the engagement of our parents. Yeah.
And so, and the other concern I have with that survey is that, especially with the number of parents here that discuss their accessibility to technology, being that it's a survey, Google-based, maybe provided some inaccurate information.
So 89 or 98% of our staff our parents are accessible through Parent Square. So we have either a phone number, an email, and whatnot.
I still have 4, thank you. The second question goes to the survey sent March 20th this year via Parent Square.
Yes.
Same question, how many participants?
So that one had, I'll have to get back to you on that one. I want to say it was like over 100 or so.
100, 500, 5,600. Right?
So that one just went, yes, to all parents.
The other one would be, again, the participants when it comes to most commonly requested activities.
That's the same survey.
Okay. Were their surveys sent bilingual?
They were, yes. I have my laptop. I can check if you want the numbers now.
I think the public would like the numbers.
Okay. Okay, so the HSD Extended Learning Program Review that was sent first in October. The first response was October 31st. We had 58 responses. The last response was on April 20th. And the interest survey, I don't have that one up, but I can simply look. Thanks for your patience. Provider interest. I grossly underestimated this one. Well, not grossly, 135 responses.
The next one would be, you spoke about elevating the after-school program experience. And you gave us 4 different areas: academic activities and interest in activities and wellness and activities, nutrition activities. And all of this is based on the responses that you had on
Yes.
here? Okay, so
And also on the requirements of the actual grant that we need per guidance in the Region 5 lead team.
And then a final question is the broadening of our partnerships. You talked about this array of providers and you sort of identified a couple, but have they been identified? Have those discussions been held, or are those discussions you're hoping to hold?
We're going to start with the hiring of the coordinator, hopefully tonight with the approval of that hiring, then we will be able to, we have narratives all typed up, we have a list, we're ready to pursue those.
You're expecting the implementation to start in August?
Yes.
And the other thing, I think you've discussed it, so just to confirm, the building of teaching pipeline, you're not necessarily talking about certificated teachers at this point, you're talking about people who are kind of like our instructional aides for the intervention?
Yep.
That kind of?
Just like the staff that our current partners are employing, those are classified, and so we would continue a classified employment opportunity.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
This was to survey what is currently being offered, correct?
The second survey is what is an interest survey.
Right.
Yeah, the first survey was, it was a survey that was sent to our provider employees and to parents to respond.
To evaluate,
current enrollment.
to have our current programs assessed as to their value, what parents like or what they wish they could have in addition to what they offer currently.
Yeah, it was the questions that were asked on that one, many staff members. Asking what site does your response pertain to? What years do your responses pertain to? How do you rate HSD's extended learning program experience overall? What would you say is the most beneficial element of HSD's current extended learning program?
Do you know how many students are in extended learning right now?
So we have, exact count, no, but we have roughly 50 per site. And yeah. What would you say is the least beneficial element of extended learning? And what, if any, additional features would you suggest be incorporated into the extended learning program? So we, back in October, this was from discussions with our region lead team, and they're called Region 5. And so really being careful about, providing the service that is needed and being able to provide a stable program so that we can really say when we're audited that this is exactly, we're adhering to the requirements of this funding and we're, here's the data.
So what is our capacity because that ideally, right?
Yep.
We gotta at least provide what we're offering now, if
Absolutely.
not more.
Oh, absolutely. So, working with Beth today, just number-wise, we're looking at, up close to over 800, so that we can, barring staffing, which is a legitimate issue, but we would be able to really expand our opportunities. Again, those relationships between the teachers that are on campus, the site administrators, not making reducing the disconnect that happens between administration and instruction to the after-school program.
So right now we serve about 450 kids. So I can see where we could really open things up with helping other children, especially if it's more teacher connected. Yeah.
Okay. I think that's a key piece too, you know, bringing in that opportunity for our certificates teachers to influence that, the academic piece.
Well, you did state that would be a voluntary purpose.
Yes, absolutely. Yep, absolutely.
I want to thank you for putting in the hours and hours on those emails because we did receive copies and they were very well written. And I think a free program for Hollister would be very beneficial to those students who cannot afford, you know, the other programs. So, but I wanted to thank you for all the time that you put into this.
I have nothing to add.
All righty, thank you so much.
Okay, we have public comments, and I'd like to remind the speakers to keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. The first speaker is Nora Mena George. Is Nora here? No. Okay, next speaker is Griselda. Is Griselda here?
She's spoke already.
Okay. So the next speaker is Nicole Shelton.
Good evening. I know it's been a long meeting, so I'll try to talk quick because I want to get it all in under 3. Hollister School Board members, Superintendent Sanchez, Dr. Myers. Nicole Shelton. I grew up in Hollister. I'm a product of the Hollister School District. I'm a pediatric provider within our community. I sit on multiple boards within our community, the YMCA being one of them. My daughter is a student in the district. I find the lack of transparency alarming. As I prepared for this meeting, I see there are numerous concerns, from teacher staffing issues, they deserve a raise, to uprooting children from the only campus they have known and putting students too young developmentally on a middle school campus. But this isn't one I want to address. Why would we disrupt after-school care? The YMCA has been in our schools for over 20 years and has gone above and beyond in their curriculum, addressing the needs of our students, our families, extra activities, STEM, dissection, service projects, empowering students to volunteer in our community, guiding them to be leaders. And so much more, but I only have 3 minutes, or like 2.5. So the YMCA is one of the things working within our school district. We are self-sustained with financial support raised through our annual campaign to support families that cannot afford it. So those who could not afford it or need free programming, there are scholarships for that. I am not worried about the future of the YMCA should this be removed. We do not need the funding. I am worried about the students. And looking at the legislation, there are not long-term funds. What is the long-term sustainability financially of this program? What is the annual program budget? My biggest concern is that this is not financially maintainable long-term. In order to maintain the ELOP funding at this year's school amount, they're going to have to take other funding from other budget areas and projecting a deficit of $3.5 billion, below what the legislature approved last June. Given the funds to run this program are not guaranteed and ACES is not predictable every year, what happens when projections continue to fall short? The language of the bill gives much room for interpretation. It states that ELOP funding may be used to, and I quote, support pupil access to expanded learning, opportunity programs which may include but is not limited to hiring literacy coaches, high dosage tutors, school counselors, and instructional day teachers and aides to assist pupils as part of the local educational agency's program enrichment activities. Why would the district not focus on improving providing options in addition to the YMCA, maintaining after reviewing your after-school educational and safety program plan, I find it puzzling to read that this will be a priority enrollment given, and once enrollment is full, there'll be a waiting list. This was not listed on the post by Dr. Myers. All it said was free. Sign up, May 15th. What is the student capacity? Is this an empty promise from our district? Our students are struggling both academically and mentally, and I can account to this firsthand in my office. issues with academic underperformance, testing anxiety, bullying, eating disorders, obesity, self-harm, depression. Sorry, almost done. Suicidal attempts to name a few on the rise. Teachers are short overall. Substitute teachers are not always available. Some schools have put non-teachers in classrooms, making a ratio of 40 to 1. I would like to state that this is a rare occurrence, but I hear it over and over again when talking with district teachers, admin, and staff. I just feel like our students are being treated as products to get funding when it does not entirely make sense. Why this would be the focus of our funds? Why are we investing in what works as opposed to improving what does not? In the end, as much as I would like to say money is not the issue, it is always the issue. We need to ensure that the decisions we are making today do not have a negative impact on tomorrow. We need to trust you. And I think I can speak for the majority when I say I don't right now. Our students are our future and deserve to not be treated as products. They need to be put their needs and the future above all else. I highly recommend you listen to the concerns tonight, basing the needs of the district on the 58 responses to your survey in a district of 5,600 is kind of a joke to me. Please carefully review this legislation, the true needs of our district, the quality of current after-school programs and curriculum, prepare a detailed, accurate budget, and if you can guarantee that we are going to meet the quality of what we have now, proceed. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisette. Is Lisette here?
It's been a long night, so she's ready for bed. All right, well, good evening, board members, and good evening, Superintendent Sanchez. My name is Lisa Rodriguez Peña, and I'm here as a parent and a community member concerned about what's happening with the after-school programs. I asked the board members to reconsider the termination of the YMCA and Youth Alliance after-school programs. Both of the after-school programs have been part of the Hollister School District for more than 20 years and deserve full transparency and on a short notice stating the determination of their contracts. For over 20 years, the YMCA and the Youth Alliance has impacted the lives of Hollister School District students, as many families have shared today. I personally witnessed this, the professional, the social, the academic impacts that the YMCA and the Youth Alliance after-school programs and staff have on students as the site coordinator of the Youth Alliance after-school program. It personally impacted my own professional aspirations and motivated me to pursue a law degree and become a civil rights attorney. Now, as a board member of the Youth Alliance and a parent of a kindergarten of HCLA who attends the YMCA after-school program, I have witnessed the emotional, social, and academic impacts that they have on my child, who wakes up excited to go to school because she knows that at the end of the day, she's going to see the program leaders and be part of a supportive environment that challenges students beyond the general academics. We ask you today to keep the YMCA and the Youth Alliance after-school programs for them and provide them an opportunity to actually have a meeting with you all and hear them, hear what they have to say, and show appreciation for the dedicated number of years that they have served the Hollister School District community. Also, we ask for full transparency of your decision, because it's causing unnecessary stress to the community, knowing that the school district is introducing an after-school program that seems like the reflection of what we currently have within 3 months before the new school year. I thank you. I thank all the families that are here for voicing their concerns and saying what's right to keep CASA and to keep the Youth Alliance. Thank you.
I want to keep the one here because that was my favorite thing. Every time I wake up for school, I'm so excited, and when I go to one here, it's so fun, and then there's a lot of activities to do and get extra music, and I get to play with my friend and I get to say bye to my little friends in my class, and I get to play with a lot of people, and I like the dog. And my teachers are my favorite.
The next speaker is Valeria.
Hi, I'm Ms. B, how my kids call me, but to whoever it concerns, aka the school district. My name is Valeria Mariano. I was a first generation CASA student
when I was in 4th grade. 15 years later, I come back to make a change not only in my life, in the life of every student, but every program there too. I came back due to the fact that Ms. Vero, Ms. Berenice, all these CASA program leaders changed my life. You know how many times I came home and told my mom, my daily school teacher is my favorite? Never. Not because they were mean, but because they never had the one-on-one connection that we had with my program leaders. You know how many times I hear from my students, Ms. B, my teacher's not listening to me, I feel alone a lot of times. You know how many times I hear parents say, Ms. B, my kids relate on you, Ms. B, my kids care about you so much. I love my job, not because I get paid, not because I get to go home and lay down. I love my job because these kids mean the world to me. To me, they're not a number. To me, they're 23 kids who I see every single day who mean the world to me. I grew up being called V, not because it was my nickname, but because my real name is Valeria. It's a really hard name for anybody who does not speak Spanish. Now I have 23 kids call me Ms. V who mean the world to me. It's my favorite nickname. The Youth Alliance has made an impact not just on me. My brother, he goes to Chico. You know what he comes back and says? How's the Youth Alliance? How's Ms. Vero? I'm like, oh, they're cool. They still work here. Because it's the fact that we remember them. Not because they were there, but because they cared about us. They care about every single person in the school. I am low-key really annoyed about that fact that you say we need certified teachers. I'm going to college. I'm graduating next month to be a teacher. I'm going to further my career. I got accepted to CSUMB to become a teacher. I have the potential to teach these kids the fundamentals that I was taught, that I'm teaching these kids every single day. You guys say you guys don't have the knowledge. I spent a whole week teaching them about anatomy. What do I know about anatomy? Nothing. But I learned for these kids. Criminal justice. I have a mind. I'm a pursuing my AA in criminal justice. I teach them criminal justice. My co-workers teach them criminal justice. We figure it out every single day. To me, don't get me wrong, it was a wonderful presentation you had. In my head, it was a copy-paste. Because every single thing you guys talked about in the presentation, we do. We do sports, we do clubs. Miss Selena, who she left, she did a cooking club with her kids. They were excited, they made, I believe, spaghetti. Miss Ashley did spaghetti with her kids at the beginning of the school year. I taught my kids animal club, sports club. I know my time's over, but if I was you guys, I would really reconsider your guys' opinion because we are not just a program like a lot of you guys might think. We are a family. Somos familia. We teach our kids every single day.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lily Schneider.
I'm Lilia Schneider. I am a program leader at Youth Alliance. I would like to start this with a quote from the presentation that we were just given. We would like to bring staff in at an entry level because it helps build continuity and ensures students benefit from experienced staff. I'm confused. I thought you were planning on placing existing certificated teachers and staff in these after-school positions. After that statement, it seems like you know teachers won't do it, and you know you'll have to hire new employees for after school. I ask you this. After hearing teachers speak in this meeting, why would we want to join Hollister School District? We do offer a free program. I think it's very telling that Ms. Myers forgot to leave time for translations and continuation moves past that. You are obviously not prioritizing our immigrant community and ELD students who need these programs the most. If you can't even recognize that half of the people here don't speak English, how will you make sure that they are not left behind in these programs? Your community is here and telling you what they want. Far more than 60 parents came out tonight to show they're upset for what you have decided. CASA provides homework help, interest activities, sports, safety, and health learning, all from qualified and trained staff. you want a successful after-school program, you already have one. Please don't throw us away.
Our next speaker is Mateo Ruiz. Is Mateo here? Okay, next speaker, Jaime Rosales.
Good evening, my name is Jaime Rosales. I'm the parent of Ali Peretta, and I'm here to back up the CASA program. Even though this is my daughter's last year, they have been a big support to me and my family. She's been part of the CASA program for 6 years now. As a single child, CASA has provided my daughter with the social interaction needed for emotional growth that is necessary for growth. The enrichment that the CASA program provides insight in different areas of life, such as coping mechanisms, emotional growth, how to establish friendships. And as you can see, if you looked around earlier, you get a diversity of backgrounds, people from different backgrounds, and those are things that if left to their own devices, I know I myself, everybody wants to belong, and having something that is put forth by the community that costs them the money is something that they want to belong, you know? And even us as adults, we have that tendency that we all want to belong, and you don't get into something positive, you're going to get into something, and sometimes, most times it's bad. These community building skills are building friendships to create a better community. These kids are our future. So this diversity that you see in these rooms are going to be taken into the streets, and these are going to be your future leaders of this community. And that's what we want. We want this diversity. We need it. It's necessary in order for us to fully function as a community. Every student is met with positive attitudes from the CASA leaders. Some of our students come from broken homes where communication is difficult because of the different kinds of backgrounds that we come from, right? And CASA provides us and provides our students with an emotional outlet to be able to identify their emotional needs, how to categorize things, and how to communicate them better, right? I know Youth Alliance goes above and beyond. I know just recently when the floods came, they provided my family with gift cards and whatnot that helped them to kind of stay afloat. Our students have a strong connection with their leaders as they go to them every day. And most of our parents, I know me that was the case, and I know that's the case for everybody now. Things have gotten more expensive, and parents have to work, you know. And CASA, although it's not a daycare, they do provide that outlet, that need for our students. Otherwise, like I said earlier, if you don't have anything to get into, you're going to get into something. I just from my daughter, even though this is her last year, she feels that it's going to be a loss for all the kids involved that come after her. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jeanette Neal.
Good evening, board members. I find it hard to believe that the Hollister School District was planning to end the partnership with the YMCA and the Youth Alliance without us at the table. If you compare today's presentation deck to the Youth Alliance and YMCA contract, it's the same plan, except for it's missing the listing of cultural practices or cultural humility being used when taking these activities, taking the children to activities. And then also using the word pipeline in a positive context really shows the lack of understanding of the BIPOC community. Our bilingual, bicultural, BIPOC staff receive training to prepare them with specialized skills in positive youth development and restorative justice, educational supports, and youth and family engagement that promote the whole child as well. Children and parents of CASA families, and that's what we are a CASA family. All the people that were here today, it's CASA family and YMCA family. They come to staff, just like the young lady was saying previous, when they need help with resources like food, parenting skills, support, or even financial needs. The first people that they go to are our CASA staff. And that's how we know like what our families need. Because they are people that look like them. They're people that talk like them. They're people that understand the celebrations that are celebrated. And there's a huge trust and emotional and a connection that is like a brother, a sister, an aunt, an uncle. And even parents that are far from their homes and don't have their family close to them because they're in other countries, they connect with the CASA staff, and that way it's someone that they have. And that's why when they go somewhere and they come back, they're asking about, is that person still there? Is that person still there? So they come to us because we've established deep trusting relationships that leads them to the 310 4th Street at our location called the Youth Impact Center. Our Youth Impact Center is filled with the students that are teenagers that were in CASA. And they're coming to a safe place so that they're not unsupervised. There's somebody there doing things with them and learning about culture and learning how to stand up at the podium and stand up for your rights. It would be a huge mistake to approve this plan that intentionally removes Youth Alliance and YMCA from after-school programming. Don't pass this plan. Don't pass this plan. We need to be at the table to be able to make something that is going to be better. I'm trying to quote what Dr. I'm sorry, I can't remember your name, but Myers, what Dr. Myers said. We need to all be there to make a plan, not just like invent one with a pretty slide deck. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rico Jimenez.
Hello, Board. Superintendent Sanchez. So it's almost 10 o'clock, so I'll try to keep it brief. I tend to run on. But so a lot of things were covered today. You heard from a lot of folks. You've been hearing from people. So I'm a parent. I'm coming to as a parent, community member. I've been with Youth Alliance, man, it's gonna be like 12 years already in June, so it's been a minute. So I started off with after school. I learned a lot through that, through my college education, graduated, blah, blah, blah. And I've grown a lot, and we've, the term family has been thrown out there quite a bit. And it might sound corny, but it's very true. So it takes a long, long time to build trust, to have kids feel like they belong in a program. Jeanette talked about the kids that show up to our office, every Tuesday and Thursday. And yeah, those are kids that we served when they were like in 3rd, 4th grade. They're coming over here because they trust us. So in that, and I know that there's got to be more to Dr. Myers' plan, because that can't be it. Because in that thing, there was nothing, I didn't see anything about, I heard things about activities, which is cool, karate, not bad, kids will like it. But as far as like the whole like building rapport, building community, and what steps will be taken to establish that, I didn't hear any of that stuff. If a young kid acts out in program, I hope that doesn't mean that he or she gets kicked out just because they're being a pain. Because kids are a pain. And you gotta learn to love those kids. You gotta learn to trust you. They're coming with their baggage, and we gotta be whatever program they're in. And I'm telling you from experience through the Y and through through Youth Alliance, that's already there. It's been there for a long, long time. So it's kind of funky to like start from scratch when those relationships take a long time to build. And as a restorative justice practitioner, is we are taught to heal harm. And what I'm hearing today is that there's gonna be a lot of perpetuation of harm, and I don't get it. It's hard for me to wrap my head around it, and I've been listening to everyone speak, and I still don't have a clear answer as to why. I've heard about the plan, but I don't know why it's happening. Like, I don't know why the choice was made. Like Jeanette mentioned too, I don't know why we weren't at the table. It's not even where we're asking to ask permission from us, but at least let us know what might be coming up. But we do have staff that we hire, and those are humans also. They're the kids we serve. And to just tell them, it's like, hey, you might not have a job after the school year, that's pretty hard to tell another human being when we don't have much of a heads up. Had we had an idea, it would have been cool to work with them more, to give more of a heads up. And it just, to be honest with you, it just seemed like a huge sign of disrespect. And I'm trying to, why? What did we do, or what did the why do to deserve that type of disrespect? And I don't know, I haven't heard the why. I'm not sure what's going on. And like I said, I do know that it takes time to build relationships, and I don't know, I feel like you're throwing a really good thing away, and it's not worth it. So, I'll end there. Thank you.
The next speaker is Albert Rodriguez. Albert Rodriguez. Okay, the next speaker is Barbara Brown. Next speaker is Wayne Jones. Okay, the next speaker is Mallory Schmidt.
Hello, Board Superintendent Sanchez. Apologies, I didn't really intend to speak tonight. When arriving at this meeting, I really just came to listen and support, but I kind of felt moved to speak as I listened to this presentation. My name is Mallory Schmidt. I am a community member here. I work and live here. I also serve on the YMCA Advisory Board, among other boards. And I do hate to say this, but the new after-school program being presented tonight does appear to be poorly laid out. In all honesty, I expected more, given that the new school year is set to start in less than 4 months. And we are expecting to hire and train staff to run these programs by then. These are people who will be working with our children. I found it ironic that the statement was made, rude to exclude, and yet we are choosing to exclude and terminate successful partnerships with the YMCA, Youth Alliance, CASA. My question is, why not pilot a few programs first, rather than shut the door on these already incredibly valuable existing programs? Reputable organizations, might I add. And then, do I have it right that you expect school district staff, in essence teachers, who are already being overworked and underpaid, to voluntarily sign up to help out with the instruction and tutoring portions of this program? Lastly, a statement made in passing with an employee of the county health department does not suffice as creating partnerships or being in talks with an entity. I do strongly err on the side of begging this school district board to please revisit this idea of this program and begin with a pilot of this program rather than terminating successful existing after-school programs. Thank you, guys.
The next speaker is Cheryl Rito.
Thank you. I really hadn't planned on speaking to this item, but when it was first begun, red flags went off like I couldn't believe. I am nearly outraged that this board has gone to the time and trouble of translating this report, but neither of the other two reports were translated. Doesn't all of our community deserve to hear the report on the state of teachers in this district? Doesn't our entire community deserve to hear the report on our SEL efforts? It's shameful that this is the only report that was done. And don't we have our translators that used to do it simultaneously? So then I decided, might as well talk about this item. I was really hopeful. When I first heard about this, I was very hopeful that I could get behind this. But seeing how it is laid out, I don't understand how you've all gotten so much wrong. You are not listening. You don't have a pulse of the community on a whole host of issues. And so I'm going to go through this a little bit page by page. And I agree with the other comments that looking at this affirmations page, we're just copying and pasting. Is it plagiarism? I don't know. I'm not going to say that. And I do know for a fact that both of our programs provide all of the things that the program you're hearing about tonight does, with the exception of having certificated teachers do some tutoring, and they're not sending students to private gymnastics lessons. Okay, but everything else is there. And by the way, do you know how dangerous gymnastics is? What is the district's liability if a student gets injured on the way to one of these programs or at the program? And do you know how really expensive these private swim and gymnastics and equestrian lessons are? Yes. And I see the chart that shows number 1 being academic activities, yet they are like number 52 of the wheel of interest. Tutoring and homework help have 2% and 3%. So out of however many responses, is that like 2 kids in the whole district who we are going to be able to get for tutoring and academic support? The other one is, you talked about partnerships. Well, and the San Benito Robotics is there. Well, that's 1% of the responses. It uses the word building a teacher pipeline. I consider it more of a pipe dream. Because after all, it mentions being at an entry level. If I were to be applying, I would certainly hope I was not being expected or considered an entry-level employee. And looking at getting teachers to come, do you realize we give 100% for 7.5 hours a day? There isn't much left for our own children at home. And I certainly hope that no teacher applies for this unless they're getting time and a half. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bonnie. Bonnie?
Thank you. So I'm a parent of, I have 4 children. But my children do attend Calaveras and AAA. And my children also attend CASA. And I think it's so despicable of all of you guys to make a decision without even consulting the parents nor the staff. This is ridiculous. This is not the first time that you guys have done this. The communication, like I think I mentioned one time before, is not there. You guys are funding this other program. What you guys should do is invest in these programs and these teachers, because they are the ones that are with our children. And I thank all of you.
Thank you to everybody who came up and participated in public comment so far. We're on agenda item 12, which is consent items. Can I get a motion to approve items 12A through 12M.
I'll make a motion that we approve consent items 12A through 12M.
Can I get a second?
A second.
Okay, roll call, trustee Grist,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Martinez,
Aye.
trustee Tosti,
Aye.
trustee Marks is ayes, passes 5-0. Item 13 is approval of board meeting minutes from March 28, 2023. So can I get a motion for approving item 13?
Actually, I'd like to make a motion to amend the minutes, specifically item the discussion of approval of contract of KYA services. I see that my comments of questioning clause 1 is not on there, and they should be there. So,
Which number was it?
number 13, discussion of approval of contract. As I recall, Mr. Becerra was here explaining the contract, and I specifically asked him questions regarding clause 1, which was the what happens when basically when the industry changes. It's muddy, and I think it's important to be in.
So it's 13F specifically.
Yes.
F or G?
13G, sorry.
Oh, 13G?
Yeah.
G.
G. So that was when he was explaining about the contract. And then I asked him about clause 1 that was in the contract.
How do we do that, Chris?
So then we would amend it.
Amend it to include my comments.
Mm-hmm. We'd amend it to include the comment.
Okay,
Mhm.
so that's your
That's my motion.
motion. Can I get a second on that motion?
Second.
Okay, roll call, trustee Grist,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Martinez,
Aye.
trustee Tosti.
Aye.
I abstain because I was not here. Okay, so,
And I make a motion that having made the minutes amended, that we approve the minutes.
We just did.
we did.
With the minutes.
Yeah,
with the
as
amendment.
amended, thank
All
you.
right.
Okay, so item 14 is the discussion/action items. 14A is the discussion and action on the ELOP and ACES program plans. So Dr. Colleen Myers.
So the ACES plan was recently updated for the 23-26 series as required by the state. It has been vetted by the Region 5 team and at the state level, so that is for your consideration. The ELOP program, or ELOP plan, has been updated to the new format. Prior, on our website, we had the original plan from 2021, I believe. So that has been amended for your consideration.
Okay, do any trustees have any comments or questions?
So what does an approval of this mean?
So it says that all of the requirements that they're asking us in order to get the funding, that they're included in that plan and detailed there.
So if we approve this, then YMCA and Youth Alliance are out.
No, this is simply just for the funding, that we're gonna check all of our boxes for
Right, so
funding.
this is just so the district can receive funding, so it has not discontinued YMCA.
Correct.
It has not discontinued Youth Alliance. It could allow for more dialogue that we would have with those two groups to try to come up with, so this is just allowing money to come in.
Yes. This is saying that we're committing to the requirements of the funding, and these are the things that we're going to do to satisfy those requirements.
And it's not agreeing us to spend the money in a specific way.
It is by the requirements.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, we are restricted by how to spend it.
It doesn't get into the
Into
nitty gritty
details.
of who gets,
So I want to say one more time. So if we vote yes on this, we are not suspending YMCA. We are not suspending Youth Alliance.
That's correct.
All we're approving is the paperwork that's required by the state to receive funds for after-school programs.
Yes.
And we are not moving forward, right, with the proposed 11C,
Sorry.
right? Or
So this is for approval of the reports that go to the state. It's your acknowledgement that we have a plan in order to receive funds.
Okay, this is not for any plan. This is just so the district receives money for after-school programs. It is not allocated to any one program.
It's not an MOU, yes.
This is not, we are not kicking anybody out. YMCA and Youth Alliance are still there. All this does is allow us to seek after-school funding.
Can a public comment? Because I would have a concern then as public.
Sorry, so we've
This is our turn
given
right now.
the opportunity for the public to give us their input on the items beforehand.
All the names were not called.
I just feel it's inaccurate.
There's a
So-
bunch of cards that were filled
Right,
out.
so
no one was-
you will get a chance, we still have your speaker cards. So right now, the presenter does their presentation. The board gets to take their opportunity to ask our presenter questions, clarifying questions for us.
As long as you understand, ties have already been severed. Emails were sent to the Y and the U Alliance. I
Okay,
just want you to
so-
know that as a board.
So we do have public comments of those folks that are still gonna talk on this item right after we ask our questions. So we'll give you an opportunity to also ask more questions. I wanna, that was actually my question. Jan kept saying this means whatever, or it doesn't mean whatever, but clearly we sent an email through Parent Square saying this was gonna happen. And that is why we had the active participation tonight from our community. And I don't think we're being clear. And so that is a big concern, because if we're not being clear and we're not being collaborative, this isn't gonna be successful for us, for our students, and our community. And so I understand the plan that we have to provide to the state to receive the funds. And that makes sense. But, I asked the question, how many students would this serve? You said approximately around 800. And what they're currently serving is approximately 400. Does it preclude us from receiving these funds if we kept them, providing the services that they do for those 400, and we provide these services for we have 5,600 students in our school district.
Right.
Why couldn't we work together? I'm just wondering, why does this program preclude us from working together?
So we need to make sure that all of the obligations and requirements are satisfied at the region level. There is, we need to make sure that both entities are operating under the requirements that we're committing ourselves to in this plan.
But that could be what I'm saying is that could be the conversation with these entities, that we prioritize that for the purpose of the grant, and they supplement the additional services to the other students that may not be able to participate through our program.
That's a consideration.
Well, because we have job loss. I mean, that's a legitimate concern.
No, I'm looking at students.
Well,
I'm
yes.
looking at what we've got going on.
Yes.
You know, that is a different conversation.
Right.
But what I'm trying to say is, can we work together? Because I know we're competing for the same students, generally, right? Because their targeted groups are socially disadvantaged, financially disadvantaged students, or foster youth, or ELs. These are special ed or high target students that need more support.
Right.
And I agree that they need more support versus less support. And I think we missed the mark on this one in working more collaboratively together versus doing it, I think, the way, this was a learning moment, I think, for all of us.
I agree that it is a learning moment. I think that there is the opportunity for us to have candid conversations with our partners as to the areas that we need to make sure that they are checking, that they are absolutely providing, they're not compromising our district because of their.
Right, but you have a brilliant plan, they have history and brilliant work as well. So I think we can still provide good things to the Hollister School District students and community if we could work together, and from now to whenever we have to do this, but looking at making sure that we prioritize. I don't think they're against whatever we set as far as the guidance of what we need to provide, and they supplement with whatever they can.
Well, one of the things is, I think, is who's driving the bus. Is that correct? Who's going to be in charge? Who's driving the bus?
Who's taking the responsibility?
Right, and so this grant, we get into, who's going to be in charge. And so this is where, we have to sit down and frankly, the money is going to be coming this way. So it's the driver of the bus is how things are going to get set up. And frankly, some of the organizations may not want to deal with that. And that's a frank conversation that has to happen. We have to be honest and fair, of what's going on, but the conversation must happen.
Right. And we have a detailed MOU partnership with both of them as to what they need to provide. And so we need to consider when that is jeopardized, what are our actions and what are our steps.
That's right.
So I did want to, if I may, provide some clarification and information that I think would be beneficial. So the plans or the programs currently operate under a memorandum of understanding. That's an annual memorandum of understanding with the Hollister School District. And that MOU ends every June 30th of that fiscal year. For years, we have had an MOU, an agreement with two of the agencies, YMCA and Youth Alliance, that allows for us to receive funding, and then we subcontract with these agencies to provide services to the Hollister School District students. Currently, there's about 450 students that are being served by both Youth Alliance and YMCA. YMCA is a program that operates where if a family is financially able to, they pay a tuition fee and a registration fee if they have the ability to for the YMCA program. We have definite benefits from both programs. The concept that we're bringing forward is to braid together the ACES funding with the ELOP funding to leverage that and have a greater outreach to doubling potentially the number of students that we can reach. When we talk about 450 students, which are important, versus 800 or so students, that's the size of the population that we potentially could serve if we go this route. The other aspects of this is we've been talking tonight about how are we going to staff this. So we have several layers of staffing. We have certificated staff that potentially, we have teachers right now who work supplemental work because they want to, either in the summertime or after school or before school intervention. This would be another opportunity for those current staff members, those teachers that want to provide academic tutoring. We would provide that opportunity. We've not determined the rate of pay. We've not determined the requirements yet, but it is above and beyond what's being currently offered. We also have the opportunity to hire back some of our classified staff that we have laid off. We've had 2 layoffs in the last 28 months, and we have staff that are still not employed. We also have the opportunity to hire new classified staff into the school district, just the way we have paraprofessionals. We have paraprofessionals that are currently working to become teachers. They are currently taking leaves of absences that we as a district afford them, and that we collaborate with the classified union to ensure that they have the opportunity to student teach in our classrooms and ultimately be hired as teachers. This would be no different than that, where classified staff would work for the Hollister School District, benefit from health and welfare benefits that we offer, benefit from when the classified union has a salary increase, benefit from retirement, vacation pay, sick leave, and all of those different benefits, right, that an employee would obtain. Not only that, but we would also open up all training that is offered to classified staff to these potential employees. We have had conversations with the classified union and their labor rep in regards to the different job descriptions, job titles. We have negotiated these years in the past because we already piloted a program such as this. It was called Extensions a few years back. It was highly successful at Ladd Lane, a higher socioeconomic school, but also at Calaveras, with classified staff, with the job descriptions that we already negotiated. We have completed that process. At that time, because of the funding that we were utilizing, that funding was eliminated. But we've heard, tonight that ELOP funding is funded by a proposition. Right now, everything that we're hearing and that we are receiving in regards to information from the state, in regards to information from the county, is that this is sustainable. We, again, would want to be as diligent as we can, working with our financial officer to ensure that we're not extending ourselves. And that opens up to the door. What if the Hollister School District cannot hire enough staff? We are open to creating the MOUs with different agencies to allow for us to provide the services as of July 1 if we need it. The opportunity is there. It might look different, but nonetheless, the opportunity is there. I'm trying to remember all the different points that I wanted to make sure we made. If you have any additional questions, I think, we're definitely open for them.
For this particular item, we are just taking care of the state requirements to make sure that we continue to be funded for these programs, if we approve, right?
Yes, that was my understanding.
Yeah. Okay. Did we do public comment before?
So the first speaker is Anthony Lopez.
Good evening, HSD staff and board members. My name is Anthony Lopez, and I am the Associate Director of Expanded Learning for Youth Alliance. I am an alumni of HSD, Arlo Hardin, Rancho, and San Benito High, educated by many here tonight. I'm speaking today to encourage HSD and our board to rethink the current proposed ACES and ELOP plan and allow Youth Alliance the opportunity to continue our programs and work alongside our district to improve and expand support for students. I've been with the agency for 10 years in expanded learning. I started as a program leader. I worked with several districts. I am now a director, and I've done everything in between. I have a lot of passion for the work that I do. We are currently in 13 school sites, 4 different districts, and we're serving 5 school sites here in Hollister. Calaveras, Aro Hardin, Mays, Rancho, and AAA with the ACES and ELOP funding. The work that I'm most proud of, I'd say, over the last 10 years and through our agency has been our connection, our relationship building, through community building practices and restorative practices as well. I think that this will cause great harm to our families, to disconnect them from familiar faces that they've known and grown deep roots with for several years as we've been a part of the district. I would also like to speak on behalf of our staff. One thing that I heard earlier was creating pathways, and that's exactly what Youth Alliance does. Our staff are young and eager individuals that are from this community. Most of them are were a part of our CASA programs and educated here in Hollister. They are bilingual, biliterate, and share many of the same unique life experiences as the students we are serving through ACES and ELOP programs. They are passionate and driven, many with the desire to be credentialed teachers, counselors, social workers, educators in the future. YA has been a stepping stone for staff to gain employment in many of the districts we support, including HSD. Our agency supports their educational paths and gives them valuable experience working with youth and their families, as well as professional development opportunities in several areas: community building and restorative practices, harm repair and circle keeping, classroom management and PBIS, curriculum development, and lesson facilitation, to name a few. I also just want to mention that sadly we were not requested to be a part of any of the new design for the new ACES and ELOP programs, and I would highly recommend that you look through those completely. My understanding, when you look at sustainability, it is going to be district-led with the elimination of the current CASA and YMCA programs. I also want to say that several years back when we did the 2020-2023 plan, we all came together and sat at the table. We worked with the YMCA, we worked with Caroline Calero, who was here with the district, and just looking over the first 3 pages, the highlighted areas are word for word what is in the new plan. So when we talk about developing curriculum that's focused on community building, when we talk about career and college readiness, when we talk about STEAM, this is what we brought to the table. I really just would like to say, in conclusion, that we are all for collaboration. We understand educational alignment. We've done this in districts. We just went through a huge FPM audit in Gilroy, right? We know the requirements. We know what it means. Region 5 leads, Mar, Wold, Letigo, Mazgang, I hate to name drop, but we are very, very close and connected to them. We understand how these programs need to operate, and we could do that in partnership. So I ask, my simple request is that the decision is not made to pass these plans without further conversation, and that we're able to just strengthen collaboration and provide, a strong program for our students. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Jose Martinez Saldana.
Good evening, board and Superintendent Sanchez. I'm going to use a phrase: change for change's sake is not always the best path. My name is Jose Martinez Saldana. I'm the Deputy Director of Operations for Youth Alliance and have worked as an educator for the better part of 30 years at several local universities and colleges, where I ended up as a Dean of Student Services. Worked with pre-college programs for 25 years, developmental, college prep programming. So coming to this meeting, I was not really thinking I was going to speak, but I did go ahead and jot down some notes. So we have probably all heard the saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, according to feedback from Dr. Myers, the district has nothing negative to say about the quality of services and collaborative work it has received from Youth Alliance, and we presume also from the YMCA. No mention has been made that would suggest it is a budgetary issue for the district, since there have been sufficient and significant funding increases from the state to the district, specifically to expand ELOP programming. The way the change is being presented to the community is misleading. Almost every offering has already been available to students at HSD, the Youth Alliance, the YMCA, or one of our other community partners, such as the Arts Council, who we partner with on a regular basis. A closer look at the written plan that was submitted to the California Department of Education in October 2022 looks almost identical to the plan that Youth Alliance, YMCA, and then HSD Director of Education Services, Carolyn Calero, collaboratively wrote in 2019. Much of what is mentioned in the recruitment flyers for the new programming are the curricular contributions YA made to that plan. And many of the sports and other supplemental activities are what YMCA has as strengths. The irony is that the two primary providers are being cut out from the new plan or being relegated to simply providing activities. So it begs the question then, why is there a proposal to change the service model that effectively cuts out two community partners from contributing to the development of well-rounded and healthy learners before the Board of Trustees? I am appealing to the board to hit the pause button on this change and direct Dr. Myers to work with Youth Alliance and the YMCA to review the proposed plan and reimagine it to continue to keep the heart and soul that staff from those two organizations bring to their work each and every day at their respective HSD sites, all to help support the educational development and emotional well-being of the students they serve. Both organizations have worked for many years with the district in a collaborative spirit that at a minimum deserves consideration. Not doing so just seems like we're making a change for change's sake. Two things I want to go ahead and point out really, really quickly, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. Interest does not equal need. There was an interest survey. That's different from addressing needs that our community has, which Youth Alliance staff were on the front lines during the COVID shutdown, delivering Chromebooks, hotspots, and meals on a weekly basis, representing the district, and conducting weekly wellness checks with the families to make sure that if they needed other resources, we could serve as a connector to those services. The other is, how does robotics address homelessness? Thank you.
Renee Casas.
Really good energy here today. Good evening, buenas noches, Hollister School District Board and Superintendent, Assistant Superintendent. First and foremost, before I go on and provide my public comment, I really want to acknowledge and really uplift the young people who actually came up and spoke, the families and our community members who took time to be here tonight with us and share their public comments. It's pretty scary to be up here without having training, but you see that a lot of their engagement and civic engagement comes from the direct work that our Youth Alliance staff and YMCA staff provide to our young leaders and our families. So my name is Rene Casas. I'm the Deputy Director of Programs at Youth Alliance, and as we heard from parents, students, and staff, the Casa de Milagros after-school program has been a foundation from which students, families, and the Hollister School District staff have benefited immensely. The stories and experience that you have heard or will hear from upcoming speakers shed the light of importance of having a community-based organizations collaborate with school district to meet students' needs while also tailoring specific programs to students' needing more support. In looking at Casa de Milagros data, it is evident that the success is due mainly because of Youth Alliance's staff, their expertise in providing a tremendous after-school program, but also engaging students and families to continue community involvement, creating a pipeline of success that transcends the educational setting into Youth Alliance's organizational programming for continued support beyond their time at Hollister School District. At Youth Alliance, youth voice matters. Youth have a voice. And more than statistical numbers on a page, survey results give a voice to the needs of the future and the youth that cannot be here with you all tonight. The following are some results from a 2021 and 2022 survey of our Casa de Milagros program, in which 91% of our respondents felt excited to learn new things during their program at Casa. 80% of them felt completely safe while at Casa de Milagros at school program. 90% of our participants felt that a close connection to their Casa program leaders, which allowed the students to develop bonds with other caring adults, increasing their social and emotional well-being. Youth have answered that they wish to continue receiving help from after-school programs like Casa and YMCA. To learn math, complete homework, help with reading, learn how to control themselves, learn how to build up their self-esteem, help with anxiety, and teach them how to play sports. These are just some data points to the more benefits that Youth Alliance has to offer. Not to mention the valuable benefits of academic support during after school. And for this reason, I, along with those here in attendance and y'all following us on via internet, I ask that you not approve the current proposed plan and allow Youth Alliance and YMCA to work with those that have developed the proposed Hollister School District after-school plan that you all saw today, ensuring an opportunity for a collaborative approach to serve the Hollister School District students and continue this great partnership. Thank you very much.
As a matter of housekeeping, we have the obligation at 10:30 to take a vote to extend the meeting time. And it has a limit of an extra 30 minutes.
You have to address the time frame for an
We
extra
would-
hour,
we would
or you
But
decide
set
there
the
isn't a
time.
maximum?
No, there isn't a maximum. If
Okay,
you wanted
that's what
to
I
give
wanted
us
to
an
know.
hour, you wanted to give us, because we still have 1, 2,
Yes.
3, 4 items
I know.
for discussion action.
Yeah,
and
I
then
just
the
wanted to
rest-
make sure there wasn't a parameter that we couldn't
No.
go over. Okay.
No, we could be here till midnight if we wanted to. I hope that isn't the case, but again, giving everyone an opportunity to do public comments is why we're here till 10:30, to give everyone an opportunity. We're not done with the public comments, so whoever put one in for this item still will be called. We just have to make
We
a
have to take the
decision as a
housekeeping.
board whether or not to continue with our board meeting or call it now at 10:30. That is per our bylaws.
Can you please ask Diane Ortiz to come up?
Well, we
Did
still-
Did you hear, you know, you need to listen to Trustee Martinez.
So-
She says we have one more
We have to do
speaker.
this first.
Yes, we can't extend the meeting because as the board policy stands now, the meeting is to finish at 10:30. If we've conducted finished business or not, and we still have not finished our business tonight. So we have to vote the board to either finish and come back at a different date to conclude the items that are left on our agenda, or we continue for another hour to complete, hopefully if within that hour, we need to complete everything on our agenda for tonight.
Thank you.
So it is up for the board to make a motion to extend the meeting, and for how much longer?
Give each our opinion.
Somebody has to make a motion.
Can I ask a question before we make a motion?
We have to make a motion first
And
to
then have
debate it.
discussion.
Okay.
I make a motion that we stay here until we complete our business, regardless of what the plan is.
Is there a second? I'll second it. So, any discussion?
Now we're up for discussion.
Yeah, if we finished this 14A and then came back tomorrow, can we come back tomorrow? Would people be able to come back tomorrow?
No, because the motion and it was seconded to finish business, conclude it tonight.
Well, that's why I asked, could we, you said in discussion.
Not if the person who made the motion, they would have to amend their motion. But right now, we have a first and a second to conclude business tonight.
You can make an argument, right?
I-
As a
She
discussion.
can, as a discussion,
Yeah,
to,
as part
to
of
convince
discussion.
the one that made the motion
Correct,
to amend the motion.
Right.
And then you would
hence
make
the discussion.
amend the second.
Right,
But again, people came out tonight
Right.
because we put on the agenda that these things, they're here, sitting here, waiting
Right.
for a decision. It isn't fair for them. I know, I have to go to work tomorrow. And everyone else that's here, you know, that works tomorrow, yes, including our teachers and other staff members and community members, so. I mean, the motion was made to conclude business.
I wish we would have put a little bit of a time cap on it. I don't believe in being here till 2 o'clock in the morning.
I mean,
It was unlimited.
I don't know, it was limited to finishing business.
Right.
That could take us till
2 o'clock in the morning. I think
it's taken us until 10:30 to get where we still have
1, 2, 3,
Five.
4 other items to discuss and take action on. Plus, we have public
And-
comments for those
Right,
items.
right.
Where are we at? Are we gonna make a vote? Are you calling for a
Well,
vote?
we're discussing his motion for
Well,
second.
and I can't discuss, so.
You can, again, she said, you can try to convince him to
Put
move
a
it.
limit on it.
I'm not limiting this free speech. I'm not gonna do that.
So then we take a vote.
Okay, let's take a vote, roll call vote. Trustee Grist,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Martinez,
Aye.
trustee Tosti,
Aye.
and trustee Marks is an aye, so passes 5-0. We will continue.
Okay, we have one more speaker for this, and that's Diana King. Diana King.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you for that time. Appreciate it. Good evening, board, educators, community members, superintendent Sanchez. My name is Diane Ortiz. I'm the CEO of Youth Alliance. On Friday, on April 14th, via phone call, the Hollister School District told us that they were going to close the Youth Alliance CASA programs at the end of the school year. When I asked why, the response was that we've been very pleased with the programs from our partners, but we want to wipe the slate clean. I asked for a meeting to discuss the plan for a transition and hope to find a way for us to work together. That was never responded to. The announcement to have a completely district-run program was made public the following week to the surprise of parents, students, many administrators, and teachers. I'm urging you to consider the plan to close CASA. In 2006, the Hollister School District approached the Youth Alliance about its failing district-run after-school programs. If Hollister School District could not increase the attendance, find the after-school staff, and make the budget work, the district would have to give this funding back to the state and close the free after-school programs available to the highest need schools and their families. Despite the challenges, Youth Alliance was committed and the after-school program Casa de Milagros was created. It was so successful that a neighboring district, which had also struggled with its 100% district-run program, reached out to Youth Alliance. After its second year of this new partnership, our collaborative program received an award of excellence from the California Department of Education. It is partnership that makes after-school programs successful and of high impact because it leverages the strength of each organization. Youth Alliance is a trusted community resource to families and students, and what we bring adds value to the district's efforts. YA works with youth, parents, and community to craft specialized and culturally relevant programs for all youth, especially for students who need extra support, like English learners, foster, or unhoused youth. ELOP funding allows the partnership with community partners to operate school sites. YA CASA wants to work with the district to increase academic alignment and additional activities to support all students. The ELOP funding requirement for programming does not require nor supports HSD's plan to cut YA and YMCU programs. District run does not have to mean district staff runs each school site. The most important and impactful programs and sites that YA operates are in partnership with a neighboring district leveraging ELOP funding. So then why act this abruptly? There are so many models that bring out the strengths of our education experts and community partners to build a robust, highly effective, and engaging program. Adding more to the already stressed school site teams is not necessary. And we are concerned about our students to remove trusted mentors and long-lasting relationships from the schools at a time when students are still trying to cope with the impacts of COVID, learning loss, relearning social skills, and dealing with depression, anxiety, or bullying. The closure of CASA is a surprise disruption that is causing a lot of unnecessary stress and confusion. YA has the infrastructure and has shown that we are willing and exceptionally good at collaborating with schools, students, and community. So again, please do not shut down CASA. Continue the conversation with us. If you're approving the ELOP plan or the ACES plan, make sure it does not effectively eliminate the Casa de Milagros programs and work with us, engage with us in conversation. Youth Alliance has repeatedly shown that we are committed to working collaboratively and effectively to serve our young people. Thank you.
Okay, that's the conclusion for the public comment on item 14A. So do we discuss any more?
If you have discussion.
I have a question. When I'm reading through the program, there is a paragraph under instructions that the after-school grantee is responsible for creating, reviewing, and updating the program every 3 years. The grantee must work collaboratively with after-school partners and staff to develop and review the program plan. If the grantee subcontracts with an outside provider to operate the after-school program, the grantee is ultimately responsible for the plan, and that the grantee should include the subcontractor in the development and review of the plan and provide a copy of the document to the subcontractor. It is recommended that the plan be reviewed annually. The plan, as I see it right now, does not have a subcontract option that I can see. So I feel.
What page are you on?
I was on page 203. And it's the 5th page of the actual plan for ACES. And I'm assuming that the ELOP plan probably has a similar instruction. So based on the discussion tonight and the way that the plan is written right now, I feel that we should, have not vote on it this evening. It would be tabling it, right? For more information and some more questions to be considered and answered. And that would include both plans. I thought I understood what's going on, but a lot of information was presented this evening that makes me feel like I have more questions that we don't have time to do tonight. Right. So I move that we table 14A. The only question I have is, does this impact us? Is there a date?
Is there a timeline?
Is there a due date?
So we do have to have this approved. Some of this, as we recall, it has already been created, and we're amending it to reflect the fact that we as a district want to have oversight of ACES and ELOP. What this does is it allows for us to not necessarily subcontract if we find that we can run all of our programs. If we find that we need to subcontract because, X reason, then it gives us that flexibility. Part of subcontracting requires us to also be legally compliant with certain state requirements, such as billing and invoicing, such as compliance reasons in regards to what the state requires. We would handle all of that in-house. We would not be invoicing folks necessarily unless we subcontract. The board would be made aware because then that would be a publicly approved memorandum of understanding. At this time, we do have a bit of difficulty with the invoicing because we are subcontracting. They're not necessarily timely. Sometimes we have invoices that are delayed or that lack information that jeopardize the funding currently. This would allow us to be solely and completely responsible for not only the financial pieces, the programmatic pieces, but also the compliance pieces.
So, this is something that, that has been a problem then?
Yep.
Okay, so we've been out of compliance?
We have.
Okay.
So approving this,
We're talking about money and paying.
excuse me, this is my time right now. If we do approve this, are you saying that we can still reach out to a partner?
Yes.
Okay.
And this,
Go ahead, Jen. Well, this is where I get confused. So, I understand that the billing and specificity of the billing, I get it, that there's been some miscommunication, whatever. It hasn't been coming in right, and it's made us out of compliance. Okay, I get it. And not on their fault, but I get it, okay? It's just, that's the way it is. So we need to clean that up. That's been a problem. So the money needs to come here, and we need to dictate how it goes out.
Yes.
And that's what this
Document
instruction,
does.
That's what this would do.
so this instruction is just to make sure that it is our dishing it out versus
the district,
invoicing.
the district would have more oversight as to how and when we would contract, right? And with who we would contract. If the district comes to a place where it is determined that we're able to provide all of the after-school programming that we would want to, we would hire our own staff. We would hire our own classified staff to be able to staff the program. If, let's say that we have a higher interest at a particular school and we're not able to potentially have sufficient staffing, we may say, you know, such and such agency, we would like to subcontract with you, and please come in. Would you like to partner? Do you want to continue a partnership? And so on. It allows the district to have the oversight. Trustee Grist said driving a bus. Who's driving the bus?
Right.
This would allow for the district to drive the bus, so to speak.
Okay, so, but if we're the driving the bus because we've got all the money, what is to prevent us though from having a collaboration meeting with YMCA and Youth Alliance together to see if we could work out some kind of collaboration for next year? Because actually, I am a little concerned about, people are having trouble hiring everywhere. And so I'm concerned about our ability to be able to staff positions and you know, I think some of their points are very valid. And I think that we shouldn't be cutting off our nose, in spite of ourselves. And I think some collaboration would just enhance our success for next year. I also thought their idea of a pilot program was a good idea. Instead of jumping in head first. I see all kinds of benefits, but it's not going to happen unless we talk.
Right. So I would like to remind the board that we did have a pilot program at Calaveras,
Okay.
which is a lower socioeconomic school.
Right.
It had maximum capacity, and we had a pilot program at Ladin Lane. The program
This-
itself.
This year?
No, the program itself was called Extensions, and it was
Uh-huh.
maybe pre-COVID. At that time, the district was undergoing financial constraints because of the funding sources that we were using. We had to eliminate those staff members. Those staff members are still on the layoff list. Our staff members from last spring, a year ago, are still on the layoff list.
Right.
So we have staff that we can tap into. We also have a feature of ELOP happening over the summer, which we are calling day camp. And as you recall, we have a very high interest in providing day camp to staff. We're currently hiring for those positions. And we did not turn away any students, so we have the
800,
opportunity to provide, and, you know, if we wanted a fresher pilot, there is our fresher pilot. And it will be closely tied to the school day, but it's an opportunity for the Hollister School District to operate its own and try it. The idea that we have been talking with our classified union is the creation of positions for our staff, or future staff.
I mean, my concern is that as this document is, the ambiguity of the language and the lack of, I understand that the decision to subcontract would solely be on your hands if you cannot assume the responsibilities that are already being taken care of by these organizations. I'm also a little, again, I'm new. I'm also a little concerned that we're getting this information very last minute, considering that these surveys came out as early as October of last year. And so at this point, I could not support this. As is.
I believe we did get information on these programs.
We did,
Yeah.
we have been.
did.
Again, I'm not sure if I was here at that time, but I know that as far as the
No,
survey.
this isn't the first time we've heard about this.
We've been talking about it for some
Yeah.
months now.
Mhm.
Also, we would want to,
It's been at
you
board
know,
meetings.
we would want to, you know, remind the public that we did have a smaller sample, you know, of the survey results. But I do want to clarify that those responses were from the pool of current students attending, the 450 or so students,
Right.
not the 5,700 total population.
Right.
It was open from October to April, which is, you know, several months. The opportunity was there. 98% of the families are contactable. We have record of that on Parent Square in regards to how we obtained the information.
I think for me, not being completely transparent with the idea of what our intention was. If our idea from the very beginning was to cut ties with the Youth Alliance and the YMCA, because we wanted to bring our own, I think the lack of communication with our partners that have been providing this service to our students was disrespectful. I just can't, I'm with, you know, I can't support a program that we want to establish having gone through this process and not having had those discussions with them to even talk about the things that we weren't in compliance with.
Yeah.
Wasn't even a conversation.
Yeah, they should have known.
Those meetings were held.
But I just, I don't think parents understood what was at stake. Because even if our partners didn't know what was at stake, you know, let alone our parents. And I get that we have how many total students in our district? And we're trying to provide, they currently provide a service to 400. We want to double that. But why couldn't you is it because that funding, we're giving part of that funding to them to provide that service, that we are now needing to keep the funding so that we can provide that support to the 800?
That's exactly how it works. So we receive a grant. We are the LEA, the local educational agency that receives the ACES funding. The funding comes to us, and then we distribute the funds based on the invoices that we receive for services. We make payment. It's like a contractor when we contract for another service. They provide the service, they invoice us, we pay them. What we're trying to, bring before the board tonight is the opportunity for the Hollister School District to retain the funding, and leverage that with ELOP funding to create opportunities for potential growth in the program where we're not paying a subcontractor necessarily. I'm not saying that we won't, because that's too premature. What I'm saying is that the district would have oversight in regards to how we operate with the funding, whether or not we choose to hire our own staff, whether or not we choose to create positions. This opportunity, which is what we've not also, we haven't talked about, is that ELOP funds require 30 days of 9-hour intercessions. So what that means is that potentially during Christmas break, we would offer a program.
Right.
We may want to subcontract Christmas break. If we look at February, the ski week, we would potentially want to offer a 9-hour day for service for students on the intercessions. We are required to provide 30 days worth of intercession with the funding. We also are, looking into districts, I don't believe we've mentioned this tonight, that aren't able to create a sustainable program, and so they're trying to find ways to send the money back because they can't do it. There are districts across California that are doing that. We don't want to do that. We want to create a program so that we can utilize the funds and keep them here in our community.
I want the opportunity for many students to go. Student, for free. I don't feel like we are thinking about those students. I understand we don't want to be out of compliance. And I feel that that'd be great if we could bring along a partner. But we need to drive the bus. I don't like being out of compliance. That's not good. So I just feel it's a better opportunity for many more students to go for free at no cost.
Yeah. So I've made my motion. Does anybody want to second that motion?
So the motion was to table.
To
this
table
item.
it for tonight?
To table it, but with what intent? With what directive?
I feel like I need a little bit more, I need to consider it a little bit longer. I need to understand it better. I'm hearing all the discussion that's going on tonight. I just still feel like I'm not solid enough in the information that I have and that I've been presented, and then the information that I've heard, to make a decision that I can feel comfortable with.
My only concern with that is that I think Martinez here asked if we have a date.
Right, I don't think we have that answer. Right. Do we have a due date?
It's an annual update.
So we have
It's
until the
annual
end of, we have until June 30th?
We have, if the board wishes to table this to request more information from the staff, we could bring this back next month.
I would like to see, to work on what you have sent as a motion. I would like to give maybe a little bit more direction and ask that, that there is a meeting with the YMCA and Youth Alliance and go over some of the complaints that HSD had, and so that they understand. I mean, we have to be transparent and open up and be open about what some of the issues were, and then explain to them what it means to drive a bus and how you would see this working out, and then come back and give us a report on how that went and what the future would be. That's what I would like to see, because I don't think there's been enough talk between the parties. And we're kind of left, what is the one where you have to pull the baby apart? That's what I feel like we're being asked to do. And I think we need to, there needs to be a little bit more discussion and maybe a little bit more ideas about who these other partners would be that we would be working with, so that we get a better idea.
Is what you're talking about maybe a study session? Would it be?
No,
No?
we're just asking for
I'm-
the leaders of the.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I'm saying, I need to understand more. I heard what you said about driving the bus. I heard what you said about the ability to hire back people who are right now on our 39-month list, right? And I guess I just, honestly, if I'm honest, I'm also conscious of the students who came and the families who came tonight, and the success that they feel in, these programs, and finding a way that we can preserve that for the people who really, really feel that strong connection, so that we don't uproot them and put them in another program that's similar but doesn't have some elements that, for instance, CASA can provide, what I heard tonight about as far as cultural identification,
cultural awareness,
feeling, like the people who speak the language that they speak and who have the cultural background that they have. I feel like that part of it is the part that I'm most uncomfortable with just saying no to.
Yeah, because I mean, we
had voting yes on this.
Well, yeah, 'cause we talked dismantling the pipe, prison, the
School to prison
school to
pipeline.
prison pipeline, and working so hard and collaborating with those meetings and bringing all these partners and really establishing what that would look like. And then, COVID hit and it just kind of all fell apart.
Was a big part of it.
But again, the big part of us being successful is talking with our partners. And if we're thinking about changing something that we are currently actively had with these people for years, I just, again, go back to having had those conversations with them to, not in this forum, but giving them the opportunity, a sit-down conversation with these two entities to say, this is what we're planning, this is why, this is, and working with them. We didn't do that. And so that really, again, it's a learning lesson.
That's what
But I can't tonight, if we are gonna vote on this, I can't support it because I don't feel we've done what we needed to do as a district. We're in education.
Right.
If we're not here to learn from each other and help support each other in this endeavor, then we're in the wrong business.
Right, but I also agree that you know, we're not perfect. And we don't claim to be. And we're gonna blow it sometimes. And maybe the communication didn't come out correctly. And that wasn't malintent. You know, we're not trying to do anything wrong. We learned. This is definitely one that we're gonna learn from. The board had not, for some other, I don't know why, we hadn't made a decision. Some people that came up here thought we had already made a decision, and that was not the case.
That was
Emails were
communicated.
sent out. Emails were sent out.
But you should know that board members can't make a decision till we get to the meeting.
Then why were the emails sent out?
I don't know who sent the email. I don't know who sent the email. I didn't send it. And my people here are saying they didn't send it. So maybe look to see who sent the email.
Parent Square.
So the email indicated that we were excited to provide a program because the opportunity is there for the district to provide the program. That is truthful. The money comes to the district.
Right.
We are offering a summer program. That is truthful. It is ELOP. That is truthful. The email itself contained information that indicated that the Hollister School District would be providing expanded learning opportunities program because we are.
Yeah.
But did it say we were terminating YMCA and Youth Alliance?
It did not say that we were terminating.
That was a phone call on the 14th from Dr. Myers.
So there was a phone call that took place, and there was previous meetings that took place in regards to
With who?
with billing information or emails that talked about the need to be timely in the invoicing to the school district. We as a district did not publicly bring it up, you know, and it is something that we were not sharing publicly, but you know.
Now we are. Well, I think maybe we should.
Yeah.
Because it seems that people were unaware of that. So we're all learning here. And it looks, you know, I as a board member, I am going to apologize because we had not voted on anything. So, and obviously that
Yeah, it
is the
wasn't
case
in the
right now.
discussion, it was in the report.
For the earlier agenda item, it was a report.
Right.
Right. So,
This
and we're.
This is where the
tabling
vote
it,
takes
and have you
place.
guys have a
Yes.
meeting,
Yeah.
and we'll deal with it. And so let's move forward.
Well, we still have a motion on the
Yeah,
floor.
we gotta do
Yeah, and I
that.
need a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, so we'll do a roll call vote.
So just to be
Yeah.
clear.
The motion is to table item 14A, discussion and action on ELOP and ACES program plans tonight and bring it back on the May regular meeting agenda. And in the meantime, we can,
Have the parties meet.
well,
Do we instruct the board for the superintendent to meet with the parties?
okay. And instruct, the board instructs the superintendent to have a meeting with our current partners to discuss what this means, and provide an opportunity for the board to ask further questions for clarification in preparation for the May regular meeting. Is that clear?
That makes sense.
Okay, and
I'll
I need a
second
second on that.
I will
Okay,
second it.
great. Roll call vote.
Aye.
Okay.
Perez is aye.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Perez is aye.
Martinez?
Aye.
Toasty? Aye. Marks, aye. Passes 5-0. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, 14B is the discussion and action on possible accelerated achievement academy move. Superintendent Sanchez.
Okay, So I'll pause a little bit to allow for folks to transition from their spots.
Yeah, should we? I know. We're gonna recess for 5 minutes.
So we can go to the
Fire
bathroom.
break, stand up, all of that, and we'll come back.
Really quick.
You're good. It's been a long night.
How many do we have?
Are we gonna do public comment first, or are we gonna do the presentation first?
We usually do the presentation.
Okay.
Don't we do the presentation and then public comment?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, feel free to move forward. Okay, so good evening, audience members who are still left after a long night. Thank you for being here. We have a very important topic next on the agenda. We have been talking now for some time in regards to the feasibility of potentially moving AAA. This was an idea that was brought forward to staff by the board in order for us to look at what potentially could happen. We've had a couple of community meetings in regards to listening and having the discussions as to what the different communities are thinking, what their needs are. We as a district and as staff, we want to make sure that we keep, our students in mind as we look at the potential impacts. We know that not only is there a financial impact, but there's also an impact to our families that are here tonight, an impact to students, an impact to staff. And through that lens, we want to be able to present some information tonight. For part of this presentation that will soon be up on the board or on the screen here, the Director of Facilities and Maintenance and Operation, Director Aaron Bazetta, will help me out, and he'll be providing some more information. He does have a construction background, and he was a construction superintendent, so this is right up his wheelhouse, and we look forward to being able to provide the information tonight. As we continue to wait for the presentation, I'm just going to get started. The reason why we have looked at potentially moving AAA as a district is because we know that neither Calaveras School, which is a TK8, or the AAA Academy, which is a 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade school, but it used to be a 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, and before that, it was 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. So with time, it has shrunk, and Calaveras has grown. We know that we have a physical site that's impacted. And so what are we as a district going to do about that? And what solutions are there? Who has the clicker? Can we move forward? Okay, Aaron, can you move forward? Somebody move forward. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. Am I pressing the right thing? The side. There we go. Okay, it is late and trying to figure out which one is which. So, this is just going over what we've talked about, what we already know. At one of the meetings, I just want to reiterate, somebody said, are you really talking about potential programmatic growth? And really focused in on this slide. Ideally, if we are able to expand a school like Calaveras, why not? If we have a school like AAA and we have the room to grow it, why not? So that is why this slide is here. I've been questioned about it, and if something is working, why not grow it? In regards to Calaveras and AAA. So meetings were held back in March. We're now in late April, and we also had a public board discussion at the regular board meeting in March. So just reminders. So possible options to accommodate growth. So we could, as a district, consider relocating AAA to Mays, which is the topic that has mainly been discussed. Mays, again, has the lower student enrollment, currently, as of last Friday, 448 students, and it has space to accommodate for growth. We also, are considering financial cost examples. So if we move AAA to Mays, we would have to potentially pay our teacher's salary for up to 3 days to pack up classrooms as part of contract, and we would honor that. We would potentially need to pay and fund for signage. We would potentially need to bring in different fencing or new fencing to make sure that there's a clear and distinct separation where AAA is on the Mays campus. Potentially, if the district considered, we might want to transport students because we're displacing them from their current site. If we look at 7 classrooms and we want to give them fresh paint, that would be in-house, and we wanted to give them fresh carpet, that could potentially be right around $60,000, and that's based on the current pricing that we have for square footage of carpet costs. Okay, so more or less, carpet costs, staff costs, and if we consider transportation potentially. Trustee Grist.
Science lab.
Science lab. So if we're going to add a science lab, that could be a cost, potentially. Okay. Another consideration is to have Calaveras become a TK5 site. We have one other TK5 site in the Hollister School District, that's R.O. Hardin, and it is also a shared campus with HPS, and that's why it's a TK5 site. So if we want to maintain the shared site mentality or philosophy, we could also apply the same type of approach to Calaveras and make it a TK5. We would displace, however, to Mays all current 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students at Calaveras, because what we would be saying is no more 6th, 7th, and 8th grade at Calaveras. We need to put them somewhere, students, so they would go to Mays, which would help the enrollment at Mays. So there would be possible transportation costs dependent upon the need. We already transport students from Calaveras to Mays, so potentially they would ride the same bus. We may need to add another bus, however, and the cost would depend on the upcoming fiscal year transportation contract. Because as we know, we operate within fiscal years that start July 1 and end on June 30th. We also would be impacting staff because 6th, 7th, and 8th grade staff at Calaveras would be displaced and we would need to place them somewhere. They're owed a job. And so we would pay their per diem rate, as the contract states, to pack up their classrooms and be reassigned somewhere else. Okay?
Because they wouldn't necessarily be able to go to a middle school.
So that would be an involuntary transfer.
That would be an involuntary transfer, correct. Mm-hmm. Most staff, probably if I'm, just guessing at 11:20 p.m., they all have multiple subjects, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade at Calaveras, so they would go to another assignment that requires a multiple subject. Mm-hmm. So possible options to accommodate growth, consideration of purchasing portables. As we've discussed before, portables are temporary buildings. In our district, temporary buildings have become permanent. The issue with that very clearly that we can see in the facilities needs assessment is that our greatest area of deferred maintenance comes from the portables. I would highly recommend to the board that we would consider permanent structures, because in the long run, it would require less deferred maintenance. That is something that we will flesh out a little bit more. So it is a temporary solution. Financial cost examples, we have very much so done a lot of legwork, and I'm looking at Director Bazetta because he's about to be tapped. You're on. In regards to some of the background information regarding temporary buildings. You're it.
Good, almost morning, everyone. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. It's funny, as I'm sitting here with all of you, I'm thinking that normally I wouldn't stay up this late at night unless my daughters asked me to watch Netflix or something with them. 2 words, Outer Banks. Anyways, yes, so thank you for having me. Thank you for letting me speak this evening and share some information. I do have information to share, and I think it's very much applicable to this conversation, so I'm going to go ahead and just jump right in. I wrote a bunch of stuff down, and I'm going to try to get through it in about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes, just for the sake of time. I think what I wrote down will answer most every single question that any of the board members may have. And if there are any further questions, I'm sure I can answer them after I read this. So if I can get through this, that would be great. The district engaged in conversations and solicited services from a particular consultant contractor group in June and started the process of walking the sites in late July, performing a facilities needs analysis. Building of any structure begins with its foundation. Anybody that's in construction, anybody that knows construction knows that. The foundation piece and something to build on for this district is the facilities needs analysis that was conducted back in July and is still actually being conducted. We're still doing facilities needs analysis as we go to the sites. The facilities needs analysis revealed some of the greatest needs, as Superintendent Sanchez mentioned, are or have something to do with the temporary portable structures that we have on our sites. Let's talk portable companies now. Google being the great platform it is, any one of us can Google what the price per square foot is, right? For an actual portable structure, for a temporary structure. Great platform, great place for information, but not necessarily applicable to what it is that we want to accomplish here as a district. I'm very careful not to give opinions when I talk publicly, so I'm going to give facts, and these are the facts. There are companies such as AMS, which is American Modular Systems, and Mobile Modular, that anyone can also seek out their service and or a quote from them. That's a fact. Any one of us can call today and ask for a quote from these particular entities, and probably get it. We'll get a price per square foot for a particular building. The meat and potatoes for this, for the sake of this conversation, is this: in order to provide an accurate cost for adding facilities to any location, not just Calaveras, but any location in the district, for adding any facilities to any location would require pre-construction services, and I'd like to share what that is. Pre-construction service cost, and I'll share the cost after I share this good tidbit of information for everyone here. So the pre-construction service is going to include this for any project, but particularly for the Calaveras AAA project, where we are anticipating or assuming or hoping possibly that we might add facilities there. Potential options include purchase of new, portable, temporary, modular, and construction of any new building. So the pre-construction service would get us to a point where we'd be able to understand what it actually costs, not just for a building, not just for a structure, but for the actual service, for the actual everything included, all included price when it comes to any kind of construction that's going to happen. Evaluate and determine infrastructure capabilities, whether there is capacity for additional classroom buildings, electrical and power demand, point of connection for water supply and waste, strategy for storm drain system, regarding a pavement, regrading of pavements, for accessibility, change in existing parking count, evaluate division of state architect requirements, building code analysis concerning path of travel, structural, fire, and life safety, determine extent of the fire-rated walls, determine whether there is a need for sprinklers, extent of emergency vehicle access, determine optimal building location, conduct a topographic survey that will assess with building placement and path of travel scope definition, provide guidance to district-hired geotech engineer concerning geohazard report. So that would be the geotech that would evaluate the ground and the soil, which is absolutely necessary. Preliminary estimates will be provided based on the information discovered during the pre-construction phase. So, I continue briefly. At the conclusion of the pre-construction services, a detailed report and building program will be provided to the district, including building type options, preliminary drawings and exhibits. The district will be able to utilize this information and decide the best course for the project and begin design towards construction drawings. I hope this is helpful. It's just a snapshot of what pre-con services entail. So these are the facts. This is what I put together for the board to hear. So it's important to go through the pre-con phase and solicit a company to provide services to go through this phase, because if we were to build anywhere in the district, Calaveras or anywhere, AAA, it would require going through the pre-con phase, which would take us up to the design phase. There's a lot included here, and yes, there is a price tag that's connected to this. The price tag is probably in the ballpark of about $45,000 to $75,000 for pre-con services, if we chose to solicit the geohazard company to go out and do it, which is about $15,000 or $20,000. So we're looking all in probably about $60,000 to $65,000 for the service. And it gives us a lot of information, which will allow for us to determine what direction we want to go in, meaning what type of building do we want to put on the structure. I'm not going to stand up here and give my opinion on what I think, but I'm going to stand with Superintendent Sanchez's recommendation that we have a lot of portables in the Hollister School District. I've seen just about every single one of them. I've seen the condition there. There's some that are 30, 35 years old. Some of the newest ones are between 7 and 10 years old. So if we're looking at particular temporary portable structures, we're looking at costs that range anywhere from refurbished, which is something I don't know that the board wants to go that direction, but for just the sake of information, refurbished, we're looking at about $75 to $90 per square foot. That's for a standard 24 by 38, 24 by 40 standard classroom size. Refurbished. New temporary structure, $120 to $150 per square foot. There was another district that just put portables in their district, and they got them installed. Actually, they got them all in price for between about $300 and $400 a square foot. But we got to understand also that there are variables to every bit of construction that happens in any district, right? It's always nice to hear about the savings, and so I'm gonna go with this as well. Just food for thought. And by not bringing a construction management service company in, there's savings of about 7%. So the construction management part of it would happen on the district side, just like it happened for Rancho Santana. Right? So there's a 7% savings that's there, which is great. Right? Then there are soft costs, and I can explain what those are. Naturally, what happens in construction is the smaller the project, the higher the soft cost is. So there's certain districts that were able to add additional facilities to a larger project, which saved them a ton of money. Right? Do we have that luxury here? I don't know. We may not. Certain districts will add smaller projects or to the larger ones. Soft costs can be anywhere from about 25 to 40% additional cost to the actual structure. So I can give you structure costs, which I just did, set up for the price per square foot. So then you can add on top of that about 25 to 40%. Those are the facts. So a more accurate plus or minus estimate for any kind of temporary portable structure to go on a site is probably about $500 to $700 a square foot. If you want permanent structures, you're looking at anywhere from $700 to $900 a square foot. Permanent structure means it's going to be there for 50 to 100 years. That's its life. Temporary portable structure, lifespan they say is anywhere from 15 to 30, 35 years. When we are going to look into soliciting, say, a modular company to provide a certain structure to us, they're going to give us a structure that was probably built, probably constructed back in 2019. So you can imagine it's already been sitting on a site somewhere for a few years. So what does that do to the lifespan of that particular structure? It might not be occupied, but it's still sitting somewhere waiting to be placed somewhere else since 2019. If you're looking at a refurbished one, you're looking at something that's in good condition. Now we know none of us would buy a car in good condition. We want great or excellent condition, right? So anyways, I'm not going to give my opinions. I'm going to give you the facts, and these are the facts here. The soft cost includes, and it's a construction term, it's a construction industry term. It has to do with the accounting of a project, okay? It includes architectural, engineering, financing, and legal fees, and any other pre-construction or post-construction costs. So in layman's terms, it's basically architectural design, engineering fees, environmental research, insurance, legal fees, and permits. Those are the soft costs. That's the 25 to 40% increase on top of whatever you're going to pay for the structure itself, right? Any cost that gets a project from pre-construction to finished product beyond materials and labor is what the soft cost is. For those of us that want to know what the hard cost is, hard costs are just expenses related to the physical construction of the building.
What was the average size of the classroom, average size?
24 to 36, 38, 40, depending on what the district wants. You know, usually it's a 24 by 40, which is the standard, you know. But depending on what you want to get, what you want to pay for, you know. But there's so many different variables. So I think it's important to reiterate the fact that in order to come to a conclusion on what the cost of an actual structure is, this, that, or the other, right? Temporary, portable, modular, permanent structure, it would be negligent for me to stand up here in the position that I'm in to give you any hard numbers without going through that pre-con process, to know exactly what the other costs are, to tell the board in good faith, this is what we would pay and this is what you would be approving, right? Yes.
Is there an estimated time frame that all of this that you're talking about takes?
The pre-con.
The pre-con and
pre-con
then,
phase.
Yeah.
I mean, it could take if we really push and poke and prod. I mean, it could take anywhere from 30 to 60 days. It's,
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a very long process.
And then an average build?
We would have to get we would have to solicit a company that we want to provide that service for us. The board would have to approve that, and then we would start the discussions and get boots on the ground and get some folks out there to look. You heard all the services that would be included, so it's
Right.
quite a bit of moving parts and pieces and people who we'd have to get involved. Not saying it shouldn't happen because of that.
So, just to clear up that, is it realistic that we could accomplish that by August?
The pre-construction process,
Like if we went through either.
I can get back to you on that. I would love to tell you yes right here and right now. I would love to be able to give you a straight answer. But you know, I understand we manage expectations up here. So once I say something, it's going to be what it is, right? So I could certainly get back to Superintendent Sanchez tomorrow, and then she can share information with that because we've had discussions on the daily about this stuff.
I know we got hung up a lot by the state taking a long time to approve plans with RSS.
That wasn't the state. There was a lot of
with the
hoops that you had to jump through because.
But on the
soil.
but the architectural plans, yeah, we got hung up with them.
We had the design.
Right, and
paid
then
for.
I know, but when we had to spend that additional $500,000.
I think we're getting off track.
Okay, well, we got stuck again.
Right. But again, it just, you know, taking into consideration, if we have a building there that we have to demo, right? Then you're talking about what the impact if you have asbestos in the ground and cleaning all that up, you know, so there's those pieces to consider as well, right? If we're gonna be replacing the ones we have, that means tearing down and clearing it out and looking at what we have to contend with.
If we're having a discussion about if we're going to demo something and then build something in its place,
Right,
yes.
because
but
you're
if-
saying we have a lot of portables that need to go away.
Well, there's a lot of old portables in the district.
Right.
Not necessarily that they need to go away, they have a very high rate of deferred maintenance that we're doing on them because of their age.
Right.
So yes, that is a true statement, that yes, it would be a good thing for us to consider the possibility of replacing portables in the district because of their age. Yes.
Okay.
Replacing portables with a particular structure.
Right.
Not necessarily another portable.
But it, you know, because you had mentioned, you know, let's not, you know, we buy a used car, you want a fairly decent car, right? But it's also what I can afford. Because again, we're talking about, we all live within our means. I have to live within my means, and if I can't afford a 60, now, gosh, what does a car cost nowadays? My gosh, you know, you go to a dealership, you're talking 60, 70 grand for a car now. I can't afford that. There's no way I would have the ability to go car shopping right now for a new car. I needed, again, so that's why looking at what our need is and what we know we need to replace and what we can afford to replace it with is my conversation. I don't want to have pie in the sky, it's gonna cost me $1 million for this beautiful building. I would love to be able to have buildings like that. But the reality is we've built certain schools, we couldn't even finish RSS and give it a gym because we ran out of money. Because we had to pay X amount for the property. So again, measuring our expectations to what we can what reality is and what we can afford.
What do we have? What are we willing to spend?
All right.
Thank you.
The last option that we have up here is status quo. Maintaining status quo.
And the implications of that are that the school will be at capacity?
School would be at capacity, enrollment would stay as is, the programs would stay as is, staff would stay as is, and there would be no growth, there would be no, everything would stay the same next year.
So new students would not be accepted and we don't have any room. So if I moved into the district and I bought a new home and that this is my school, I wouldn't have a place for my children.
If the grade level is impacted, just as, in any other situation, we would ask the family to enroll or transfer the family to another school.
And that has happened at other sites, right?
Yes.
Where it's full and they go somewhere.
Yes.
Okay, so I guess we need to.
We have a lot of public
comment.
So do we have any more discussion?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
I'm not ready yet.
All right.
Okay, Josh Lopez.
Half the clarity of mind and
I
energy
know,
I
huh?
had at 6:30, to be honest with you. Good evening, almost morning, board and superintendent. When I spoke last time, I spoke a lot about what the community at Calaveras and AAA has meant to me personally and our family, moving from Southern California and being very trepidatious because we didn't know anybody up here or anything about it. And we came from a school district in Los Alamitos, which is always up in the top of public schools, blue ribbon schools. Every single school is a blue ribbon school there. I have not experienced anything like I've experienced at Calaveras and AAA. Nothing even close to it. The sense of community, the sense of symbiosis, it's lockstep, amazing, beautiful, rich community that I'm so proud to be a part of. And all the parents that aren't here tonight, there's a big group of parents that feel the same way. I've had the opportunity to speak with a lot of them. And one thing I found in zero of the conversations I've had was indifference or ambivalence. Everybody feels very, very passionately about this. I've experienced a good bit of stress and uneasiness about it, and I know others have too. And I'm not up here to be antagonistic in any way, but I can only speak from my heart and from what I feel in this process. I know as elected officials that you're in the unenviable position of disappointing or making a group of people angry. So you decide one way, people on the other side of it are angry, right? You decide this way, they're angry. Well, this situation is unique because I think at best what you're going to get is ambivalence from the Mays side of things. But from our side, there's a lot more negative emotions that are coming out of this. Devastation, heartbreak, vitriol even. But I don't bring this up to focus on the negative because that's not the kind of person I am. I'm here to tell you can flip that on its head. And you have the power to do that. By deciding to keep these two schools together, you can turn those negative emotions into emotions like happiness, inspiration, and gratitude. Not to be glib, but that group of people are also all registered voters. But that's not the point of what I want to say today. There's a couple of things in this whole process that don't sit well with me, or that I have a hard time reconciling in my own brain. And one of them is the concept that school is really the last vestige, or the best example of a meritocracy. Everything that students do in their educational environment speaks to that. They perform well in schools and they get good grades and they're rewarded for that. And hopefully they go on to attend some of the finest institutions in the country or in the world. Unfortunately, the meritocracy, to me, the part that I am having a hard time reconciling is that meritocracy does not transfer it does not relate to when we're talking about funding schools. And I'm looking at a campus that's facilitated all this incredible growth, even with the limited assets that they've had. AAA is one of the highest performing schools in not just this city or this county, but in the state. And they have received little to no funding. So I hear the word growth thrown a lot around. And in any business, growth cannot happen without capital investment. I urge you to keep these schools together. And please, make that investment in this amazing community. And I thank you so much for your time. I truly appreciate it. Have a good night.
Hello? Hi. Hi, Lori. So, 3 minutes, and if for some reason we lose you, you need to stay in the queue, not keep calling in. Okay? Okay. So hold on. Let me put you on speaker. I'll let you know when we're ready.
Yes. Is that the mic that's down here in the middle?
I think you just use the speaker and point that up.
Are you there, Lori? Hold on. Okay. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, board of directors and our esteemed superintendent. I know that Mr. Woods is there and Mr. Wilbur is there. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Hello?
Lori?
Yes, I'm here.
So if you're hearing an echo, maybe you can place your...
Just turn it down so you're not hearing yourself on YouTube because it's delayed.
No, I don't have YouTube on.
Okay. All right, you can. All right, so.
But I'm not listening to you right now.
So it's your time to make a public comment.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I'm hearing a lot in the presentations about buildings. And buildings are great, and we've built some beautiful schools in the Hollister School District. But we aren't really talking about buildings when we're wanting to move a school. When the Accelerated Achievement Academy began, we had 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade. And as Calaveras grew to 6th grade, so did the academy. And then 7th grade and 8th grade. We lost 3rd grade somewhere along the line. And then we remained with 4th through 8th. And we only lost 4th grade the 2nd year of our pandemic. We didn't have a group of 4th graders because we didn't really know what was going on with the pandemic and how we were going to go back to school, which we didn't until March. So I think we need to focus more on our students. And I have an example today. I don't have a class of elite students. I have a class of students, though, that I need to grow. Every teacher in the Hollister School District needs to grow the students they have. And I have a student who is struggling with accomplishing his work. So I was able to sit next to him and help him with his assignment. I would do that for any of my students. I always have. But that student would not do well in a comprehensive middle school. I know this because he's severely ADHD, and he needs somebody who's going to hone into what he is good at and focus on what works for him. The Accelerated Schumann Academy does that. The other issue is that you're wanting us to move to a middle school campus. We aren't a middle school. We are, right now, we are a 5th through 8th grade school, but we need to not stop there. We need to have a 4th grade again. We need to do that because we're building upon our community as we go through the grade levels. We are capturing kids' hearts, showcase school. We use it regularly in our classroom, and it grows, the students grow with that, and they know exactly what to expect. I'm concerned that we're not really looking at our students in this process. We're looking at how much money a building costs. I'm sorry, but we've had 30-year portables before and they've worked. Why not now? Because I know in 30 years I will be way into retirement. And I know that there will be different things that happen. But I also know in the last 10 years, we've spent millions upon millions of dollars on several schools to update them. I'm sorry, that's my 3 minutes, but I feel like I haven't really gotten all 3. We spent $200,000 in that 10 years on Calaveras to give us air conditioning. And I think it's important to look at that. The deferred maintenance hasn't been done. The portion line's been 3 years ago, still leaks water. So that hasn't been done. But I want to leave you with this. As I was getting on this meeting tonight at 8:20, I went to the district website, and it says on the first page, our goal is to create an environment that inspires and empowers students to become critical thinkers and lifelong learners in a safe, respectful, and diverse climate. That is our goal. It is on our district website, and I really think we need to focus on that. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Samir Wafa.
Hi, good midnight, everyone. After 5.5 hours, I have my turn to talk for 3 minutes, which I think not fair, but I will take it as a fair. I think and I believe and I hope I'm not wrong that I strongly believe in this room we are all that we think and we discuss and we are still awake and discuss till midnight about the future of our children. It's not you and us, and I hope I'm not wrong in this belief that I have. It's not about money, it's not about statistic, because if it's about money, in the place where I work, in less than a couple hours we make decision of projects, billion-dollar projects, and we decide, and it doesn't go for many years, many months that we keep, collaborating. But it's about the future of our children. That's why it's really important. It's high stake. Even I told Woodward Scott, as far as I can make it back to work tomorrow morning, I will stay here because that's important to me. Well, for those that they don't know me much, I'm not working in AAA, and my last name is not Wafa. It is Sami Wafa. But I have worked in the field of education with the Department of Defense for 11 years in different capacity as an academy specialist, curriculum developer, diagnostic assessment specialist, and I'm holding 3 master's degrees, Master in Education, Master in Organizational Leadership, and Master in Engineering. For the past 2 years, I'm working as an engineering manager in Silicon Valley in a company. The reason I brought this issue is I have adequate knowledge to make this comment about very important and most important topic or agenda of tonight, which is unfortunately at the end of the night with low energy, but it's very important for us. When we're talking about statistic, I can definitely help the facility director, which I like the fact he provided. The tone scared me a little bit that he is pushing to move, and the company that I have, it's in Livermore. I did my research too, just to make sure it's the future of not my son only. It is the future of all children, our community. So $70 to $75 for an refurbished or used portable delivery, 110 to 120 delivery of new portable. It's not including the electricity and water, of course, the pre-survey and all those stuff. So we can come and help and work on those statistics if possible. But the most important thing is not many here, it's the future of our children. I grew up in a third world country. I like one statement that one of the president mentioned here. I don't know if she was the president of, I think, elementary school. That classroom is no different than the room that we have right now here. It's just walls. What makes it special? The people inside. And I love that statement, and that's true. I'm not going to talk about the beauty of Calaveras and AAA, because anybody passing from Hollister can smell that beauty, and you guys have heard a lot about it. I want to talk very briefly about 3 norms that was shared with us at the beginning of the meeting. First, respect to each other's comment. I really humbly request this board member to respect that hundreds and thousands of comments that we have been making for the past 3-4 months. So I don't want to repeat those comments. I just want to repeat the norms that you guys mentioned. The second norm was be objective, not subjective. We're being objective. I'm not talking about my children only. I'm being objective about the process, about this decision. I'm trying to be the voice that's not shaking, the voice of many, many families that they couldn't stay here, or they have probably language barrier that they couldn't come here and present what they have. I'm trying to be their voice. So it's being objective, it's not subjective, it's not a matter of one individual, it's the matter of the entire process. And the third one was, you guys mentioned a good norm, willing to compromise. I want those that they think to move it to start willing, compromise, and think about it, be in that decision. So I can't wait to be a proud member to make me a proud member of this community, to shout out to the world that we have the Hollister School District members that they follow really, really certain type of leadership. And that's what I strongly believe. Not dictatorship, like many other countries, like many other places that I have a really, really bad experience. Please do not, at least give me that one chance that I experience and see a real certain type of leadership that we have been reading in books. And that's the time to practice it. I really appreciate your time, and I know it's more than 3 minutes, but I waited 5 hours and I deserve it. Thank you all.
Okay, the next speaker is Marianne Wafa.
Good evening, everyone. I didn't know I would have to follow my husband, but he's a very passionate speaker, and I know that everybody can feel the passion in his voice. I did not come here prepared. I came here as a parent. I have 2 children in the Hollister School District. I have a daughter in Calaveras, and I have a son in AAA. I'm not advocating for a move, but I am advocating for the stay. I would love for my kids to stay together and be together. I love the community that we have in this school. I am passionate about it. If I cannot eloquently speak my words, my passion, my voice, and my heart may reach out to you, and I hope that it does. One subject that I would love to touch, I haven't heard anything from the principals. For the principals of AAA, from the principal of Calaveras, what are their opinions? I haven't seen any words be written about what their opinions are, what they have to say. Can we have them come up and speak so we can actually hear them? They have more facts than I would. I'm speaking on passion. So hopefully you guys take that into consideration, and I implore you to not just look at the numbers, but look at all these people that are staying here and the passion that we have, the reason why we are here, for our kids. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Myra Madrid.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Myra Madrid. I have 2 daughters in AAA and 1 son in Calaveras.
Could you maybe, yes,
Sorry.
so that the people at home who might watch this on replay?
Yes. The ones that are staying up until midnight?
You can fast forward, right?
My name is Myra Madrid, and I have 2 daughters in AAA and 1 son in Calaveras. I've had the opportunity to be part of AAA, of the AAA community for the past 5 years. I'm part of the Academy Parent Club for the past 4 years, and I volunteer for both schools. I love and I'm very proud of being part of this community. These two schools really stand out by the words that when they say 2 schools, 1 community, they really mean that. We have fundraisers together, we work together, the kids engage together. That's something that they're not gonna get anywhere else. I understand that you guys want to do this because we need the space. I totally understand that. If we were to move to Mays, we will not have 4th and 5th graders. We need that. That's how we started. We started with 3rd graders. Then you guys took that away. Then we had to take out 4th grade. If we were to move to Mays, you will take 5th graders out. That's what was said. That's what I'm saying. Okay. So our school works because we start shaping the minds of our kids like at 4th grade. So by the time they get to 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, they could excel. They can follow our curriculum. That's where our program works. I advocate for you guys not to move. I want to stay there. I love the community. I love how Mr. Wilbur and Mr. Woods work together. My son has been at Calaveras since kindergarten, and he plays football with Mr. Wilbur every single day. He goes looking for him. He loves it there. If I were to move, if my daughter was to move to Mays, which I have no issue with Mays, that's not the issue here. The issue is that I like you. I like where we are. I like the fact that all my 3 kids are in the same school. So I just want you guys to understand that I want you guys to think about what this entitles. If you guys decide to move AAA to Mays, you guys are affecting families, but most important, kids. You guys are picking them up and moving them to a place that they might not want to go. They have friends here. They want to be there. Teachers want to be there. So I think you guys need to talk to the teachers, to the students. And like Marian said, you guys should ask Mr. Wilbur and Mr. Wood, what is their opinion? What do they think about this move? Because it's not only about our kids. They have to change the way their lives are going to be now also. So it impacts everything.
Mr. Hernandez?
Hi, thank you. I do have experience with Mays. My son was part of the Rice Academy before it got eliminated. So he started back in regular school at Mays. He was there 4 months. 4 months he was bullied to the point that when I drove him to school, his legs would give up. I would have to pick him up off the floor because he couldn't walk. He would throw up. And we were in contact with office. The best office said, talk to the students. They tried. They said he had to build a better skin because he was not used to it. If he was a homeschool student, he needed to build skin to understand that other kids were mean. That was normal. They couldn't keep him safe. They're like, well, have him stand next to yard duty. On breaks, lunch, he has to stand next to yard duty. He was assaulted 4 times. The last time, I reached out to the cops. Not on my decision, but I called the school district. I asked, I need for your help. I'm a 2-time cancer survivor. I'm shaking, I'm on medications, my health is not right. My son is important to me. His well-being is important to me. You can ask the principal. He hasn't missed a single day since we moved him to AAA. He's excited to go to school. We took him to basketball practice. It was going to be a maze. He couldn't get out the car. He's seeing a counselor weekly now. He's traumatized. He's scared of going back there. So I know that one student is not going to make a difference. But AAA made a difference in our family, just with one more student. So from our family, we do implore that you consider that it's more than just a location. There's many students and there's other reasons why there's capacity at Mays. So that's all the energies I have left after a couple hours here. But thank you for listening to us.
Cheryl Rios.
Good evening again. I applaud you AAA parents for staying. It's amazing. I'm speaking tonight because you've had 3 meetings about the movement at Calaveras AAA, at Mays, and then the board meeting. And at those meetings, it sounded to me like 100% of the comments were against moving AAA anywhere. You've heard countless comments also about how the Calaveras AAA campus is just that, and it was mentioned tonight, 1 campus, 2 schools. That is really hard to achieve these days. And I wanted to let you know, we were asking about comments from principals, and I had an opportunity to be at a recent meeting where Ken Woods was at. It was the committee meeting, or the facilities committee meeting. And he commented, which we know, 80% of the current AAA 5th grade class is composed of Calaveras. AAA 5th grade class is composed of Calaveras students. He proudly proclaimed that Calaveras had an accelerated TK4 program. How do you not respect that kind of sharing about his staff? He is, and I think that it's a right assessment. But also, you've heard comments, and even one tonight, about the climate at Mays. Parents have made many comments. And I wanted to let you know that in my 30 years of experience in the Hollister School District, that no matter where AAA students or any students attend schools, the board and community can rest assured that the teachers in Hollister School District are professional and only want what's best for students. If AAA moves to Mays, students will be on a campus already made up of highly qualified teachers, very experienced classified employees, and great programs. The Mays staff has built the only PBIS program in the district. We are a recognized silver status school on our way to gold status this year. These efforts and the skills of all staff have made tremendous gains with student culture. We have a bustling student leadership group who are set to make the world and Mays a better place for everyone. They have created the Hawk's Nest, a supply of everyday and special things students and families may need or want. Our students can shop for a variety of clothes, toys, and other things donated to us so our students can help support their families, take better care of themselves, and feel the gift of giving to others. Through the efforts of staff and exceptional administrators, Mays has significantly reduced student suspensions, which means our students are in class and engaged with each other and the learning process. At Mays, we recognize our students for their contributions with student-teacher luncheons. The board has a tough decision to make tonight, if you're going to make that decision about the location of AAA for next year. The public, I believe, has voiced opinions that are counter to what the board expected. But everyone should rest assured that if AAA moves to Mays next year, the Mays community will welcome each and every one of the students, teachers, and administrators and parents. The Hawks community is a great community to be a part of. Thank you.
The next speaker is Nancy Mesa.
If I fall asleep, does that count as my 3 minutes? Good morning.
Okay.
Members of the board, Superintendent Sanchez. Thank you for once again taking the time to hear from your community and your constituents in regards to the future of AAA. I'd like to begin by saying that as we share this evening as parents and as teachers from AAA, it has nothing to do with Mays, with the Mays campus, with its students, its teachers, or its staff.
None of us believe that the boogeyman resides at Mays, and we're not afraid or apprehensive of something new. Instead, we are determined, passionate, and resolute in our belief of fiercely defending what we believe to be the best for our children. Cal AAA is not just a building or a sign. It's an incredible community of teachers, staff, students, and family. This community is truly amazing, and anyone who takes the time to observe can't help but see the heart of the Cougars. Having spent the last 7 weeks entrenched in Cal AAA as an LPAC tester, I can vouch for the fact that this palpable sense of community is evident throughout the campus. And it's not something that has been created overnight. It is only after much endeavor on the part of each and every member of this wonderful community that Cal AAA has created a genuine sense of belonging. Mr. Wilbur and Mr. Woods together as a team have facilitated and fostered this amazing community. Cal AAA has risen to the challenge of educating students to achieve their own unique success through an engaging and supportive environment. And if any of that sounds familiar, it should. That is the information, within the mission statement of the Hollister School District. The idea of synergy comes to mind, the understanding that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Cal AAA has achieved synergy, and I honestly do not believe that it would be possible to recreate the unity found at Cal AAA. There is one campus, 2 schools, 1 heart, and no perceivable line of division within this community. Cal and AAA are both working side by side to create something greater than either school could do alone. Looking at numbers, moving AAA to Mays looks like a solution to many obstacles, such as a lack of space on the Cal AAA campus and the fact that the Mays campus has low enrollment. However, maybe it's time to take a look through a different lens. The Calaveras AAA campus deserves some major TLC. There have been structural improvements made at many of the older campuses here in Hollister, and a brand new school has recently been built. And the only structural improvement that has been made at Cal AAA over the past 11 years has been the addition of air conditioning. Why not use a portion of the current budget to make improvements to the Cal AAA campus with the addition of updated facilities, including affordable classrooms? Maybe it's time for us to stop thinking of the word building as a noun, a location, whether it be the current Cal AAA site or Mays, and start using the word building as a verb. I encourage you to consider building and making improvements to the Cal AAA site, including the addition of more classrooms and updated facilities. As you make your decision, I urge you to protect and maintain the partnership, its learning community, and the synergy of Cal AAA. There is no better opportunity to invest the time and funds to polish this unique and valuable gem that is so worthy of our attention. Thank you for your time this evening.
Okay, the next speaker is Xander, please.
Good morning, I am Xander Keys. I would like to talk about the moving of Cal AAA. I think AAA should stay with Calaveras because Mr. Woods and Mr. Wilbur are both very accommodating when working together. Like when me and my sister moved to the school, we were having problems with bullying, and Mr. Wilbur and Mr. Woods helped us a lot with that. And after that, a kid from one of our previous schools had moved there, who we had previously had problems with, and Mr. Woods and Mr. Wilbur made sure that they would not make contact with us whatsoever. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Fatima?
Good morning, back again. Been here since 6 o'clock. So you guys know my name is Fatima. I currently have 2 children in the Hollister School District as well. I have a TK at Calaveras and a 5th grader at AAA. It is clearly convenient for my 2 kids to be at the same school because traffic in the morning is very hectic. My youngest son in Calaveras is just starting to adapt to the school environment. And there has been many times that my oldest son has gone there to give him brotherly love. If these two schools were not together, and if the two principals did not know that my two kids came to the same school, this would not happen. He's TK, he's a 5th grader. He's still adapting to school life. It is possible that AAA moving, you're moving an elevated school further away from students who deserve and earn the right to be at that school. My son is an example of someone who thrived in Calaveras when we came here in 4th grade and has showed classroom success that was able to earn him a spot in AAA, which was his main dream when he got here. Let's see, where did he go? Moving to Hollister 2 years ago, I just moved to Hollister 2 years ago from San Francisco. The principals there did not know my kids by name. Moving here to Hollister, I see both principals every morning dropping my kids off, saying good morning to both of them. That shows something. That shows that they care about the students on the campus. My little one runs to Mr. Wood every day, gives him a high five. My older son, who came from Calaveras, does the same thing with Mr. Woodward every morning. That bond that you see from two principals is very hard to find. I appreciate that from them. I drop my kids off assured that my 5th grader will walk my TK to his classroom and wait till the classroom gets called. As a parent, I can't wait till 8:05, 8:10. I have to work. I work in Santa Cruz. I have to be up at 4 in the morning to be at work tomorrow, but I am passionate to be here to speak on this behalf. Finally, I've heard the news about AAA will not only be a different location, but also consider removing 4th and 5th grade. I am against this because I have personally seen how much growth my son has had in the first year at AAA coming from Calaveras. I would encourage other parents who have children going to the 4th grade to apply to the school because it is such an elevated experience. I don't see how removing grades benefits anyone with the proven success that AAA has had on my son. It should be considered a privilege to be accepted to a school and knowing that I am against removing grades from such a wonderful school. Just like the front of the school says, it's 2 schools, 1 great community. I am here supporting AAA, and in the back, I am also wearing Calaveras because I am very passionate about that. My son now, my TK, is looking forward to moving to AAA. And if he stays like that with AAA and Calaveras, the teachers grown to know them. They recommend them, and that's important to me. Thank you.
Jose Ibarra.
Thank you for allowing me this time to speak to you. And I know that this is the 4th meeting that we have. I know this is the 4th meeting that we have been here for discussing the proposal you have. And previously I heard some speakers and board members saying that they will do the best, what is the best for the students. The problem is that when we came here the first time, we talked about inclusiveness, and that didn't take place. No one ever took the time to ask the students if that was what they wanted. So next time when we speak about we're going to do best, what is best for the students, then do that. And that means, have you taken the time to ask them if that's what they wanted to do? If they say they want to move to base, awesome, I will support it. And that is the reason why I'm here. We also didn't have a chance to see concrete numbers on the cost of the move. But as Lori said, a previous speaker said, it's really not going to be about buildings. It's not going to be about money. The fact is that is needed already. The other point is that if you live around that community and you bought a house with the promise that, hey, you are next to one of the best schools, and then that school moves out of the district, out of the area. So thinking about all these things, I think it's only fair when we look at the investment the district has provided to Calaveras AAA has been minimal. We have to accept that fact. A very good example of that is the fact that when I was at HDLA, there were 5 places where staff could go to the restroom. When you go to AAA Calaveras, there's only 1 place that you can go to the restroom. We have to get in line to go there. So there are a lot of examples that we can show that it is time. It is a promise that was made by previous board members, by previous superintendents, that investment was going to take place there, and we're still waiting for that. So I'm really glad that you have at least shown the willingness to listen to the options. And hopefully you will listen to the majority of the speakers that have actually supported that idea, that we're growing. What happens to Mays, that's a different story. We know that, and we don't know exactly what's going to happen in the future. It might be that Mays will be growing later on through some other actions. But at this point, I think why fix something that is not broken? We're not asking for new buildings. We never asked for new buildings. We just asked for additional classroom. We have lost so many grades now. We were also presented with different options. One of them is being only 6 through 8. Well, the magic can happen with a 6 through 8. Because if you think about it, the only reason why they're successful is because we get them at such a young age, and we fix the gaps that are missing, and we get them ready for middle school, and they are successful. But when we get them in 6th grade, we haven't had them for the previous grades. It's very difficult to make that magic happen. So hopefully you also think about that. We're expanding forward and also replacing the grades that we lost. I thank you for the time.
Dan Baylor.
Okay, good morning. I guess it's been a long day, it's been a long week. My Celtics lost a few hours ago, so apologies if I ramble. I am an 8th grade teacher at AAA, and I've actually been in the district quite a while. My first year teaching was actually at Mays. I think, Jan, my classroom was like right behind yours. I could throw a rock and hit your window if I wanted. Never wanted to. And then I've also been at Rancho, and I taught for 3 years at Calaveras, and this is my 2nd year at AAA. So I have experience all over the place, and I have experience at all 3 schools involved in the discussion tonight. So it may be a unique perspective, I don't know. I just really want to start talking about communication. There's just sitting in this meeting forever. It's been a lot of talk about communication, and especially some communication breakdowns between the district and between HESTA. There's communication issues between the district and the after-school programs, the YMCA and CASA, and there seem to be communication issues here. And it just, 20 years ago, my family was driving home from a Thanksgiving, and my brother and I got in an argument, and this is one of the few times I've ever been wrong. I insisted that if you're communicating clear enough and the other person doesn't understand you or infers things you didn't mean, it's their fault. And he insisted that no, you share responsibility for what you say and also what the other person understands. And so it's tough with communication. And I mean, even sitting here tonight, there's been a few comments up from the dais that could be inferred poorly. Like it could be inferred that teachers only work the 185 days of their contract. It could also be inferred from a separate comment, from a separate person, that teachers are looking to work extra jobs because they want to and not because they have to. So there's communication breakdowns. And to bring it to this issue, the first time I heard of this issue was after the February board meeting, which is the last day of February, like almost, I think, 2 months ago exactly. And then in the 2 months, it's been chaotic. We've had so many meetings with so much anger and intense emotion. And I think that's unfortunate that the first time it was mentioned was 2 months ago. I mean, I think at the last board meeting, Ms. Rodden from Mays even mentioned that this has been an issue for 6 years. It was an issue 6 years ago. And as other people have said, this is not a building issue that can be solved before August. So why was it first mentioned on the last day of February? Either people aren't paying attention or we're just delaying things. And so that's unfortunate. So it's about communication, and it's about waiting too long. And it's just trying to come up with a solution that will work for us right now. And I mean, I've worked at all the districts. Mays is a special group of teachers with a long history. Every teacher there has been teaching. The teachers I know who are still there have been teaching forever. I worked at Rancho, and the sixth grade team I was at had a great culture. Calaveras was amazing to work at with Mr. Woods as principal, and AAA is stellar. I love it every day. And just like we were talking with just probably 2 hours ago now with CASA and the Y and a district program, it doesn't have to be, you up here were saying it doesn't have to be one or the other. It could be some combination of either. It's choice, it's variety, it's availability to parents and students of what they want. And AAA works for what it is. And if we have to move to Mays and we eliminate 4th and 5th grade, it kind of kills AAA what it is for the culture. I can do what I do as an 8th grade teacher because I'm building on the backgrounds of the teachers before me and on the parents who are pushing their kids. This year, and I've done AAA for 2 years, I do 8th grade math and Algebra 1, both in 1 year. I do the entire language arts curriculum, plus this year I've done 7 novel studies. And that is, the kids are working hard, I'm pushing them. Some of them don't want to, but I'm making them. But it's not because they're specially gifted, it's because they're motivated and they've had the potential beat into them since 4th grade. And I know it's like $1 million per classroom for a permanent building. I get that, it's expensive. I'm remodeling my house, it's expensive. Can't imagine a school. But there's $27 million in the budget, in the facilities budget. I know we can't use all of it, but the building's not gonna be done next month anyway. If we can temporary measure, make Calaveras a K-5, put 20 new classrooms on the campus, start immediately doing that research about the construction background stuff, make something work to keep a very successful program together. I think that's all I wanted to say. I know I'm way over my minutes, but the bell doesn't dismiss you. I dismiss you. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the public comment for this item, so we can start our discussion.
So first of all, thank you for, staying late up with us. We're probably already dreaming, right? Yes, communication is important, just as much as listening is important. We as a board have a fiduciary duty to the whole district. And I wish money wasn't a factor, but it is. I'm all about compromise and, as you said earlier. So I'm gonna propose this to the board and see what you think, because this will also include what the teacher said earlier about keeping the 5th graders there. So my proposal, and we can discuss it before we make it a motion, is that we continue at AAA's for only 6th, 7th, and 8th. That will open up space for new students for next year, because that's also a goal of ours. And it will maintain both schools together. And it's not a win-win for everybody, but it meets some of our needs. We do need to make room for new students that move into that community. The 5th graders that are there now will become 6th graders, so that they stay intact. It at least opens up some space. I know that it's not a perfect solution, but it is one that is attainable and is possible.
Yeah, I have this is just a paragraph from a letter that was sent to us by a parent. Can't put my code in. Here we go. I just want to read this one paragraph that kind of hit me pretty hard. It says, please remember that when you say yes to something, you are saying no to something else. If you keep AAA at Calaveras, you are saying no to over 400 students who attend Calaveras. It is one of the oldest schools in the district, and it's not fair to the students who attend Calaveras not to have the space they need to grow and thrive. This includes, but not limited to, more classrooms, a band room, a conference room that the school psych, nurse, and counselor may use when meetings with children, a library, a multiple-use room. Currently, the library is closed at this site for far more often than others because there's no room for band practice, testing students, etc. Who is considering Calaveras' students' needs? And we have to remember that we do have to think about the needs of those students as well. We also have to think about, as Mr. Perez, Trustee Perez said, that we do have fiduciary responsibility. Our AAA students are in 2.9% of our students. And so we have to think about financially how we spend our money. And it's, you know, gosh, we have to put everything to dollars and cents. Well, we do when we're looking at 10 school sites. We're looking at, especially Calaveras, that needs to be really fixed up. It's in bad shape, and we know that. The idea of going and keeping AAA at Calaveras and minimizing the grades would open up 2 classrooms, which is desperately needed. I think it's a compromise. What do you think, Trustee Martinez? Trustee Martinez.
Well, we were given 3 options by the district tonight. Moving AAA to Mays, considering Calaveras being a TK5, or leaving things as they are. First and foremost, for me, the school has, the facilities needs have to be addressed. And being on the campus, having the opportunity to see it without, like I shared with you, I didn't have the dog and pony show. I saw real day interactions with the students. You could not tell who was Calaveras and who was AAA. And to me, it is one school. It's not 2 different schools. It is one school. The environment, the atmosphere, what is successful in both schools, because a lot of what Calaveras teachers are teaching in part is kind of filtering from what we're doing with AAA, because the principals are so interlocked, step and lock, you know, with those things that they know what is needed to get to the next level. So the expectation is pretty aligned there. And that is why we are getting so many more Calaveras students being, you know, absorbed by AAA, because the teachers from AAA side are doing such an amazing job of preparing the students. Because of that relationship of the 2 principals. I've never seen 2 principals even whether it's the staff or the people that come and support the site. When you had all of the custodians and the maintenance guys doing all hands on deck, we're doing grounds, we're doing lawns, they barbecued for all of those people. They did, to tell them thank you. They're being paid by the district, but they went above and beyond for the staff of our district. And that is something that only they create. That comes from who they are. And to me, you know, I mean, I'll be honest, I brought it up, the move, because when we had this discussion years ago, maybe if we, you know, there was just so much pushback from Mays at the time that it kept us from making that move back then.
Yeah, Mays didn't want it.
Okay? And again, Calaveras said, we do. And to me, that partnership, that relationship, that ability to have two programs, but seamlessly, you can't distinguish the two. You can't. I don't want, you know, obviously the parents don't want it. The kids don't want it. The TK program was built because kids want, and they transfer from other schools because of bullying situations and go to Calaveras because they know that they're going to be taken care of. First and foremost by our staff, and then from our other partners. But again, that environment is something that is unique because of the two men that are here tonight.
Yes.
Yes. So for me, I know I know the parents spoke, but there's concessions that have to be made. I don't know what I'm comfortable with and just in leaving, because I know the growth is the growth.
Yeah.
The growth is the growth. I understand that. But, you know, we could talk about, you know, Loud Lane being at capacity. Those kids got to go somewhere else. We're not adding more portables there because of that situation. It is what it is. We have this situation. You know, we may have two labels of two different schools, but one, to me, lives off the other. It does. It did. To me, it's obvious to me, the kids that spoke when we were there at the Calaveras site, and the kids that were passionate about speaking and did it on their own, and were very eloquent to say what they needed and wanted, is important and should mean something. Because I don't care whether it's a small segment of our schools, we represent all of our students.
I agree with what you just said, but we also have, I mean, Loud Lane, you cannot compare Loud Lane with Calaveras because AAA is a school of choice. And
all of our schools are schools of choice,
no.
Jan.
And you know that's not true.
All of our kids can go to any single school
I understand,
they choose
but
to go
it
to.
is, as an entity, it's a school of choice.
Well, so it's HCLA.
Yes.
But yet we designed it so that it could have its own site and expand to grow. We moved the Gavilan kids out and they're going to RSI.
I do understand that. You don't want to move the Calaveras kids out, right?
No.
No. It's the same. You know, if you're comparing that, we don't want to move anybody out. But you cannot have a library in a multi-purpose room. You can't not have a space for students to go in the rain. I just feel that there needs to be space. There needs to be, and it's not just 2 classrooms. That's not going to help the nurses find a quiet spot to do hearing testing, which is a problem. That's not gonna find a library its own spot to have real, you know, classes and a real library time. There has to be some type of movement to get more space for Calaveras, for AAA. I feel that even if AAA would go to Mays, separate entrance, fenced off, I feel that they would grow. Because if you have a TK through 8, which most of our sites are TK through 8, there's a lottery for 6th grade. Those students, they don't get to go to 6th grade. It's a lottery. They don't get to move up and stay at the school. There's one 6th grade. There's not 2. So it makes a pathway for AAA to grow with these 6th graders who may want something else, something better.
Man, tonight's been filled with difficult things. And I was listening to the speakers, and, you know, one speaker said, you know, that when you move to a community, and part of the reason that you move to the community is, you know, what you want for a school. And then it occurred to me that if the school stays the way it is, and it's impacted the way that Lad Lane is impacted, those people who move in now don't get that choice. They are locked out of that choice, with the exception of however many kids graduate and what's coming in for TK, right? If you're in the middle of the road, there's no space at the end. And that bothers me a little bit. And the other thing that I think about is that we have 2 principals at a school that together the 2 schools have a population of a 1 principal school. So that's, I mean, but I don't see a good way of melding those 2 on that campus to 1 principal. At least not by what I've heard. What did occur as an option is if it went the way that Trustee Perez is suggesting, and AAA went to 6 through 8, and Calaveras was TK through 5, and then maybe we think about how we add, you know, a couple of, to be able to establish a library, just a couple of buildings to establish a library and that sort of thing. Could it eventually be an integrated campus where you're from TK on developing the next accelerated learner? So, I mean, there's so many things to take into consideration. And
So are you saying all of the 5th grade students get to go to TK, or to get to go to AAA?
that would be that would be a question to consider, especially since it's, what I heard here tonight is that there's sort of a way that teachers are looking to get the best out of their children in the Calaveras, so they're ready to go or be recommended to go to AAA. And so why aren't we, as a compromise, trying to figure out a way that we can start that earlier?
Do you want to hear from us?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
So I have a different way of looking at this. 1151 Buena Vista Road. That's where I report every morning. It's one school. If you don't know which classroom is there, you will never know what the AAA is. If I ask you to walk around and point out the AAA kids, you will never be able to do that. Mr. Wilbur and I can't. We know each one of them. So what we have here in this little box at 1151 is a TK through 8 program, and the kids can choose to go from TK through 8 and stay at Calaveras. They can also accelerate if they want to. I've been trying to have an accelerated program my entire career. I had one in Watsonville for a short time. It was nothing like this program. These kids are top 4 in the state. It's already here. It's built. It's working. So quit looking at it as 2 schools and 2 principals. We have a box here where it's working. If you move it, what you haven't talked about is you're going to have to get an AP for Calaveras, about 140 grand ongoing. Ongoing, that's not going to stop. And you're going to stick me with an AP that I'm going to have to train over and over again. We already have it working. I never worked with anybody like that before. I can leave and he's got it, right? He knows how to accelerate. He knows how to take care of those and accelerate those kids. And you're talking about the cost of about $30,000 more to pay for that for a year instead of an AP. The cost is nothing, really, when you look at it, to have that kind of a program. You already have an accelerated program here that could be a model for a bunch of other schools. It is working. It's not an experiment. It's actually working. So what happens is our TK through 4th grade teachers, like I mentioned, worked really hard. We have 3 of every one of them, except for TK's 1, 3 grade levels. When we hit 4th grade, they have to go to the academy. There's only 2 5th grade classes there. So an entire class from Calaveras goes to the academy. And then 2 go into their 5th grade. So what's happening here, what's going to continue to happen is that school will become basically Calaveras, so Calaveras students. Obviously, we can have more people come in as the spots open, but if you take this away, you're ripping off that side of town. That side of town doesn't have anything. They don't have it. We don't have all the gyms and everything else, like you guys are pointing out how amazing it is. Or no, we don't have that, but we have a great program there and 2 people that care. We have, in 6 years, 0 expulsions. 0. I listened to everybody talk about pipeline to prison. Nobody asked us. Nobody looks at what we're doing. There's 0 expulsions in 6 years. I think that speaks volumes. Find me some other schools in the state of California that have 0. That's our size. 759 kids. We're a huge school, and it's fine. It's working. It's great. Why would you tear that apart? Mr. Wilbur and I have, 38 years of site experience together. 38 years. Why would you rip that apart? Keep us together and watch what we're doing. We're just getting started. We're just getting started. I'm not kidding. We're just getting started. We're just getting our early literacy program rolling, and we are rolling. And you guys are going to see the data that comes out of our school. But one of the things that I feel like has always been a problem is that when you start looking at test scores, you put all this pressure on the teachers, and you never consider that how many kids have gone to the AAA. So all the 3rd grade, everybody that's testing doesn't get that credit. Like there's a bunch of kids that go there, a whole bunch of them. For me, I have 2 daughters, and I don't care what schools across town. I want them together. I want my kids together, period. And that's what we have over there. You have all these families that show up in the morning that want their kids together. They're not going to send them to Maine's. They're going to keep them right there. And some of them can't because they need to be there for their siblings. So you take that away, it's just gone from them forever. They already can't go play sports, right? We don't have the gym. They can't drive over there. Even if they wanted to drive, they can't because they need their parents, they need to take care of their siblings. So that's just the bummer of being on that part of town, right? But they have something great there. They have something amazing there. And if you come see it and just walk around and see what all these parents are talking about, it just doesn't happen. It's not recreated anywhere. It isn't. I mean, you can just look at, they're all telling you, it's not a lie. You can't move this somewhere else. We need each other. We need each other to work. You have a program here that is amazing. Look at it and examine it and say, how can we duplicate this? It needs to be duplicated, not torn apart. You need to see what we're doing. We have an accelerated track that's working. We have a TK through 8 program that's working. We have a special education model that's working. It's all there. It's all in place. Like, I don't know why you tear it down. It doesn't make any sense to me at all. Like, look at it, go pay attention, come visit, and see what you think, right? We've got 6 years building this together. It's a pretty amazing place, and we're not done. And of course, not everybody's on the same page. Not everybody, I talk to people, they're on the same page. There's a lot of history with these schools. There's a lot of, almost bad blood before we got there. It's like a lot of stuff that was happening, and we have pushed these schools together. And what you're hearing and seeing is all these kids that are working together and playing together, and you can't tell anymore. The classrooms are now strategically placed. There's no 2 classrooms of either school in a row. Well, of Calaveras are, of course, but AAA's, it's one after another. So our teachers now collaborate together. Like it's functioning, and I feel like it's just getting off the ground in 6 years. It takes a long time to build a culture like that. And you have something that is so solid and so powerful. And yes, we've got more work to do, but come see what it feels like. Come walk on our campus. Mr. Perez came, Jan came, and Liz came as well. You guys, and Erica's of course been there. You guys can see it, you can feel it. It's a special place, and all of our schools are special, and they need to have a unique identity and a unique, population of teachers and their culture, and we have it. Like, you're just not going to recreate this by moving it somewhere else. You take us apart, and Calaveras is going to suffer, and so is the academy. It needs to stay like it is. Status quo is fine. We have time. We have an empty classroom right now. We have time. Yes, we need more office space. Yes, we need all those things. But you're talking about things that don't matter to kids.
I think it does matter.
We have a beautiful library. We have an amazing, beautiful library. And the talk is to take our library and push it into a classroom. I don't want it in a classroom. I want it to be a library. It needs to be a library. It's a gorgeous library. It doesn't need to be pushed into a classroom. You can't make that program 6 through 8 and meet TK through 5 and have it be the same. It won't work. There won't be an accelerated track that happens there. That'll disappear. So put some money into the school. It's a long time coming. Right? So just put some money into the school. Help pay for something that's working really well, and examine it. I mean, just the fact that there's 0 expulsions to make you guys go, what? Did you guys know that? In 6 years, there's not 1 expulsion. Take a look at that. Look around the state and see who else is doing that. Right here in your town, where they're complaining about pipeline to prison, and I've been sitting in these board meetings and go, wow, nobody's asking us. We're sitting here hearing people talk about what they need to do and what our teachers need to do, and saying get rid of the SROs on campuses, and I'm like, hello, we're right here. Here it is. It's happening right in your doorstep, and you don't see it. Give us a chance. Keep us where we're at if that's all you need to do. We have more time. If this doesn't happen today. Thanks for letting me speak.
I'm grateful for this opportunity. Not too long ago, I was on this dais talking about a lot of numbers and other things, and so I understand the importance of fiduciary responsibility and the size and the amounts of the monies that we have. The thing that's different about this, though, that I can marriage these 2 things with is I'm really grateful to be at AAA, and I'm really happy that we did what we did, but I'm super happy I got to come back. taking the knowledge of the budgets and the monies and the amount that's in that building fund, and looking and being a part, I was a chairman of the second bond committee, I was on the first bond committee, I helped with a lot of great people raise $60 to almost $70 million if you count rebates and money coming back from the state. I know why we did that, and I know why we invested the way we invested, and we made good decisions investing the way that we did. If you look at the next school that's online, it's the place we live.
Right.
And if you take a percentage and you invest a piece of that, whether it's a portable or permanent building, or give me a tent, it doesn't really matter. If we have space, the people inside make the difference, and the culture makes the difference. And so here's the last thing I want to throw out, because I know I'm boring everybody.
No, you're not. Go.
Never.
The amount of investment, 2 programs started in 2008, 2 beautiful programs, 2 beautiful schools, both involved taking students from where they were to give parents choice and an option. One is HDLA and one is AAA. HDLA is wonderful. It's grown, it was a popular program, and it met a need. Fantastic. More power to it. AAA has been misunderstood from the beginning. Same type of program in the sense that it does pull kids from other schools. One is seen as laudatory, one is seen as, well, what are they doing there? Over the years, there has been very little investment in AAA, and that's worked for us. We have partnerships and community as our strategy with Calaveras, with our families, with our parent clubs, with our teachers, with our kids. And that strength has allowed us to be very successful. We are not acknowledged for being a blue ribbon school. We're in the top 1% of the nation, and no one said anything. We're a California Distinguished School. We're a 4-time honor roll school. The high school gets the honor roll 2 years in a row, and it's a party. We've done it 4 years. We are a Capturing Kids' Heart Showcase School, 3 years running with Calaveras. Anyway, all I'm trying to say is, if it's 2.5%, or if you put the schools together when it's almost 800, we're the 2nd or 3rd largest school in the district. There's been $200,000 or $250,000 invested in our campus in that 11 years. It's time. Put some money in some portables or space so both can grow. Allow this experiment to continue and grow. And you still have, even with a couple million out, you're still going to have a huge proportion of that money, that $27 million, to invest in those other things we need too. But AAA needs some investment along with Calaveras. And there's money to do that. And if you need the status quo to look at all the things and look at all those pieces, that'd work. We can do this for another year. But I can tell you that the window is going to close, and AAA cannot exist without a 4th and a 5th grade. And to be honest, it can't exist in a place where it's not loved and watered and cared for with partnerships that are existent, only because the district didn't make those investments initially for whatever reason. But that's okay. HDLA is fantastic. AAA is fantastic. But we're better as Cal AAA.
Yes. Thank you, both of you, for coming up and giving us your perspective. That was helpful. So, does someone want to make a motion?
No, I didn't make a motion.
I know.
I wanted to go for discussion. So the floor is open if that's whatever you want to make a motion.
Can I make a motion? Or do you want to make a
You
motion?
can propose a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we leave Calaveras AAA status quo.
Any discussion?
Yes, I have changed my mind because of the principal. I mean, we have, and I am disturbed, especially when that parent said, you know, we have to think about, and I am disturbed about the condition of the library. Every time I've been to Calaveras, it's been discombobulated.
There's no one in there. There's no classes in there.
Yeah, I have been there and it's not put together. So I would like to visit and see a library put together. And Ken, you know it's true. So last year and this year. And that's a major concern for me, because a library should be a research area. You know, kids should be able to get in there and get books, and that's not happening.
There are kids in there every day.
Yes.
Every single day.
Yes.
Do you still have,
Right there.
do you still have boilers?
A what?
Do you still have boilers there?
What's a boiler? I don't know what that is.
Water?
No, because they got updated ACs.
Yes, they
Oh,
got
good,
issues,
good.
yeah.
Because when hearing testing was being done there, they moved from room to room because of the noise.
Right.
And I don't know where they do the hearing testing now. Is it off the library? Is it in the library?
Yeah,
Where's the parent club
we have
room?
several offices, and it's on the end of the library. We have several offices that they can use, and we have classroom B9 that is open. And so B9 we use for a variety of things.
But again, we looked at Arrow Hardin and Sunny Slope and Rancho and looked at what modernization needed to happen. And we made that investment and that commitment. We also need to look at what investments and commitments we need to make to this site that right now has two entities, but it's one site. Regardless, it needs to have its needs met.
Yeah, well, let me finish
It won't
my.
be the same if you take us apart. I think that's what you have to, it's not gonna be the same. It just will not be the same. You're gonna have something completely different. You're gonna have to start over from scratch. It won't be the same. 6 years together, you can build that. What school has, well, I think there's one school that has principals as long as the two of us have been there. I think it's Sunny Slope with Joe. Otherwise, everybody's new. When you have that kind of turnover, it's really hard to build a culture. It's super hard.
I agree.
So you keep people there a long time, the trust, and you guys know, our teachers are here, right? And I know that not every Calaveras teacher is on board. I get that. They want their space, they want their own thing. A lot of that came from that idea of we don't get credit for these test scores, right? A lot of it came from that, right? And I know that my 5th grade team would love to get some credit. They work really hard, right? Because they're going over there, but they do amazing work there. So everybody needs to get a credit and a shout out. So if you just think of this, I just think 1151. This 1151 Buena Vista, that's where the magic happens. Leave it all there.
Well, I'm changing my vote because of what the two principals said. And we know it's on the list to get fixed up. Calaveras is our #1 school that will get fixed up.
Yay.
So Jen, are you good with 2 principals at that site?
Well, when you talk about the $30,000 difference, yeah, I am. I mean, we're talking about.
I've had 4 assistant principals and I had 1 good one. And in a year, she got a job as a principal. So all you're doing is just constantly turnover. The culture gets, every time you get somebody new that's doing discipline, it's a mess. You know? We're sticking around.
Yeah, so that's why I'm changing my vote. But I do, I feel, Calaveras is just so packed, you know, and I just want the kids to have a little bit more breath, you know, a little bit more freedom. And when I go there, it's so tight. And that's why the movement to Mays didn't bother me, because I just wanted them to have that freedom, to be able to breathe. And when you walk through the halls, there's not a lot of bread.
May I say one thing?
Yes.
So I understand that Ms. Sanchez was talking about the longevity of having the buildings, like building a real building, right? And then you guys were talking about the move. But you guys, we haven't really talked then, or you guys haven't actually brought up then about just having the portable.
Well, I'm not an expert.
No, neither am I. I'm
And
just
they're
saying,
gonna be
like,
giving
how about
us-
something in the middle?
Well, they're gonna give us, when you look at what, you know, it's like how you put a roof on a
Yeah,
house.
of course.
Are you gonna put a 20-year? You're gonna put a 50-year? You know, you have to make those choices.
Of course, but But if in 11 years, we haven't gotten any upgrades, and
Oh, what,
you guys
yeah.
have 27 million.
No,
If we were to get 1 million, 2 million from there.
we're gonna spend a little bit more money than that on you.
Okay, and I'm gonna hold you to that, but I'm not asking for all of that, but if we could.
Oh, you're not gonna get 27, no, no,
I'm
no.
not asking for all of that, but if you wanna pay my mortgage, then. But I'm saying that if we could meet someone in the middle.
We'll take care of it. Best we can.
Any other discussion?
Did we get a second to the motion?
Yeah, Elizabeth was the second.
It's not voting now.
So, time to take a roll call vote.
Grist, aye.
Aye.
Aye. Nay.
Aye, we already had 3. Yeah, I say we leave them where they're at for now.
Breakfast.
Please.
All you parents, thank you so much, and teachers.
Can I do that?
I'm gonna text him.
Thank you.
Thank you all, thank you for.
You guys, I got my principal. You better
I know. Well, thanks for being here.
Have a good night.
Listen to a lot of comments.
Staff would need to know.
Talked earlier.
I said you're.
And you're well respected.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good night. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
So we haven't given direction.
You better get some donuts and
Well,
coffee.
other than leaving it status quo. Right. So status quo means leaving things
Yeah,
as
of course.
it is, right?
Right.
Thank
It's a
you,
separate
Beth,
issue
for coming so quickly.
You are very
It's a-
welcome.
it's a
It is
separate
after
issue
1
for
o'clock in the morning.
facilities,
I'm gonna
correct?
follow your lead. This report is the same as you've seen before. So I'll answer any questions you have in the spirit of brevity.
I don't have any.
Thank you,
No
everybody.
Good night.
Good
Go
morning.
home.
Yeah,
Go home.
Bye.
Thanks
Go.
for tolerating
Go.
us.
We'll see you in a few hours.
Yes.
Gosh, I hope not. I hope it's not a few more hours.
No, it's like, why are you wearing the same
Been here
clothes?
since 7:30 in
Go
the morning.
home.
I know.
You
that's
were
not-
on a plane. Go
No,
home, please.
Let's
Okay.
move forward, please.
Beth,
Yeah, go ahead.
One more time. In the spirit of brevity, you've seen this report before. It's not
Yes.
really changed much from the last couple of times. I'll answer any questions you have because it is now 1:04 on Wednesday morning. And there's no Denny's around here for me to get missed.
I don't have any.
I don't have any questions. I make a motion that we approve the monthly financial report.
I'll second.
Trustee
Grist, aye.
Perez,
Aye.
Martinez,
Aye.
Dusty,
Aye.
Marks, yes, aye. 5-0. Thank you.
You're welcome.
14D is discussion and approval of board policy and administrative regulation updates. Does anybody have anything that they want to discuss about this set?
No, I went through it. I didn't find anything.
We do have a whole new,
I know, but I went
whole
through it.
new
I didn't
policy.
see anything.
I
Yeah,
know.
I read through it diligently.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, on the gender stuff.
What board policy are you referencing?
It was.
On page 347.
So this is referencing AR 5145.3,
Right.
non-discrimination
And-
and harassment.
Right, and it's number 2. Do we need to put sports teams where it says disciplining or disparaging a student or excluding the student from sports teams? Do we need to cover ourselves there? Because the Supreme Court on April 6th said that we cannot discriminate 12-year-olds from a transgendered girl was allowed to compete in West Virginia in a track team, and the Supreme Court upheld that. Now, when they get to college and stuff, then they start doing medical tests, testosterone and that kind of stuff. But in our grade level, we cannot exclude a child who's transgender from participating in sports. So do we need to include it or just let it alone?
But the language itself refers to activities. Sports is an activity, so if we begin to delineate what activities they are, I think we're gonna pigeonhole ourselves.
Okay, so
Because
just let it
sport
be.
is an activity, this is what
Okay.
CSBA recommends.
Okay, that's why that was the only one I had.
I always feel pretty good about these because they are through CSBA.
They're straight from them.
Yeah, but it's one that I even looked up, so.
All right. So do we have a motion to approve the board policy and administrative regulation updates?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Great. Trustee Grist?
Grist, aye.
Trustee Perez?
Aye.
Martinez?
Aye.
Tosti?
Aye.
Marks? Aye. 5-0. 14E, Resolution 19-22-23, authorizing to join Educational Technology Joint Powers Authority.
This is an opportunity for the school district to join a JPA who has already gone out and done the competitive process for many technology-based pieces of software that the district uses. I counted as I walked around to my partners around here that we have at least 6. Our website is one of them. Renaissance is one of them. So we have several pieces of software that are going to be coming up for renewal, and we'll be able to take advantage of the competitive pricing in here and probably save us some money. The best part for me, it doesn't cost us anything.
Oh, good.
So at this point, there's no membership fee,
Oh,
there's no add-on,
right,
there's no anything.
Perfect.
So the board needs to approve or adopt the resolution that's attached, and you can also see that the membership agreement has been filled out already by me, hasn't been sent in pending board approval.
Well, my only question was, is that Brandon said the reason that hackers won't come to us is because we're so small. Would this put us in a different league?
No.
Okay. then
You know,
I'm fine.
okay, so you were a teacher in the classroom. Let's
Right.
just say that it's Renaissance,
Right.
you know, accelerated reader,
Yeah,
which is not necessarily one of them.
Right,
It's that type of software that
Right,
we're purchasing
okay,
so that
yeah.
kids can get access to
no
it.
problem.
It's our website that we've actually paid for, so.
Okay, I make a motion that we accept
Resolution.
authorizing to join Education Technology Joint Powers Authority, EdTech JPA.
That's the resolution.
What's the resolution?
Resolution 1922-23.
I'll second that. Any discussion? Okay, Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Perez?
Aye.
Martinez?
Aye.
Tosti?
Aye.
Marks? Aye.
Thank
Passes
you, board
5-0.
members. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
that.
Superintendent's
Great job for
report.
seeking that out. Both of you.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, superintendent, good morning, board, superintendent's report.
That is so weird.
We, I will briefly go through this.
Yeah.
We're looking at an enrollment, and I went back to compare month by month, you know, last year's August to this year's August and so on.
Oh.
As you can see, most of the months were lower this year than all the other
Yeah,
comparisons from last year.
yeah.
Currently, 5,684 students.
Going back to that, is it because we've had students that have transferred out?
Well, the enrollment has been lower. I know that a few years ago, we had a demographer's report that indicated that the prediction was that this year we would have a dip in enrollment.
Oh,
So this is the dip. I think people have moved out and maybe there's not enough students moving in to displace the families that have moved
There's
out.
just a lot of little kids. I gotta
Yes.
tell you, there are a ton of little kids in my neighborhood.
Yes, and we also remember had that, I'll call it a super bloom, 8th grade class, maybe a
Oh,
year
yeah.
ago,
Oh,
last year,
yes.
the big one.
Yes.
And then the
Yeah.
kinders and TKs coming in are smaller.
Yeah,
Mhm.
sure.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Yes, ADA, we're at 92% as of Friday. So as you can see, I broke it down again by month
Yeah.
in comparison, last year to this year. So
Right.
this is a focus point of our joint board meeting, and
We don't know, we're not, is that like $500,000 in lost revenue?
1.2 million.
1.2 million.
Yikes.
Current TK through 8th grade enrollment broken down by school. As you can see, we have the mega schools and then we have the tiny schools. And we've been talking about impacted schools, and this just gives us another breakdown of that and an image of it. Moving on, negotiations, we're still in progress with CSEA. We've accomplished quite a bit. We have a lot in progress as well. We negotiate later today, Wednesday. And with HESTA, we negotiate on Friday. So we're progressing. Along with negotiations, we also have an updated negotiations tab on the website. So after the negotiation sessions, staff produces an update and we post it. It's available 24/7 for anyone to view, and it's based on fact.
When we have an update, do we put something out announcing that there's an update posted to the negotiations tab?
I would like that.
Okay, if the
That would
board would
be-
like to direct me to do that?
How
Would
does
the
that
entire,
feel about
or
that?
the majority of the board like me to do that?
How does, so, do you agree?
I think it's a good idea.
Trustee Perez, do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, are you talking about just, how when you go to the website, if you're welcome to the website, are we just gonna be doing one of those welcomes, or are we sending out an email or text, whatever?
Just
Like a blast reminder,
Update for
please check
negotiations.
the negotiation
Update on-
stamp.
Yeah.
Well,
The latest update on
Or
negotiations.
just update, flashing update?
yeah.
Something
Okay.
simple for.
Would the, okay, it sounds like the majority of the board would
consensus,
like, yes?
I
Okay.
think that the more we're transparent, the better at this point, because it seems to be a one-sided conversation, and that makes me uncomfortable.
I agree.
So this at least brings some eyes to the other
Yes.
perspective.
Okay, I will do that. Next up, central kitchen update. We received about an $81,000 grant for central kitchen equipment updates. This morning, we received notification. We got a grant that's more than $800,000 for a central kitchen equipment upgrade purchase. So far, the plan that we had here to create a central kitchen is not going so well, so we're going with Plan B. We're looking for a local commercial kitchen to either lease or purchase, and that is what this information is about. The next steps would be that we will look for the building, and then we will work to identify an appraiser and bring a contract before the board that would allow for us to have services of an appraiser ready to go for the moment when we find a building. The idea would be to purchase or lease a central kitchen building to allow for the central kitchen dream to continue and come to fruition.
Why do we need an appraisal?
We would need an appraiser of a building to help determine the cost. Like when you purchase a home as a private person, you get it appraised
For
its value.
for its value.
Yeah.
And then we would need to have somebody look in to see how much it would cost to convert that kitchen to what we need.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that'll be
It's a process.
It'll be
It's
a
a process.
multi-step process.
Mm-hmm. And again, student nutrition operates always with an excess of funds. They produce funds and they don't always expend it all. So the idea would be to leverage the funds that they have.
Well, even like, you know, with the after-school programs, we do a separate at the high school for the kids that stay for the afternoon tutoring that the school provides. So would that be also like a component moving forward, you know, in providing something like that?
Well, it would depend if, you know, if we had oversight of the program, we would be able to provide things like that. But the subcontractors that were in the room may not necessarily want to do that or can do that. So I think that next month when we bring that back, that is an idea for us to have the ability to have flexibility into the program offerings, which that could be one.
Okay.
So we have in progress our summer school. As we've talked, you know, these are the summer school sites. These are the different programs that we have. We have 5 different programs that will be running in the summertime.
Okay. Calaveras. Now, question about the summer school site for Calaveras. If we had, because we know there's definite needs, right? If there was construction that we know needs to happen with either roofing or whatever, and that's like one of the sites where we're doing summer school, would that impact the ability to get some of these projects done that need to get done?
I think that it could potentially impact. I don't have the answer to that because I don't know, you know, we also have the facilities needs committee running in the background as well, to not discount the work that we've tasked the committee and we've been meeting. You know, they might have different priorities. We know that there are definite needs at Calaveras School. Could it be that we start with the projects that won't impact summer school?
Right.
Or could it be that we start the projects after summer school? So it's all, you know, going to tie in together, but I think that we need to have a little bit more time to flesh out which specific projects is the board interested, if you're interested in completing that.
Calaveras will be our #1 facility.
When are we getting that list or that authority coming to the board to make that determination?
So the facilities, the superintendent's facilities needs committee meets in mid-May. Again, it's the middle of every month. So at the May board meeting, we'll report out what it is that has been prioritized.
Right.
I know that in one of the communications, I think that I started to update the board on some of the ideas that have come up. These are the different positions that we are hiring. As you can tell, we're a mega organization with mega hiring lists, and hiring and training staff is not new to us, in the sense of, I know that there's questions tonight, how can you possibly hire that many people? We have way more than 600 employees. It is something that we do. So this is just our summer school staff for all programs included ELOP. Let's see. Okay, superintendent's facilities needs, those are the dates that we've met. It's the composition that I'm talking about, the items that we've reviewed. We went back a few years, looked at the most recent facilities needs assessment. We referenced the latest 2018 master plan. And this is what has been prioritized, or examples that have been identified and prioritized on behalf of the committee. So as you can see, a lot of things that we've talked about: roof repair, restroom repair, wood rot, and so on. We also want to publicly just call out the fact that we'll have updated playground areas coming right around summer 2024. So, you know, we're excited about that.
Yay.
We also had a team of administrators with our Assistant Superintendent Ward also in attendance, attend a school safety symposium. In the near future, staff will be providing an update to the board, a report in regards to the different information that was gathered there and some areas of need potentially that we will be updating the board on. San Benito County Office of Ed Arts Show. We had many of our students participate. Here's a few pictures. We were able to go and view the art, view the performances, view the winners. Here's a teacher explaining her art. We have a little guy, a TK at Sarah Vista, presenting his ribbon and his beautiful art, and just various different pictures there. Springtime events at Sarah Vista, Ladlene, and Calaveras. All three had full houses. They all had great turnouts. Sarah Vista was specifically labeled as a STEAM fair, and so everything related had to do with STEAM.
Nice.
We didn't get dates on it.
Okay, I can check on that on the upcoming ones.
I know Thursday is RSS's open house.
Oh.
I know that because of Charlie.
I thought I had previously shared a spreadsheet months and months ago, maybe before February, but I can look.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. So
Well, you know,
more
we're
pictures.
weak in the mind.
More.
Too much information to retain.
More pictures. Sarah Vista, Ladlene, Calaveras. All had, wonderful turnouts. I know that I'm moving fast. Looking at 1:25 a.m.
Yeah.
These are the future agenda items that are pending. What is needed to improve ADA in the LCAP? That is in progress. As I've stated, our joint board meeting will have that focus.
That's great.
Discussions on AAA special meeting in
done.
progress.
Done.
Check that one off. Community meeting with police, sheriff, signs to look for to prevent school shootings, and healthcare workers. What are the signs? Someone that is on the edge. Start with the SEL team. KSL, it's in progress. We have the SEL.
Isn't all this like school safety?
School
And
safety.
so you guys went to a symposium,
Yeah.
Liz and I attended a workshop.
For CSBA.
Yeah.
Right.
And SEL
Actually, it's
presented.
on YouTube.
What?
There's, right.
It is.
Yeah, I need to watch
They
that.
sent the.
The YouTube one,
Yeah.
yeah, I need to watch that.
I started watching it.
Yeah, there's a lot of good information in there too.
Yeah, there was. I think it kind of all comes together.
Mm-hmm.
Only because, they talked about the safety plan and really incorporating it, so it's not just checking off the box, oh, we did it,
Right.
But really involving more to that, which is either PD,
Yes.
I know our old Chief Westrick is doing Knowledge Saves Lives. They come into the high school to help support, staff there with training. That, I think our middle schools, in creating a continuity with the high school and the expectations, so
Yes.
that just understanding the conversations, but it's really important.
Should that be on our agenda too? How long is
Well,
our
but
meeting
I
with the
know-
high school?
I don't know if they have a set end date.
And they're
end time.
setting the agenda?
It's set,
Set,
it's just
set
attendance.
Oh,
Attendance.
that's it.
A report on
Well,
attendance.
actually, I think that's gonna be pretty
That's
good.
I
that's
know.
gonna be robust.
Because I could see us
Mm-hmm.
doing a joint one for safety too.
We can
So-
always do another
Yes.
one.
Do another one,
Sure.
right.
So we have a contract currently that the board approved months ago for Knowledge Saves Lives. We have not implemented the training because we need an agreement with HESTA on
Yeah.
negotiated dates for
Yeah.
the professional development.
Yeah.
We have
We
not
have a
reached
calendar
that.
coming out?
We are in negotiations with them.
Okay,
But
because-
including, I don't know if it's just with HESTA, but also CSEA, because I can
Yes.
see part of the
Yes.
training, like with our campus supervisors that we have, that we've labeled as
Yes.
our middle schools. You have your duty, but it's different
Yes.
involvement than you would have with a middle school.
In December, we had 55 staff, I believe it was 55, that attended a Knowledge Saves Lives training that we funded or we paid for their time on a Saturday. I think it was December 10th.
That's good.
For de-escalation.
Wow.
Classified and certificated and admin. Okay, so still in progress, I'll consider that still in progress. Joint board meeting with the high school, it has been scheduled and it's in progress. We're getting there. Thank you, staff, for making a positive impact on HSD students. This was a sign that caught my eye outside one of the classrooms, standing room only, kind of like what we had tonight to get into this lovely classroom. And the sign outside for parents was, "What about your child's learning are you most proud of?" And the parents were able to write a message there. So I'm very proud of the work that we do here at the Hollister School District, and it goes along the lines of everything that we've heard tonight. You know, the partnerships, collaboration, the staff, the staff, and everybody is meshed. You know, and is an integral part of the school district. So, let's see. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. 16 is board member reports.
I attended the all-county school board meeting, and we listened to Capital Associates. I went to a planning commission meeting on April 19th as a homeowner of Santana Ranch to ask about the opening of Hillcrest Road, because right now we still only have one entrance in, and of course that affects our school as well. And I spoke as a homeowner, but we only have one entrance and exit if there's an emergency. And I attended our retreat on the 15th.
May's LCAP, HCLA LCAP, and I went to HCLA this morning.
I don't have anything to report. I went to the San Diego County Art Show. It was really good. I miss seeing the schools. They used to have the schools. I miss seeing that, but it was really good. And I did go to the training, and it was really good with Jackie. And that's it.
Okay, and for me, it was the Maze LCAP, the safety workshop, and I'm sure I'm forgetting something. Oh, and our retreat, our board, I did say that, the board workshop. That was it for me. Future agenda items.
I would like to have a closed session before negotiation to discuss some things that came up tonight.
Before Friday?
Before Friday.
So special board meeting before Friday?
Well, that's what I said. Does it need to be a special board meeting?
It would need to be
a special closed session board meeting. Yeah.
Just closed session.
Right? Can we do that?
You can call a special board meeting with the closed session.
Is it something that you just want to talk to Erica about?
No. This would be about negotiation.
So the board meeting would need to be posted in a few hours. It's Wednesday for Thursday because negotiations are Friday. Thursday, I think
we could do Google Meet like we did during the pandemic. People can't get here.
I think for the new regulation is that it's no longer emergency, an executive order for emergencies.
So is there a different way? I mean, so you think we need a discussion?
I do.
We could do a closed session right now.
No, it hasn't been agendized.
I don't think we didn't agendize it. That was part of what we were going back and forth with. And you can't, if it's not agendized, you just can't do it.
No.
And so, but you're gonna be in negotiations tomorrow.
With DSEA.
And then what's on your thing? Well,
is
yeah,
it today or
but
tomorrow?
what's on your
My
agenda
days are
for
blurring in.
Thursday?
She's talking, we don't have the time because it has to be posted.
Well, it has to be posted 24 hours in advance as a special.
Yes. Yeah, so we, let's say we agreed to meet at 5 o'clock, then they've got until 5 o'clock tomorrow to put out that
Yeah.
meeting notice, that's all.
Right.
And somebody else could do it for you, even like Linda or somebody, right? Or do you have to do it?
No, we could, I mean, posting's not a problem, but so we would need to meet Thursday. At what time are you thinking, if you want to meet?
I don't know who could be here at 5 o'clock, 5:30?
Right, but I think the exception is that if I'm doing work, I could be online. Is that the exception?
Actually, no. The only, in fact, I don't know any exception now, but there used to be the exception if you were ill that you could be online. But I think that we could look into it, but I think that they like could put the kibosh, like if you're sick, you just are not here.
I know.
Yeah, or work or whatever.
I'm doing a training that evening.
And what is your?
I mean, it starts at 6.
When does it end? Oh, it starts at 6?
It starts at 6.
So if we met at 5.
Where's the training?
I mean, it's online. I mean, normally I do it at the office, but I can do it at home.
How about 4, and then that gives us time so that
can
you
you
can
do
make
4?
your.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down the street.
Okay. Yeah.
I can't.
Oh, you can't do 4. Okay. How long do you think we're gonna need?
I mean, I don't think, right? Or you think it's take more than that?
No, I don't think it's gonna take more than that. Uh-uh.
5 to 6.
So let's do 5:15 and do 45 minutes. Let's split the difference. That way you can get from where you are to over here. Does that work for you?
Yeah.
Does that work for you? Okay, 5:15.
Does that work for you?
I'll make it work. I mean, my boss is very, very, very
Does that work for?
flexible.
Oh,
Yeah, right.
Erica, does
Well, Erica, wouldn't you rather get it done early and spend 45 minutes and just go in with whatever
But
it
hopefully
is?
it only takes half
Right? I'd like to have it only be a half an hour.
But it's negotiations only.
That's it. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
an hour. I mean, is it possible?
Well, I think Beth should probably be there.
Right, but is it possible to put the questions on a sheet?
Google Doc, you mean?
Like a
Google Doc so that
To
they're
start.
to help us speed things along, right?
Can we do that legally?
Well, I don't know what questions you have. I mean,
Pertaining to
Pertaining to
negotiations, so that
negotiations.
they're able to start working on getting data that you may want.
Mm-hmm. Is that legal?
well, you can ask the superintendent questions, at any
Okay,
time.
and so I can,
You can send me some questions
okay,
But it would just be short.
just to me.
all right.
And if anybody else has questions, they can do that too.
Mm-hmm.
All right?
So
Great.
Thursday.
Thursday.
And is
5:15.
it possible, is
Closed
Pauline on
session.
the negotiating team?
She is on the negotiations team.
Are you available
Thursday.
Thursday? 5:15? Is Kip available?
Let's go like this. Anybody on the negotiations team who has the availability and wishes to be present
Yeah, please
has
show
an
up.
invite. They have an invite.
Yeah.
Okay?
We're going on a bear hunt.
Any announcements and reminders? No? Yay, none of that.
No.
Okay, can I get
I
a
make a
motion
motion
to
that we
adjourn?
adjourn.
Who's second? All right. All in
1:35.
favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. We are adjourned as of
1:35.
1:35 a.m. Officially my last.